Looking back, I should have questioned why anyone would pay £50 for a simple memory test, but I was desperate for cash, and it seemed harmless enough at the time. I'd been struggling financially during my third year studying English literature at university. My part-time job at a local bookshop had ended when the business closed down, and finding replacement work that fitted around lectures and essay deadlines was proving impossible. The student loan barely covered rent and basic living expenses, leaving me constantly worried about money and unable to afford things like course materials or even occasional social activities. That's when I saw an advertisement on a university notice board offering payment for participation in cognitive research studies. The poster was simple and professional, advertising paid opportunities for students to contribute to psychology research while earning enough money to help with academic expenses. The study in question was investigating human memory formation and recall, specifically looking at how people process and remember visual information under different conditions. Participants would complete a series of memory tests involving photographs and images, with payment of £50 for approximately 2 hours of testing. The contact details led to a website that looked legitimate and academic, with proper information about research ethics, participant rights, and detailed descriptions of the testing procedures. The study was supposedly being conducted by researchers from several universities who were investigating cognitive processes that might eventually contribute to treatments for memory-related disorders. I contacted them through the website's form and received a prompt response inviting me to participate in the research. The initial screening process involved basic questions about my age, educational background, and general health, along with confirmation that I had normal vision and no history of serious memory problems. Within a few days, I was scheduled for a testing session at what appeared to be a legitimate research facility in a business park outside Hull. The location was professional and well-equipped, with proper reception areas and testing rooms that looked exactly like what you'd expect from a university psychology department. The researcher who conducted my session seemed knowledgeable and professional, explaining the testing procedures clearly and ensuring I understood my rights as a participant. She emphasized that all data would be anonymized and used only for academic research purposes. The memory tests themselves were straightforward initially. I'd be shown sequences of photographs for specific time periods, then asked to recall details about what I'd seen. The images were mostly neutral: landscapes, buildings, everyday objects, and the questions focused on basic details like colors, numbers, and spatial arrangements. But as the session progressed, the photographs became more complex and personally engaging. Instead of abstract images, I started seeing photographs that appeared to show real people in various situations. The researcher explained that using realistic social scenarios would provide more accurate data about how memory works in everyday contexts. Some of these photographs showed people in what appeared to be private or intimate situations. Not obviously inappropriate, but images that seemed like they might have been taken without the subject's knowledge or consent. When I mentioned this concern, the researcher assured me that all images were used with proper permission and that the realistic nature of the scenarios was important for the validity of the research. The memory testing continued with increasingly personal and detailed images, photographs that showed people in their homes, at work, during private activities that suggested the images had been captured through surveillance rather than normal photography. The questions about these images were also more detailed than seemed necessary for basic memory research. Instead of asking about general visual details, the researcher wanted specific information about people's appearances, behaviors, and circumstances shown in the photographs. I started to feel uncomfortable about what I was being asked to observe and remember. but the researcher emphasized the importance of completing the full testing protocol and reminded me that discontinuing the session would forfeit the £50 payment I needed for living expenses. During breaks between testing sequences, I noticed details about the facility that seemed inconsistent with legitimate academic research. The equipment was more sophisticated than necessary for basic memory testing, and some of the staff appeared to have security or surveillance backgrounds rather than academic credentials. Most concerning were glimpses of other testing materials that suggested the memory research was just one part of a larger operation involving different types of psychological assessment and data collection. When I tried to ask about the broader research program, the staff were evasive and redirected my attention to completing the memory tests I'd agreed to participate in. After several hours of testing, I was paid as promised and thanked for contributing to important research about human cognitive processes. The researcher mentioned that they might contact me about future studies if I was interested in additional paid participation. But over the following weeks, I started noticing things that made me question what I'd actually participated in during the memory testing session. Some of the people I'd seen in the photographs appeared in local news reports or missing person appeals. Images that had been presented as research materials were actually surveillance photographs of real people who were dealing with serious problems or dangerous situations. I realized that the memory testing had been used to assess my ability to recall detailed information about surveillance targets, possibly as part of a recruitment process for people who could provide useful observational skills for illegal activities. The detailed personal information collected during the screening process would have helped identify participants who were financially vulnerable and might be suitable for recruitment into criminal operations that required good memory and attention to detail. When I tried to research the facility where the testing had taken place, I found that the business park address was registered to a generic office rental company with no permanent tenants. The psychology research program had been a temporary operation designed to assess potential recruits, rather than conduct legitimate academic studies. I attempted to contact the researchers to express concerns about how the study had been conducted, but the website had been taken down and the email addresses I'd used were no longer active. The entire memory testing operation had disappeared, leaving no trace of the people who had conducted the research or the purposes for which the collected data would be used. But I was still in their database as someone who had demonstrated useful observational capabilities and financial desperation that might make me suitable for future recruitment attempts. Over the next few months, I received contacts from various sources offering paid opportunities that seemed designed to test my willingness to gather and report detailed information about other people. Requests to document activities in public spaces, photograph specific individuals or locations, even provide detailed reports about the behaviors and routines of people in my social circle. All presented as legitimate research or commercial opportunities, but clearly designed to assess my potential value as an intelligence gatherer. I realized that the memory testing had been the beginning of a systematic recruitment process targeting vulnerable students who could be gradually drawn into providing surveillance and intelligence services for criminal operations. The £50 I'd earned for participating in cognitive research had actually been payment for demonstrating my suitability as a potential accomplice in activities that could seriously harm the people I'd been unknowingly helping to identify and target. But by the time I understood what had happened, I'd already provided detailed evidence of my observational capabilities, financial circumstances, and willingness to participate in questionable activities for relatively small amounts of money. The psychological profile they'd built during the memory testing session would make it easy for them to predict how I might respond to different types of recruitment pressure. and what kinds of offers would be most likely to overcome my ethical concerns about intelligence gathering work. When I tried to research other students who might have participated in similar memory testing studies, I found that most were reluctant to discuss their experiences or claimed not to remember details about the research they'd contributed to. Either they'd been convinced to maintain confidentiality about their participation, or the memory testing had included techniques designed to make participants less likely to recall or question the true nature of what they'd experienced. The recruitment operation was probably systematic and ongoing, targeting financially desperate students across multiple universities and gradually building a network of people who could provide surveillance and intelligence services without fully understanding how their observations would be used. I never participated in any follow-up research or accepted the additional paid opportunities that continued to be offered through various channels. But I remain concerned about how the detailed psychological and observational data collected during the memory testing might eventually be used. I'm still not entirely sure whether I should be worried about this, but something about my fitness tracking app has been bothering me for weeks now. I've never been particularly athletic, but during my final year at university in Southampton, I decided I needed to do something about the weight I'd gained from 3 years of living on pizza and energy drinks. Nothing dramatic, just enough exercise to feel better about myself and maybe improve my energy levels for dissertation writing. The campus gym was intimidating and expensive. Running outdoors felt too public for someone as unfit as I was. So I settled on long walks around the city and basic exercises I could do in my room. Simple stuff that didn't require equipment or expertise, just consistency and gradual improvement. To track my progress, I downloaded a fitness app that had been recommended by several friends. It monitored walking routes, counted steps, estimated calories burned, and provided encouragement through achievements and social features that let you compare progress with other users. The app was free and seemed well designed, with comprehensive tracking features that motivated me to walk further and exercise more regularly. Within a few weeks, I was genuinely enjoying the routine and feeling noticeably better both physically and mentally. But after using the app for about a month, I started noticing things that seemed odd about how it collected and used data. The location tracking was more detailed than seemed necessary for basic fitness monitoring. Instead of just recording walking routes and distances, the app was documenting exactly where I went, how long I spent in each location, and patterns in my daily movements that went well beyond exercise tracking. When I checked the app's privacy settings, I found that it was collecting information about my sleep patterns, heart rate variations, and even ambient sound levels during workouts. Much more comprehensive physiological monitoring than would be needed for simple step counting and distance measurement. The social features also seemed designed to gather personal information rather than just facilitate fitness motivation. The app encouraged users to share detailed profiles including photos, personal goals, daily schedules, and even information about where they lived and worked. Other users could see not just your exercise statistics, but comprehensive data about your location patterns, activity levels at different times, and personal information that would be valuable for anyone wanting to track or target specific individuals. I started paying closer attention to the other users who appeared in my social feed and the types of interactions the app encouraged between fitness tracking community members. What I found was concerning. Many profiles seemed designed to gather information about other users rather than share genuine fitness experiences. accounts that ask detailed questions about people's routines, living situations, and daily activities while providing minimal information about their own circumstances. Some users specifically targeted people who lived alone, had predictable schedules, or shared information about feeling isolated or vulnerable. The fitness community was being used as a recruitment tool for identifying potential victims of various types of exploitation. When I tried to research the company behind the fitness app, I found minimal information about their business operations, data protection policies, or regulatory oversight of their health monitoring services. The app was free because users weren't the customers. They were the product being sold to buyers who wanted detailed information about people's daily routines, physical capabilities, and personal vulnerabilities. I realized that my fitness tracking data was probably being sold to criminals who specialized in targeting people based on their movement patterns, living situations, and physiological information. The comprehensive location tracking would be valuable for burglars who wanted to know when people were away from home. The health monitoring data could identify targets who were physically vulnerable or dealing with medical conditions that might affect their ability to resist attacks. Most disturbing was the possibility that the social features were being used to facilitate stalking and harassment by providing detailed information about users' daily routines and personal circumstances. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd been using the app for several months and had provided comprehensive data about my movements, health, and personal situation to people whose intentions were clearly not focused on fitness support. When I tried to delete my account and remove my data from the platform, I found that the app's privacy policies made it nearly impossible to completely eliminate information that had already been collected and potentially shared with third parties. The fitness tracking that I'd thought would help me become healthier had instead made me a target for people who specialized in exploiting detailed personal information for criminal purposes. But the most troubling realization was that fitness and health apps were probably being systematically used as surveillance tools to gather intelligence about vulnerable populations. People seeking to improve their health and well-being were unknowingly providing criminals with everything they needed to plan targeted attacks, burglaries, and other forms of exploitation. The data I'd voluntarily shared while trying to get fit was now part of databases that were used to facilitate serious crimes against people who had trusted technology companies to protect their personal information. I stopped using the app immediately, but the damage was already done. Months of location data, health information, and personal details were permanently part of systems that specialized in turning fitness motivation into opportunities for criminal exploitation. After I deleted the app, someone broke into my flat while I was at my regular Tuesday evening lecture, taking only items that matched exactly what I'd photographed and shared through the fitness community's achievement system. I probably shouldn't admit this, but I used to fix old family photographs for money, and some of the images people wanted restored were definitely not family pictures. I'd always been good with digital art software, not professionally trained or anything, just someone who'd grown up messing about with Photoshop and had developed a decent eye for color correction and image repair. My flatmate mentioned that her gran had boxes of old photographs that were fading or damaged, and wondered if there was anyone who could fix them digitally. I offered to have a go, partly because I was curious about the technical challenge and partly because I was perpetually skint and thought it might lead to some paid work. The results were better than I'd expected. I managed to restore color to faded wedding photos and repair tears in pictures that had genuine sentimental value. More importantly, my flatmate's family were delighted and willing to pay reasonable money for the service. Word spread quickly among families who had accumulated decades of photographs that were deteriorating in storage. Most people had precious memories slowly fading away in albums and shoeboxes, but professional restoration services were expensive and often had waiting lists of several months. I started advertising photo restoration through local classified ads and university notice boards, offering to repair damaged images for about half what commercial services charged. The work was satisfying and fitted well around my studies. I could work on images during evenings and weekends while building up useful digital art skills. Most clients were exactly what you'd expect. Older people wanting to preserve family memories, couples restoring wedding photographs, parents fixing damaged pictures of their children. Straightforward work that involved removing scratches, adjusting faded colors, and occasionally reconstructing small damaged areas using content from other parts of the image. But after a few months, I started receiving requests through more unusual channels. Instead of local recommendations or university advertising, people began contacting me through anonymous email addresses and online platforms that specialized in discrete services. These clients offered significantly higher payments for restoration work, often several times what I charge for normal family photographs. They explained that they had valuable historical images or sensitive personal photographs that required professional quality restoration but couldn't be handled through commercial services for privacy reasons. The first few assignments seemed legitimate enough. Historical photographs that appeared to be from private collections, possibly valuable enough to justify the premium prices and confidentiality requirements. The technical challenges were more complex than family snapshots, but the work itself was similar to what I'd been doing for other clients. However, I gradually began noticing things about these high-paying assignments that made me uncomfortable. Some photographs showed people in situations that didn't seem consistent with normal historical documentation or family photography, images that appeared to have been taken without the subject's knowledge, often in private locations where photography wouldn't normally be permitted. Other images contained content that seemed deliberately obscured or damaged in ways that suggested someone had tried to prevent the photographs from being useful as evidence or identification. Faces that had been scratched out, backgrounds that had been chemically treated to remove details, even physical damage that appeared to have been inflicted intentionally rather than through normal aging. When I asked clients about the context of these unusual images, they typically claimed the photographs were part of private collections or family archives that required discretion due to the prominence or sensitivity of the people depicted. But as I worked on more of these assignments, I started recognizing patterns that suggested the images weren't legitimate, historical photographs at all. Many showed recent locations and modern details that contradicted claims about their age and historical significance. Others contained evidence of digital manipulation that predated my restoration work, suggesting they'd been deliberately altered before being submitted for further modification. Most concerning were images that appeared to show people in distress or dangerous situations. Photographs that looked like they might have been taken during crimes or other illegal activities, with the restoration work focused on making faces and identifying details clearer rather than simply repairing age damage. I began to suspect that some clients were using my restoration services to enhance evidence of criminal activities or to prepare images for blackmail and extortion purposes. The technical skills I developed for repairing family photographs were being used to make incriminating or exploitative images more useful for people who specialized in harming others. But the money was substantial enough to cover most of my university expenses, and I convinced myself that I was just providing technical services without knowledge of how the restored images would eventually be used. When I tried to research some of the clients who had submitted unusual photographs, I found that most were using anonymous contact methods and temporary email addresses that made them impossible to trace or verify. The payment methods they used were also designed to maintain anonymity, involving cash transfers and prepaid cards that left no permanent records connecting them to the restoration work. Some clients had submitted multiple batches of photographs over time, suggesting they were involved in ongoing activities that regularly generated images requiring professional enhancement. The volume and consistency implied systematic operations rather than occasional private requests. I started paying closer attention to the specific types of restoration work being requested and the techniques that clients wanted me to use on their images. Many requests involved enhancing details that would be useful for identification or evidence purposes, making faces clearer, improving the visibility of text or documents in backgrounds, even adjusting lighting and contrast to reveal information that had been hidden in shadows or poor exposure. Other assignments involved removing or obscuring details that might complicate the use of images for illegal purposes, eliminating identifying marks from locations, removing evidence of dates or times when photographs had been taken, even altering backgrounds to make images appear to have been taken in different places. The restoration work was essentially image manipulation, designed to make photographs more useful for criminal activities, while removing details that might help law enforcement or victims identify when and where the images had been created. I was unknowingly providing professional quality technical support for operations that relied on photographic evidence to facilitate blackmail, exploitation, and other serious crimes. But extricating myself from these high-paying assignments wasn't straightforward. The clients who submitted unusual photographs often returned with additional work, suggesting they were satisfied with my technical skills and discretion. Some began requesting rush jobs with premium payments, emphasizing the time-sensitive nature of their requirements and the importance of maintaining absolute confidentiality about the restoration work. When I tried to decline certain assignments or reduce my availability for this type of work, several clients expressed disappointment and offered substantially higher payments to ensure my continued services. The pressure to maintain my involvement felt excessive for people who were supposedly just seeking technical assistance with private photograph collections. I tried to research whether other photo restoration services had experienced similar requests for unusual or potentially illegal image enhancement work. What I found was that criminal organizations regularly used legitimate photo editing services to prepare images for various illegal purposes, often targeting freelance operators who worked independently and maintained less rigorous oversight of client requirements. The technical skills required for photo restoration were identical to those needed for sophisticated image manipulation and evidence tampering, making it easy for criminals to obtain professional quality services through seemingly innocent channels. I realized that my restoration business had probably been targeted specifically because I operated independently, charged reasonable rates, and had demonstrated both technical competence and willingness to work with anonymous clients who paid well for discretionary services. But understanding the criminal nature of some assignments didn't immediately resolve my situation. I'd already completed restoration work on dozens of images that might have been used to facilitate serious crimes against innocent people. Even if I'd been unaware of how the enhanced photographs would be used, my technical expertise had contributed to making harmful activities more effective and harder to detect or prosecute. The clients who had submitted criminal photographs also had detailed knowledge of my personal circumstances, payment methods, and technical capabilities, information that could be used to ensure my continued cooperation, or to implicate me in their illegal activities if I tried to withdraw my services. When I attempted to stop accepting assignments that seemed potentially criminal, I discovered that determining which photographs were legitimate and which were connected to illegal activities was often impossible based solely on image content. Many criminal photographs appeared innocuous without context, while some legitimate historical images contained disturbing content that reflected the circumstances of their original creation, rather than contemporary illegal activities. The ambiguity made it difficult to establish clear boundaries around acceptable work without potentially losing all the high-paying assignments that had been covering my university expenses. Meanwhile, new clients continued to contact me with requests for restoration work, often specifically mentioning my reputation for quality results and discretion with sensitive historical materials. The referral pattern suggested that my services were being recommended within communities that specialized in activities requiring professional image enhancement for illegal purposes. I was probably being systematically recruited by criminal organizations that needed reliable technical support for operations involving photographic evidence, blackmail materials, and other image-based crimes. The photo restoration skills I developed for preserving family memories had instead made me a valuable asset for people who specialized in exploiting and harming others through sophisticated manipulation of visual evidence. But the most disturbing realization was that legitimate photo restoration services were probably being infiltrated by similar criminal recruitment efforts, making it difficult for anyone offering technical services to distinguish between innocent preservation requests and systematic exploitation of their skills. People seeking to earn money through freelance photo editing were being systematically targeted and gradually drawn into providing technical support for serious crimes while believing they were just helping clients preserve valuable images. 3 weeks after I'd stopped accepting new restoration assignments, someone left an envelope under my door containing printed copies of several photographs I'd restored, along with newspaper clippings about crimes where the enhanced images had apparently been used as evidence or blackmail materials. I thought I was joining a community where people shared surplus vegetables from their gardens, but the harvesting schedules they sent me didn't match any growing season I'd ever heard of. Gardening runs in my family, though I'd never had much opportunity to try it myself. Where I grew up in Birmingham, we had a terrace with a tiny back garden, which meant our attempts at growing anything were limited to a few herbs in pots and maybe some tomatoes, if we were lucky. But my gran had always kept an allotment and talked endlessly about the satisfaction of growing your own food. When I moved to Leeds for university and ended up in a shared house with a proper back garden, I finally had the chance to try growing vegetables. Nothing ambitious, just basic stuff that would be useful for cooking and might help reduce my food bills. The problem was that I had no idea what I was doing. Despite my grand stories, I'd never actually learned the practical side of gardening. I knew plants needed water and soil, but beyond that, I was completely clueless about timing, spacing, fertilizing, or any of the details that separate successful gardeners from people who kill everything they touch. That's when I discovered online gardening communities where experienced growers shared advice with beginners and helped each other solve problems with pests, diseases, and failed crops. I found a platform called GrowShare that specialized in connecting people who wanted to learn gardening with experienced growers who were willing to mentor newcomers. The concept was simple. Beginners could access detailed growing guides and personalized advice, while experienced gardeners could share their knowledge and sometimes exchange surplus produce with people in their local area. The community seemed perfect for someone in my situation. Detailed planting calendars, troubleshooting guides for common problems, and a mentorship system that matched new gardeners with experienced growers who could provide ongoing support throughout the growing season. I was paired with a mentor called Tom, who claimed to have been growing vegetables for over 20 years and specialized in helping university students establish productive gardens in small urban spaces. His profile showed impressive photographs of abundant harvests and detailed knowledge of growing techniques suited to the Yorkshire climate. Tom's advice was comprehensive and specific. He provided detailed schedules for when to plant different crops, what varieties would work best in my garden conditions, and step-by-step instructions for preparing soil and caring for plants throughout their growing cycles. But some of his recommendations seemed unusual for someone supposedly focused on helping beginners grow food for personal consumption. Tom encouraged me to plant much larger quantities of certain vegetables than I could possibly use, even accounting for sharing with flatmates or preserving surplus harvest. When I mentioned that the recommended plantings seemed excessive for household consumption, he explained that successful gardening required planning for crop failures and that surplus produce could always be shared with other community members. He also recommended specific varieties that were described as particularly vigorous or high-yielding, but when I researched them through normal gardening sources, I found limited information and no obvious advantages over standard varieties available through mainstream suppliers. Most concerning were Tom's detailed questions about my garden's privacy, security, and accessibility. He wanted to know whether neighbors could see into the growing area, if there were any security cameras nearby, and how easily someone could access the garden without being observed. When I asked why these security considerations were relevant to growing vegetables, Tom explained that valuable crops sometimes attracted theft and that successful gardeners needed to protect their investments from people who might help themselves to produce they hadn't worked to grow. As the growing season progressed, Tom's advice became increasingly focused on cultivation techniques that seemed designed for commercial rather than domestic production. Instructions for maximizing yields through intensive planting and aggressive fertilization that would produce much more food than any household could reasonably consume. Recommendations for varieties that required specialized harvesting and processing methods not typically used for vegetables intended for immediate consumption. Tom also began providing detailed schedules for harvesting that didn't correspond to normal ripening patterns for the crops I was growing. Some vegetables were supposed to be harvested while still clearly unripe, while others were left much longer than would be normal for food production. When I questioned these unusual harvesting instructions, Tom emphasized the importance of following experienced guidance rather than relying on general information that might not be suitable for the specific varieties and growing conditions he'd recommended. But the harvesting schedules he provided seemed designed to optimize the production of materials other than food. Timing that would maximize certain chemical compounds in plants rather than their nutritional value or taste. I started researching the specific varieties Tom had recommended and found that several had properties that made them useful for purposes other than cooking. Some contained higher levels of compounds that could be extracted and processed for pharmaceutical or industrial uses. Others had characteristics that made them valuable for producing substances that weren't related to nutrition at all. I realized that Tom wasn't helping me learn to grow food. He was using my garden space and labor to cultivate crops that could be processed into materials for illegal drug production or other criminal activities. The detailed security questions weren't about protecting vegetables from theft. They were about assessing whether my garden could be used for an illegal cultivation without attracting attention from neighbors or law enforcement. The excessive planting quantities and specialized varieties were designed to produce raw materials that would be harvested and processed by people with expertise in extracting valuable compounds from plants that appeared to be normal vegetables. I was unknowingly providing agricultural services for a drug production operation, while thinking I was learning to grow food for personal consumption. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd already planted and tended crops according to Tom's detailed instructions. If law enforcement discovered the specialized varieties growing in my garden, I would appear to be deliberately cultivating plants for illegal drug production. When I tried to contact Tom to express concerns about the unusual growing recommendations, I found that his profile had been deleted and the contact information I'd been using was no longer active. The mentorship program had disappeared, leaving me with a garden full of suspicious plants and no way to verify their intended purpose or prove that I'd been deceived about their nature. I attempted to research the other mentors and participants in the GrowShare community, hoping to understand whether other people had experienced similar recruitment for unwitting agricultural support of illegal operations. What I found was that the platform had been used to identify people with suitable growing space who could be manipulated into cultivating illegal crops while believing they were learning legitimate gardening skills. The community specifically targeted university students and other young people who had access to private garden space but lacked experience to recognize unusual cultivation requirements or question guidance from supposed experts. The detailed growing instructions and specialized varieties were designed to produce maximum yields of materials that could be processed into illegal drugs, with the cultivation distributed across multiple small gardens to avoid the concentrated activity that might attract law enforcement attention. I was part of a systematic operation that used gardening education as cover for recruiting unwitting accomplices in illegal drug production, with each participant responsible for a small portion of the overall cultivation while remaining unaware of the criminal purpose. The agricultural skills I'd wanted to learn as a way to save money and connect with family traditions had instead made me an accessory to serious drug-related crimes. But extracting myself from the situation wasn't straightforward. The suspicious plants were already established in my garden, and removing them suddenly might create more problems than leaving them to complete their growing cycle. If neighbors or landlords noticed unusual activity in the garden, or if law enforcement became interested in the property for any reason, the specialized crops would be difficult to explain as innocent gardening mistakes. Meanwhile, the GrowShare platform continued operating under different names and with modified approaches, continuing to recruit new gardeners who would unknowingly provide agricultural support for illegal operations. People seeking to learn sustainable food production were being systematically exploited by criminals who understood that gardening communities provided perfect cover for distributing illegal cultivation across multiple locations. The legitimate educational content and community support made it nearly impossible for participants to recognize that they were being recruited for criminal activities rather than receiving genuine gardening instruction. I never harvested the crops that Tom had recommended, instead allowing them to die back naturally while trying to establish normal vegetables in other areas of the garden. But I remain concerned about the possibility that law enforcement might eventually investigate the drug production operation and discover evidence of the specialized cultivation that had taken place in gardens across Leeds and other university cities. 3 months after the growing season ended, someone broke into the garden during the night and carefully excavated specific areas where Tom's recommended plants had been growing, removing not just any remaining plant material, but several inches of soil that might have contained residual traces of what had been cultivated there. flatmate's package got delivered to our address by mistake, and when I looked up the return label online, I found myself somewhere I definitely shouldn't have been. The box was sitting by our front door when I got back from lectures, addressed to someone called Marcus Webb at our flat number, but with a completely different street name. Obviously, a delivery error. Happens all the time in student areas where drivers are dealing with confusing addresses and residents who change every year. I brought it inside thinking I'd drop it round to the correct address later, but curiosity got the better of me, and I had a closer look at the sender details. The return address was just a P.O. box number, no company name or individual sender listed. The package itself was surprisingly heavy for its size, maybe the weight of a thick textbook, but in a box that looked like it should contain something much lighter. Since I didn't recognize the name and the correct street was about 10 minutes walk away, I decided to do a quick online search to see if I could find any contact information. Maybe save myself a trip if I could just phone the intended recipient and arrange for them to collect it. That's where things got odd. A basic Google search turned up nothing useful, too common a name to get specific results. But the P.O. Box return address led me down a different path entirely. When I searched for that specific box number, most results were dead ends or generic postal service information. But buried several pages deep was a reference that caught my attention. A discussion thread about package delivery services that mentioned the same P.O. box in connection with something called discrete shipping arrangements. The thread was on a site I'd never heard of, and the discussion was vague enough that I almost dismissed it. But there were enough specific details about shipping methods and package tracking to make me think this might be connected to whatever was in the box sitting on my kitchen table. Following links from that discussion led me to other sites, each slightly more obscure than the last. Most required specific addresses to access, and I found myself navigating through increasingly hidden corners of the internet just to understand what sort of business might be using that P.O. box. Eventually, I ended up on a site that required me to confirm I was over 18 and agreed to terms about viewing potentially disturbing content. At that point, I should have backed out, but I was genuinely curious about what I'd stumbled across and what connection it might have to the misdelivered package. The site turned out to be a marketplace for items that couldn't be sold through normal channels. Not necessarily illegal goods, but things that mainstream e-commerce platforms wouldn't handle due to policy restrictions or liability concerns. Most listings were for collectibles, vintage items, or specialty products that were difficult to find elsewhere. But mixed in with apparently legitimate unusual items were listings that made me deeply uncomfortable. Some sellers were offering what they described as personal effects from deceased individuals, not normal estate sale items, but things like clothing, jewelry, and documents that seemed too intimate and recent to be legitimate estate clearances. Others were selling what appeared to be surveillance equipment disguised as everyday objects, or items that could be used for stalking and monitoring people without their knowledge. Most disturbing were listings for what were called verification services, sellers offering to provide detailed personal information about specific individuals, including photographs, addresses, daily routines, and other data that could only have been obtained through systematic surveillance. I realized I'd found a marketplace that specialized in facilitating stalking, harassment, and potentially much worse crimes against innocent people. But I still had no idea what connection this had to the package sitting on my kitchen table, or whether the intended recipient was a buyer, seller, or victim in whatever transactions were taking place through this hidden marketplace. When I searched for the name within the marketplace, I found that users could create accounts and transaction histories, though most details were protected by the site's privacy systems. But there were enough public references to suggest that someone using that identity had been active on the platform recently. Without being able to access specific account information, I couldn't tell whether this person was purchasing items through the marketplace or somehow connected to the surveillance and personal information trading that seemed to be the site's primary business. But the fact that packages from this operation were being delivered to addresses in my area suggested that either the recipient lived nearby and was involved in these activities, or someone was using local addresses to receive materials connected to stalking and harassment operations. The weight and size of the package made more sense now. It could contain surveillance equipment, personal documents, or other materials that would be valuable for someone planning to monitor or harm specific individuals. I was holding evidence of serious criminal activity delivered to my address by mistake, with no clear way to report it without revealing that I'd been browsing illegal marketplaces and potentially compromising ongoing investigations. But leaving the package undelivered seemed equally problematic. If the intended recipient was expecting delivery of materials they planned to use for stalking or harassing someone, failing to receive them might prompt investigation into what had happened to their order. That investigation could lead back to my address and make me a target for someone who clearly had experience with surveillance and intimidation tactics. I decided to research the specific street address where the package was supposed to be delivered, hoping to understand more about the intended recipient and whether delivering it would be putting someone in danger. The address turned out to be a block of flats similar to student accommodation, with high turnover and minimal security. Exactly the sort of place where someone could receive packages without attracting attention from neighbors or building management. But when I checked electoral records and other public databases, there was no record of anyone by that name living at the address currently or in recent years. Either they were using a false identity or having packages delivered to an address where they didn't officially reside to avoid creating traceable connections to their activities. The package delivery was part of a system designed to maintain anonymity for people involved in illegal surveillance and harassment operations. I was caught between potentially facilitating serious crimes by delivering the package and potentially becoming a target myself by interfering with criminal operations that relied on reliable delivery systems. Meanwhile, someone was probably expecting delivery of materials they planned to use for stalking or harming innocent people, and the longer they remained undelivered, the more likely they were to investigate what had gone wrong with their order. That investigation would eventually lead them to my address and make me a person of interest for people who specialized in surveillance and intimidation. I considered contacting police about the package, but explaining how I discovered the connection to illegal marketplaces would require admitting that I'd been browsing hidden websites and potentially accessing illegal content. Without concrete evidence of specific crimes or identifiable victims, reporting the package might not result in any meaningful investigation, while potentially exposing me to retaliation from the criminal network I'd discovered. The marketplace was probably still operating, facilitating surveillance and harassment operations against victims who had no idea they were being systematically monitored and assessed as targets. The delivery error that had brought the package to my address had given me a glimpse into criminal operations that were almost certainly affecting people in my local area. But I had no safe way to report what I'd discovered or protect potential victims. I never delivered the package. Instead, I left it unopened in a storage cupboard, hoping the recipient would assume it had been lost in transit and arrange alternative delivery methods that wouldn't involve my address. But I remained concerned about the possibility that the failed delivery would prompt investigation into what had happened to the package and why it hadn't reached its intended destination. The criminal marketplace I discovered was probably continuing to operate, facilitating surveillance and harassment operations while maintaining the anonymity that allowed people to target victims without accountability. Weeks later, I came home to find that someone had broken into my flat while I was at university, but nothing had been stolen, and there was no obvious damage except for the storage cupboard, which had been forced open and thoroughly searched. I started writing book reviews online for a few extra pounds, but the publisher who hired me was more interested in my reading habits than my writing skills. Reading has always been my escape from everything else. Books were the one constant in our household where money was tight and family drama never seemed to end. While everything around me felt unpredictable, I could always rely on a good story to transport me somewhere calmer and more interesting. By the time I got to university in Cardiff, I was reading at least a book a week and had developed strong opinions about what made good writing. My English literature course encouraged critical thinking about texts, and I found myself naturally gravitating toward writing detailed analyses of what I read, not just whether I enjoyed something, but why it worked or didn't work, how authors constructed their narratives, what made certain books memorable while others were immediately forgettable. When I discovered that people actually got paid to write book reviews, it seemed like perfect part-time work. I was already reading constantly and forming detailed opinions about everything I encountered. Getting paid to turn those thoughts into published reviews would be like earning money for something I was doing anyway. I found several platforms that connected freelance reviewers with publishers and authors who needed honest assessments of their work. Most paid modest amounts, usually between £10 and £20 per review. But the work was flexible, and I genuinely enjoyed reading books I might not have discovered otherwise. One publisher, Meridian Press, offered significantly better rates than the others. They specialized in what they called contemporary psychological fiction and were looking for reviewers who could provide detailed analysis of character development, narrative structure, and thematic content. Their application process was more thorough than other review platforms. Beyond basic writing samples, they wanted detailed information about my reading preferences, educational background, and even personal circumstances that might influence my interpretation of different types of content. They explained that understanding reviewers' perspectives and potential biases was crucial for matching them with appropriate books and ensuring that reviews would be genuinely useful for their editorial decision-making process. Within a week, I was accepted and assigned my first book, a psychological thriller about a university student who becomes obsessed with documenting the private lives of people around her. The novel was well written and engaging, exactly the sort of contemporary fiction I enjoyed reading. My review was detailed and thoughtful, analyzing the author's exploration of surveillance culture and the psychology of obsession. Meridian Press seemed pleased with my work and quickly assigned me additional books to review. But after completing several reviews, I started noticing unusual patterns in the books I was being sent. All featured protagonists who were isolated young adults dealing with various forms of psychological pressure, university students struggling with academic stress, recent graduates facing uncertain career prospects, people in their early 20s who felt disconnected from family and traditional support systems. The scenarios were remarkably similar to my own circumstances, as if the books had been specifically selected because they would resonate with my personal experiences and psychological vulnerabilities. More concerning was that many of the novels included detailed descriptions of manipulative techniques and psychological exploitation methods. Characters who were gradually drawn into harmful situations through carefully orchestrated emotional manipulation and social isolation. The books weren't just entertainment, They were instruction manuals for identifying and exploiting psychological weaknesses in vulnerable young people. When I mentioned these thematic similarities to my contact at Meridian Press, they explained that focusing on specific psychological themes helped them develop expertise in particular niches of contemporary fiction. Understanding how different authors approach similar subjects would help them identify promising manuscripts and provide better editorial guidance. But the explanations didn't address why all the books seemed designed to normalize manipulation and exploitation, or why the detailed review process required such extensive personal information about reviewers' circumstances and vulnerabilities. I started paying closer attention to the review requirements and the types of analysis that Meridian Press requested for each book. They wanted detailed assessments of how realistic the manipulation techniques appeared, whether the psychological pressure tactics would be effective against different personality types, and how readers might respond to characters who gradually succumb to various forms of coercion and control. The reviews weren't evaluating literary merit. They were providing professional assessment of psychological manipulation methods disguised as educational content. I realized that Meridian Press wasn't a legitimate publisher at all. They were using the book review process to identify people with detailed knowledge of psychological manipulation, while simultaneously assessing reviewers' own vulnerabilities and susceptibility to various forms of influence. The personal information collected during the application process, combined with detailed analysis of how reviewers responded to manipulative scenarios in fiction, provided comprehensive psychological profiles that could be used to target specific individuals for exploitation. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd already provided extensive analysis of manipulation techniques and detailed information about my own psychological responses to various forms of pressure and coercion. The reviews I'd written contained everything someone would need to understand my psychological vulnerabilities and develop strategies for manipulating me into participating in activities I wouldn't normally consider. When I tried to stop accepting assignments from Meridian Press, my contact expressed disappointment about my reduced availability and offered premium rates for continuing to work on their most important projects. They emphasized that my analytical skills and psychological insights made me particularly valuable for their editorial development process, and suggested that discontinuing our working relationship would be a missed opportunity for both professional development and financial benefit. The pressure to continue felt excessive for what should have been straightforward freelance work. It seemed more like concern about losing access to someone who had provided useful intelligence about psychological manipulation methods. I attempted to research Meridian Press more thoroughly and found that while they maintained a professional website and claimed to publish contemporary fiction, there was no evidence of actual book publication or distribution through normal literary channels. The review platform was a front for gathering detailed psychological assessments from people who could analyze manipulation techniques while unknowingly providing information about their own vulnerabilities to exploitation. People seeking legitimate freelance work were being systematically recruited to provide professional quality analysis of psychological manipulation methods, while revealing their own susceptibility to various forms of coercion and control. The detailed personal information and psychological profiles collected through the review process would be valuable for criminals who specialized in targeting isolated young people for fraud, exploitation, or recruitment into illegal activities. But reporting what I'd discovered would require admitting that I'd been providing detailed analysis of manipulation techniques, potentially making me appear complicit in developing methods for exploiting vulnerable people. The psychological profiles they'd built through my review work would also make it easy for them to predict how I might respond to different types of pressure or threats if I created problems for their operation. Meanwhile, the recruitment process was probably continuing with new reviewers who were attracted by the promise of paid work analyzing contemporary fiction, while unknowingly contributing to the development of systematic exploitation techniques. The book review work I'd thought would be a pleasant way to earn money while engaging with literature had instead made me an unwitting consultant for operations that specialized in identifying and manipulating vulnerable young people. But the most disturbing realization was that the manipulation techniques I'd been analyzing in fictional contexts were probably being tested and refined in real-world applications against people who had been identified through similar recruitment processes. The detailed psychological assessments collected through fake review platforms were being used to facilitate actual exploitation of people who trusted educational and literary organizations to provide legitimate opportunities rather than systematic recruitment for criminal activities. I never completed another review for Meridian Press or any similar platform, but I remain concerned about how the psychological profiles and manipulation analysis I'd provided might eventually be used against me or other people who had been identified as suitable targets. After I'd stopped all contact with Meridian Press, I received a package containing several books I'd never ordered, along with a note explaining that they were advanced copies of novels that had been selected specifically for my reading preferences and psychological profile, with an invitation to provide detailed analysis of the manipulation techniques described in each story. I found a website where people traded unusual cooking recipes, but some of the ingredients they were discussing definitely weren't meant for food. Cooking has always been my way of dealing with stress. Growing up in a chaotic household where money was tight and meal times were unpredictable, I learned early that being able to make something good from basic ingredients was both practical and therapeutic. When everything else felt out of control, I could at least create something nourishing and satisfying in the kitchen. That skill became even more valuable when I moved to Manchester for university. While my flatmates survived on takeaways and ready meals, I enjoyed experimenting with recipes that could transform cheap ingredients into proper meals. It was economical and relaxing. Plus, it gave me something to focus on, besides the stress of assignments and money worries. I started looking online for recipe ideas that would work with student budgets and limited kitchen equipment. Most cooking websites were aimed at people with more money and space than university accommodation provided, but I eventually found communities dedicated to creative cooking with minimal resources. These communities were exactly what I'd been looking for. People sharing techniques for making interesting meals from supermarket basics, tips for stretching expensive ingredients, and recipes that could be adapted based on what was available and affordable. I contributed some of my own discoveries and gradually became part of regular discussions about cooking techniques, ingredient substitutions, and creative approaches to meal planning on tight budgets. But after participating in these communities for a few months, I started noticing conversations that seemed to go beyond normal cooking advice. Some members discussed ingredients that I couldn't identify, using terminology that didn't match anything in cookbooks or standard culinary references. When I asked about these unfamiliar items, other members would explain that they were specialized ingredients available through particular suppliers who catered to experimental cooks. The descriptions of these specialty ingredients were vague and often contradictory. Some were described as enhancing flavors in ways that seemed impossible, while others were supposed to have effects on people who consumed them that sounded more medicinal than culinary. I started paying closer attention to the recipe discussions and noticed that some members seemed to be sharing information about much more than just cooking techniques. Recipes that included detailed instructions about timing, dosages, and effects, that would be experienced by people who ate the prepared dishes. Discussions about how to mask unusual tastes or textures so that diners wouldn't notice they were consuming something other than normal food. Most concerning were conversations about sourcing ingredients that couldn't be obtained through normal suppliers. Members shared information about vendors who operated through hidden websites and specialized in providing materials that weren't available through standard cooking channels. When I tried to research some of the ingredients being discussed, I found that many had no connection to legitimate culinary uses. Some were industrial chemicals, others were substances with pharmaceutical properties, and a few were materials that appeared to be completely toxic if consumed. I realized that the cooking community had been infiltrated by people who were using recipe sharing as a cover for discussing how to poison or drug others without detection. The detailed discussions about preparation methods, timing, and effects weren't about cooking at all. They were instructions for administering harmful substances to unsuspecting victims through food and drink. But the legitimate cooking discussions continued alongside these more sinister exchanges, making it difficult to distinguish between genuine recipe sharing and systematic planning of harm against innocent people. Some members seemed genuinely unaware that they were participating in a community that facilitated poisoning and drugging. They continued sharing normal recipes and cooking advice while unknowingly providing cover for criminal activities. Others were clearly aware of the dual purpose of the community and used coded language to discuss harmful activities while maintaining plausible deniability about their intentions. When I tried to report my concerns to the website administrators, I found that there were no obvious contact methods or oversight mechanisms for addressing problematic content. The community operated through platforms that prioritized anonymity and unrestricted sharing, making it nearly impossible to identify the people responsible for criminal discussions or hold them accountable for facilitating harm. I attempted to research whether law enforcement was aware of communities that used cooking discussions to share information about poisoning and drugging methods. What I found was that food-related crimes were difficult to detect and prosecute because they often appeared to be accidents or natural illnesses rather than deliberate attacks. Victims rarely suspected that their symptoms had been caused by consuming contaminated food, especially when prepared by people they trusted. The cooking communities provided perfect cover for sharing harmful techniques because the discussions appeared innocuous to casual observers and were mixed with legitimate culinary content that made suspicious activities harder to identify. People seeking normal cooking advice were unknowingly providing cover for criminal networks that specialized in food-based attacks against victims who would never suspect that their illnesses had been deliberately caused. But understanding the true nature of these communities didn't immediately resolve my situation. I'd been participating in discussions that included both legitimate cooking advice and criminal instruction sharing, potentially making me appear complicit in facilitating harmful activities. The detailed information I'd shared about my cooking habits, ingredient preferences, and kitchen setup could be used to assess my potential value as someone who could prepare harmful substances without attracting suspicion. When I tried to withdraw from the communities entirely, several members contacted me expressing disappointment about my reduced participation and offering to share more specialized recipes that weren't discussed in public channels. These private communications included invitations to join exclusive groups that focused on what they called advanced cooking techniques for people who were serious about experimental cuisine. The descriptions of these advanced techniques made it clear that they involved preparing substances intended to harm or incapacitate people who consumed them, with detailed instructions about avoiding detection and managing the effects. I was being recruited to participate directly in criminal activities that would make me responsible for poisoning innocent victims who trusted me to prepare safe food for them. But declining these invitations might not be sufficient to avoid continued recruitment pressure or retaliation from people who considered me a potential security risk because of what I'd learned about their activities. The cooking skills that I developed as a way to manage stress and create something positive had instead made me a target for people who specialized in using food as a weapon against unsuspecting victims. Meanwhile, the recipe-sharing communities continued operating and growing, attracting new members who were seeking normal cooking advice but unknowingly joining platforms that facilitated systematic poisoning and drugging operations. People who just wanted to learn how to cook better meals were being gradually exposed to criminal techniques and assessed for their potential willingness to participate in food-based attacks against others. The legitimate cooking discussions provided perfect cover for recruiting accomplices who would have access to kitchens, ingredient suppliers, and trusted relationships with potential victims who would never suspect that their meals had been deliberately contaminated. I stopped participating in all online cooking communities and avoided sharing recipes or cooking advice through any digital platforms. But the knowledge I'd gained about how these communities operated made it impossible to trust any online food-related discussions. Every recipe-sharing website, cooking community, and culinary advice platform potentially contained people who were using legitimate cooking interests as cover for planning attacks against innocent victims. The most disturbing realization was that this recruitment method was probably being used to target people in other communities as well. Any hobby or interest that involved preparing things for others to consume could be infiltrated by criminals looking for unwitting accomplices. Homebrewing communities, baking groups, even gardening discussions about growing herbs and vegetables might contain people who were sharing information about producing harmful substances while appearing to pursue innocent hobbies. After I'd stopped all participation in cooking communities, I received a package containing several unmarked containers of powder, along with detailed recipes for incorporating the substances into common baked goods and instructions for observing and documenting the effects on people who consumed the prepared items. The job advert was buried deep in the freelance section of a university careers website. £15 an hour for translating simple documents from French to English, work from home, flexible hours. Perfect for someone like me who needed money but had a packed schedule at university. My French was decent enough from A-levels and a gap year in Lyon. Certainly good enough for basic translation work that wouldn't interfere with my history degree. I applied through a standard online form and got a response within hours. The company, Linguistic Solutions Ltd, specialized in document translation for small businesses and individual clients who needed quick, affordable service for routine paperwork and correspondence. My first assignment arrived by email the next day. A collection of what appeared to be personal letters and basic business documents. Nothing complex, just straightforward prose that required careful attention to meaning rather than any specialized vocabulary or technical knowledge. The letters seemed to be from various French speakers writing about everyday concerns, family matters, travel plans, work situations. Exactly the sort of material you'd expect from a translation service, handling personal correspondence for clients who didn't speak French themselves. But something about the content made me uncomfortable, though I couldn't initially pinpoint what was wrong. The letters contained unusually detailed information about people's daily routines, living situations, and personal relationships. More detail than you'd typically include in normal correspondence, as if the writers were deliberately documenting comprehensive information about specific individuals. One letter described a woman's weekly schedule with minute precision. Which days she worked late when she went shopping. Exactly what time she returned home each evening. Another provided detailed layouts of someone's house, including information about locks, alarm systems, and which rooms were typically occupied at different times. When I mentioned these concerns to my contact at Linguistic Solutions, they explained that the detailed nature of the correspondence reflected cultural differences in French letter-writing traditions. French speakers often included more comprehensive information about their circumstances than British writers might consider necessary. The explanation seemed reasonable, but I started paying closer attention to the specific types of information being documented in subsequent translation assignments. Many letters contained what appeared to be surveillance reports disguised as personal correspondence. Detailed observations about people's behaviors, habits, and vulnerabilities written in the casual style of letters between friends or family members. Others included technical information about security systems, building layouts, and access methods that would be valuable for planning break-ins or other criminal activities against the people being described. I realized that I wasn't translating legitimate personal correspondence at all. The letters were intelligence reports about potential victims, written in French to avoid easy detection by law enforcement, and translated into English for criminals who were planning targeted attacks. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd already translated dozens of documents that contained detailed information about innocent people who were being systematically surveilled and assessed as targets for serious crimes. The translation work I'd thought would provide simple part-time income had instead made me an accessory to what appeared to be organized stalking and criminal planning on a significant scale. When I tried to stop accepting assignments from Linguistic Solutions, my contact expressed disappointment about my reduced availability and offered premium rates for continuing to work on their most urgent projects. They emphasized that my translation skills and attention to detail made me particularly valuable for their specialized document processing, and suggested that maintaining consistent service was important for building long-term freelance relationships. The pressure to continue working felt excessive for routine translation services. It seemed more like concern about losing access to someone who had proven reliable for processing sensitive intelligence materials without asking awkward questions. I attempted to research Linguistic Solutions more thoroughly and found that while they maintained professional business registration and contact information, there was minimal verifiable information about their actual client base or the types of translation services they provided. Most legitimate translation companies had extensive portfolios of work, client testimonials, and clear specializations in particular industries or document types. Linguistic Solutions operated with much less transparency than would be expected for an established language services provider. More troubling was evidence that some of the individuals described in the documents I translated had subsequently experienced break-ins, stalking incidents, or other crimes that seemed to be based on detailed knowledge of their routines and vulnerabilities. The translation work wasn't supporting legitimate business communication. It was facilitating systematic criminal activity against people who had no idea they were being surveilled and assessed as targets. But proving the connection between my translation work and subsequent crimes would require admitting that I'd been processing what I now understood were criminal intelligence reports, potentially making me legally liable as an accessory to serious offenses. The detailed personal information about my own circumstances that I'd provided when applying for the translation work would also make it easy for the people behind Linguistic Solutions to monitor my activities or take action against me if they considered me a security risk. Meanwhile, the criminal intelligence operation was probably continuing with other translators who were unaware of the true nature of the documents they were processing, gradually building comprehensive profiles of potential victims across multiple regions and criminal specializations. People seeking legitimate freelance translation work were being systematically recruited to provide professional language services that facilitated serious crimes, while believing they were just helping with routine business correspondence. The French language skills I developed through education and travel had instead made me a valuable asset for criminals who needed to process surveillance intelligence without attracting the attention that would come from using obviously criminal terminology or communication methods. But the most disturbing realization was that this recruitment method was probably being used to target people with other language skills as well, creating a distributed translation network that could process criminal intelligence in multiple languages while maintaining plausible deniability about the content. Students and freelancers seeking part-time work were being systematically exploited to provide essential services for criminal operations that relied on detailed surveillance and intelligence gathering to identify and target vulnerable victims. I never completed another translation assignment, but I remained concerned about the possibility that the criminal organization would continue to monitor my activities or attempt to ensure my silence about what I discovered through their document processing operations. The comprehensive personal information they'd collected during the application process, combined with their demonstrated capabilities for surveillance and criminal planning, made it clear that they had both the motivation and resources to take action against anyone who posed a threat to their continued operations. 2 months after I'd stopped all contact with Linguistic Solutions, I received a handwritten letter in French containing detailed information about my current daily routine and living situation, along with a note explaining that maintaining discretion about translation work was important for protecting the privacy of all parties involved in confidential document processing. I've struggled with my weight since I was a teenager, trying every diet and exercise program that promised lasting results. Growing up in Norwich with a family that showed love through food, I learned early that eating was about much more than nutrition. By the time I started university in Cambridge, I was carrying enough extra weight to affect my confidence and health, but not enough to qualify for NHS support. The campus gym was intimidating and expensive. Most diet programs were designed for people with more money than students typically had, and the stress of studying often made my eating habits worse rather than better. I tried various online communities and apps, but most were either full of people selling supplements or so focused on extreme restrictions that they felt impossible to maintain. That's when I found a community called Wellness Transformation that claimed to offer personalized support for people who had struggled with traditional weight loss methods. Their approach emphasized gradual lifestyle changes rather than dramatic restrictions, with individual meal plans and regular check-ins with qualified nutrition advisors. The registration process was thorough, including detailed questionnaires about my medical history, current eating habits, exercise routine, and previous diet experiences. They also requested information about my living situation, daily schedule, and access to different types of food in my area. They explained that successful weight loss required understanding the complete context of someone's life, including social and environmental factors that might affect their ability to maintain healthy habits. The comprehensive assessment would allow them to create a program that was realistic and sustainable for my specific circumstances. Within a week, I received a personalized meal plan with detailed shopping lists, preparation instructions, and explanations of how each element contributed to healthy weight loss. The plan was more complex than I'd expected, including specific brands of ingredients, precise portion measurements, and timing requirements for meals and snacks. But the recommendations seemed well researched, and the advisor assigned to my case was knowledgeable about nutrition science and weight management. The plan avoided extreme restrictions and included foods I actually enjoyed, making it feel sustainable rather than punitive. I started following the meal plan carefully, tracking my progress through the community's app and participating in regular check-ins with my advisor. The initial results were encouraging: steady weight loss without the hunger and fatigue that had sabotaged previous diet attempts. But after a few weeks, I began experiencing symptoms that seemed unrelated to normal weight loss: persistent headaches, difficulty concentrating, and occasional dizziness that made it hard to focus during lectures. When I mentioned these issues to my advisor, they assured me that temporary discomfort was normal as my body adjusted to healthier eating patterns. They recommended specific supplements that were supposed to help with the transition period, explaining that many people experience similar symptoms when changing from processed foods to natural ingredients. The supplements were available through the community's website at reasonable prices. The symptoms persisted despite taking the recommended supplements, and I started feeling worse rather than better as I continued following the meal plan. The weight loss was continuing, but I was experiencing fatigue and mood changes that seemed excessive for someone who was supposedly becoming healthier. When I tried to research the specific ingredients and supplements recommended in my meal plan, I found limited information about some of the products. Several supplements contained compounds I couldn't identify, and some of the specialized food items were only available through suppliers connected to wellness transformation. I started paying closer attention to the other members of the community, looking for people who might be experiencing similar symptoms or had concerns about the meal plans they'd been given. What I found was troubling. Many community members reported experiencing health problems that seemed to worsen the longer they followed their personalized plans. Digestive issues, sleep problems, anxiety, and physical symptoms that were dismissed by advisors as normal parts of the weight loss process. More concerning was that members who questioned the safety of their meal plans or tried to modify the recommendations were often removed from the community entirely. The advisors claimed that deviation from prescribed plans would compromise results and that people who couldn't commit to following instructions weren't suitable for the program. I tried to research wellness transformation more thoroughly and found that while they claimed to employ qualified nutritionists and medical professionals, there was minimal verifiable information about their staff credentials or regulatory oversight of their programs. The supplements they recommended weren't approved by standard health authorities, and some contained ingredients that had been associated with adverse health effects in medical literature. The meal plan seemed designed to create nutritional deficiencies rather than promote genuine wellness. I realized I might be participating in some form of medical experiment or systematic poisoning disguised as a weight loss program. When I tried to contact other members directly to discuss our experiences, I found that the community's messaging system was heavily monitored and restricted. Members couldn't communicate privately, and discussions about health concerns or program modifications were quickly deleted or redirected. The isolation was deliberate, preventing participants from comparing experiences or recognizing patterns that might reveal the true purpose of the meal plans. I decided to stop following my meal plan and tried to withdraw from the program entirely. But the community's response was immediate and concerning. My advisor contacted me within hours, expressing worry about my decision and explaining that sudden dietary changes could be dangerous. After following their program for several weeks, they claimed that my body had adapted to their nutritional approach and that returning to previous eating habits without proper transition could cause serious health problems. They offered to modify my plan rather than discontinue it entirely, emphasizing the medical risks of abandoning their program abruptly. But they also began demonstrating knowledge about my daily routine and activities that they couldn't have obtained through the community's website. References to my university schedule, where I lived, even details about my family that I'd never shared during registration. Someone had been researching my background and monitoring my activities outside the weight loss program. I tried to research other people who had withdrawn from wellness transformation, looking for information about whether they'd experienced pressure to continue or health problems after stopping their meal plans. What I found was that most former participants seemed to have disappeared from any online discussion of weight loss or health topics. No reviews of the program, no discussions of their experiences, no presence in other diet and wellness communities. Either they'd been convinced to stay quiet about their experiences, or something had happened to prevent them from sharing information about what they'd discovered. I started documenting everything I could about the program, the specific ingredients in meal plans, the supplements being recommended, the health symptoms reported by participants, and the monitoring and pressure tactics used to maintain compliance. This investigation revealed that wellness transformation was probably conducting systematic experiments on people under the guise of weight loss support. The personalized meal plans were designed to test the effects of various compounds and nutritional deficiencies on human subjects who had unknowingly consented to participate in medical research. The detailed personal information collected during registration allowed them to select participants who were isolated, financially vulnerable, or dealing with health and self-esteem issues that made them unlikely to question adverse effects or seek external medical attention. But gathering evidence of the experimental program put me at risk of being identified as someone who was investigating their activities. The monitoring they demonstrated suggested they were tracking participants' online behavior and real-world activities. If they realized I was documenting their methods and health effects, they might decide I posed a security risk that needed to be managed through more direct intervention. Meanwhile, the symptoms I'd experienced while following their meal plan were getting worse rather than better, even after stopping their recommended diet. Some of the compounds I'd consumed might have long-term effects that would continue affecting my health regardless of dietary changes. I tried to get medical attention for the symptoms I'd been experiencing, but explaining the situation to doctors was complicated. Admitting that I'd been following an unregulated online diet plan made me appear careless about my health, and the symptoms were vague enough that they could be attributed to stress, poor sleep, or other common student health problems. Most medical professionals weren't familiar with wellness transformation or the specific supplements I'd been taking, making it difficult to get appropriate treatment for whatever physiological changes had been caused by their experimental meal plans. I was trapped between needing medical help for symptoms caused by participating in their program and being unable to prove the connection between my health problems and their experimental treatments. When I tried to contact regulatory authorities about wellness transformation's activities, I found that oversight of online nutrition programs was limited and unclear. They operated in legal grey areas that made it difficult to prosecute even obvious medical experiments conducted without proper consent or safety protocols. The community was still operating when I last checked, continuing to recruit new participants for their experimental meal plans while maintaining the appearance of a legitimate weight loss support service. My advisor was probably still conducting regular check-ins with new victims, monitoring their symptoms and adjusting their experimental treatments based on observed health effects. And somewhere in hidden databases, detailed records were being maintained about the physiological responses of hundreds of people who had unknowingly participated in medical experiments that violated every principle of informed consent and participant safety. The weight loss program I thought would help me become healthier had instead made me a test subject in systematic experiments that were designed to study the effects of various compounds on human physiology. But the most disturbing aspect was realizing how many other people were probably participating in similar programs without understanding the true nature of what they'd signed up for. Online communities promising health improvements, fitness programs, nutrition support, and medical guidance were probably being used as recruitment tools for experimental research that couldn't be conducted through legitimate medical institutions. People seeking help with legitimate health concerns were being systematically exploited by researchers who used their vulnerabilities and trust to conduct experiments that would be prohibited in any ethical medical setting. The symptoms I'd experienced were probably mild compared to what other participants might be enduring in programs designed to test more dangerous compounds or more extreme physiological interventions. 2 weeks after stopping contact with Wellness Transformation entirely, I received a package at my university address containing supplements I'd never ordered, along with a note explaining that my advisor was concerned about my health and wanted to ensure I had access to treatments that would help with the withdrawal symptoms I was probably experiencing. I'm not sure I should be telling anyone about this, but I need to get it off my chest. What started as a simple part-time cleaning job turned into something that still keeps me awake at night. I've always been the sort of person who needs structure and routine to feel settled. Growing up in a chaotic household in Blackpool, where my mum worked 3 different jobs and we moved house every couple of years, I learned early that keeping things organized was one of the few ways I could maintain some sense of control over my environment. That attention to detail served me well when I started university in Lancaster. While my course mates seemed comfortable living in messy shared houses and surviving on takeaways, I thrived on having clean spaces and predictable schedules. It wasn't obsessive behavior, just a preference for orderliness that helped me focus on studying and managing the stress of being away from home. During my second year, I started looking for part-time work that would fit around my lectures and provide enough income to cover living expenses without interfering with my academic performance. Most jobs available to students involved unpredictable hours in retail or hospitality, but I found a cleaning service that offered flexible scheduling and decent pay for people who could work independently. Elite Property Services specialized in maintaining high-end residential and commercial properties for clients who required discretion and reliability. They advertised positions for detail-oriented individuals who could handle sensitive environments and maintain strict confidentiality about client circumstances and property contents. The application process was thorough, including background checks, character references, and practical assessments of cleaning skills and attention to detail. They explained that their clients included business executives, celebrities, and other prominent people who needed staff they could trust completely with access to their private spaces. The training was comprehensive, covering not just cleaning techniques, but also protocols for working in occupied properties, handling valuable items, and maintaining appropriate boundaries with clients and their families. They emphasized that successful employees were those who could work efficiently while remaining essentially invisible. My first assignments were straightforward: weekly maintenance cleaning for unoccupied properties that were being prepared for sale or rental. Large houses in expensive areas around Lancashire, usually empty of personal belongings, but requiring thorough cleaning to maintain their presentation for potential buyers or tenants. The work was exactly what I'd hoped for: good pay, flexible hours, and the satisfaction of transforming neglected spaces into pristine environments. The properties were beautiful, and I enjoyed the challenge of bringing them back to showroom condition through careful attention to every detail. But after a few weeks, I started receiving assignments for occupied properties where the cleaning requirements were more complex and specific. These jobs involved maintaining homes where the residents had particular needs or circumstances that required specialized cleaning approaches. Some clients had health conditions that necessitated rigorous sanitization procedures. Others had valuable collections or sensitive materials that needed careful handling during cleaning. The instructions for these assignments were detailed and precise, often including specific protocols for different rooms, particular attention to certain areas, and strict schedules that had to be followed regardless of whether residents were present. What struck me as unusual was how much information Elite Property Services had about their clients' personal circumstances and daily routines. The cleaning schedules were coordinated with the residents' activities in ways that suggested comprehensive knowledge of their movements and habits. Instructions would specify that certain rooms could only be cleaned during particular time windows, when residents would definitely be absent, or that specific areas required attention immediately after certain activities had taken place. The level of detail suggested surveillance rather than normal client consultation. I also noticed that some assignments involved cleaning tasks that seemed unrelated to normal property maintenance. Deep sanitization of specific surfaces, disposal of materials using special protocols, even documentation of items and furniture that had been moved or altered since previous visits. When I asked my supervisor about these unusual requirements, she explained that Elite Property Services catered to clients with unique circumstances who required specialized attention to maintain their privacy and security. Some clients had medical conditions that created particular cleaning challenges, while others needed protection from various threats that necessitated careful attention to potential security compromises. The explanations seemed reasonable for a service that specialized in high-end properties and demanding clients, but I began paying closer attention to the specific details of assignments and the circumstances of the properties I was maintaining. Some houses showed signs of recent disturbance or damage that weren't explained in the cleaning instructions. Rooms that had obviously been cleaned hastily by someone else before I arrived, with missed areas that suggested urgent rather than thorough attention. Furniture and belongings that appeared to have been searched or rearranged by people looking for specific items. Other properties contained items that seemed inconsistent with normal residential use. Professional-grade security equipment, medical supplies that would typically be found in clinical settings, even tools and materials that appeared designed for restraining or monitoring people. Most concerning were traces of substances that required the specialized cleaning protocols I'd been trained to follow. Stains and residues that needed particular chemical treatments. Disposal procedures that involved specific containers and documentation. Cleaning tasks that seemed designed to remove evidence rather than maintain cleanliness. I started to suspect that Elite Property Services was cleaning crime scenes rather than providing normal property maintenance. The detailed knowledge they had about client movements and the timing requirements for cleaning assignments suggested they were coordinating with people who needed evidence removed from properties where illegal activities had taken place. But the money was excellent, often more than I could earn working retail for twice the hours, and the work itself wasn't dangerous or obviously illegal. I was just cleaning houses according to detailed instructions, using skills and techniques that seemed professionally appropriate for maintaining high-end properties. I tried to research Elite Property Services more thoroughly, looking for information about their business registration, client base, and regulatory compliance for specialized cleaning services. What I found was that while the company was officially registered and had proper business documentation, there was minimal information about their actual operations or the types of services they provided. For a company that claimed to serve prominent clients across the Northwest, their public profile was remarkably discreet. More troubling was evidence that some of the properties I'd been cleaning had connections to ongoing police investigations. Houses that had been searched by law enforcement, properties belonging to people who had been arrested or were under investigation for various crimes. The cleaning assignments weren't routine maintenance. They were systematic evidence removal from locations where illegal activities had taken place or were being planned. When I tried to discuss my concerns with other employees, I found that Elite Property Services discouraged communication between cleaners and maintained strict compartmentalization of information about client assignments. Most employees only worked on single properties or specific types of assignments, preventing anyone from recognizing patterns or understanding the full scope of the company's operations. The few people I managed to speak with seemed either unaware of the unusual aspects of their work or reluctant to discuss concerns about the company's clients and procedures. I decided to document the details of assignments and the evidence of unusual activities I had observed while cleaning various properties. This documentation revealed that Elite Property Services was systematically cleaning crime scenes and removing evidence from properties connected to serious illegal activities. The specialized protocols weren't for health or security reasons. They were for eliminating traces of violence, drug operations, and other criminal enterprises. The company had detailed knowledge of when crimes would be committed because they were part of the criminal organizations responsible for planning and executing illegal activities. The cleaning services were an integral part of operations that relied on systematic evidence removal to avoid law enforcement detection. But gathering evidence of the criminal operation put me at risk of being identified as someone who was investigating their activities rather than simply following cleaning instructions. The comprehensive background checks and surveillance capabilities they demonstrated suggested they monitored employees as carefully as they tracked their criminal clients. If they realized I was documenting their methods and connecting their cleaning assignments to criminal activities, they might decide I posed a security risk that needed to be managed through more direct intervention. Meanwhile, I was continuing to clean properties where serious crimes had been committed, potentially destroying evidence that could help law enforcement prosecute the people responsible for violence and other illegal activities. Every assignment meant further involvement in systematic obstruction of justice, making me an accessory to crimes I was only gradually beginning to understand. When I tried to reduce my availability and decline certain assignments, my supervisor expressed concern about my reduced commitment to the company and emphasized the importance of reliable service for their most sensitive clients. She offered premium payment rates for continuing to work on priority assignments and suggested that Elite Property Services valued employees who demonstrated complete dedication to client confidentiality and service quality. The pressure to continue working felt excessive for what should have been normal part-time employment. It seemed more like concern about losing control over someone who had access to evidence of systematic criminal activity. I realized that simply quitting Elite Property Services might not be sufficient to protect me from the consequences of what I'd learned about their operations. The detailed personal information they'd collected during employment screening would make it easy for them to monitor my activities and take action against me if they considered me a threat to their continued operations. But I also knew that reporting what I'd discovered would require admitting that I'd been systematically cleaning crime scenes and destroying evidence, potentially making me legally liable for obstruction of justice, even though I'd been unaware of the criminal nature of the work. The cleaning service I thought would provide simple part-time income had instead made me an unwitting accomplice to serious crimes against innocent victims. 2 days after I'd submitted my resignation, I came home to find my flat had been cleaned while I was at lectures, with the same specialized protocols I'd been trained to use at elite property services. I've never been particularly ambitious, which probably sounds like a character flaw, but has actually served me quite well. Growing up in Sunderland with parents who both worked in factories, I learned early that steady work and reliable income mattered more than chasing dreams that might never materialize. After finishing my history degree, I ended up doing delivery driving around the Northeast. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid reasonably well and offered flexibility. I'd worked for most of the major delivery companies, Amazon, DPD, Hermes, but the pay was pretty grim once you factored in fuel costs and vehicle maintenance. That's how I found Special Courier Services, a company that specialized in handling unusual or high-value deliveries that mainstream firms wouldn't touch. Their website advertised discreet delivery services for clients who needed guaranteed security and confidentiality for sensitive shipments. The application process was thorough. Beyond standard background checks, they wanted detailed references and specific questions about my availability for urgent or out-of-hours deliveries. They explained that clients often had time-sensitive requirements that couldn't wait for normal business hours. The pay reflected these demands, often double what mainstream companies offered. My first assignment was delivering legal documents between solicitor offices. The pickup and delivery procedures were elaborate. Specific identification requirements, signed receipts with detailed timestamps, even photographs of packages being handed over. But the money was excellent and the work was straightforward. After a few weeks, I started receiving different types of assignments. Some clients wanted items collected from residential addresses. Others required deliveries at specific times to people waiting at predetermined locations rather than fixed addresses. These assignments paid even better, often several £100s for apparently simple tasks. But I began noticing inconsistencies. Some packages were clearly much heavier than documents would be, despite similar packaging. Others had unusual shapes that suggested they contained items other than paperwork. When I asked about contents, my coordinator explained that clients often used document-style packaging for small valuable items to avoid attracting attention during transport. Some collection addresses were residential properties that didn't seem consistent with the professional client base Special Courier claimed to serve. Delivery locations were designed to avoid permanent records. Car park meetings, motorway service stations, deliveries to people waiting at specific coordinates rather than addresses. The clients receiving deliveries often seemed nervous, checking that no one was observing handovers and sometimes aborting deliveries if they noticed anything suspicious. I started suspecting that packages contain items clients couldn't send through legitimate services. I researched Special Courier Services and found troubling gaps. While officially registered, there was almost no information about their actual operations. Some collection addresses had connections to businesses investigated for fraud and illegal trading. Many packages seemed part of larger operations involving multiple drivers and complex logistics. I would sometimes arrive at collection points to find other Special Courier drivers picking up similar packages, all destined for different locations, but clearly part of a coordinated distribution systems. The scale suggested systematic distribution of materials requiring careful coordination to avoid law enforcement detection. I was probably transporting illegal goods, drugs, stolen items, counterfeit products, but proving this would require opening packages, violating confidentiality agreements and risking serious legal consequences if contents were legitimate but sensitive. Meanwhile, assignments became more frequent and urgent. Clients requested immediate pickups with premium payments for same-day service. Some involved longer distances and complex multi-stop deliveries requiring overnight trips. The payments were substantial but meant deeper involvement in whatever system I was supporting. I started documenting assignment details, addresses, package descriptions, suspicious client behavior. This revealed the operation's scale. Hundreds of packages moved between dozens of locations across multiple regions, with careful coordination ensuring deliveries completed according to specific schedules and security protocols. The operation involved multiple courier companies and independent drivers, handling different segments of distribution chains that moved materials without creating traceable connections. I was part of a systematic criminal enterprise distributing illegal goods while minimizing detection risks. But understanding this didn't resolve my situation. I transported hundreds of potentially illegal packages. Even unaware of the operation's criminal nature, my involvement could be presented as evidence of knowing participation. The people running it had detailed information about my circumstances and willingness to handle questionable assignments without questions. When I started declining assignments, the coordinator contacted me directly, offering higher payment rates and emphasizing that reliable drivers were valuable assets the company was committed to retaining. The pressure felt excessive for a normal commercial relationship, more like concern about losing control over someone with inside knowledge. I researched other drivers who'd worked for Special Courier and found most had disappeared from courier work entirely. The pattern suggested the company either retained drivers long-term or ensured they stopped working in transport completely. Simply stopping work might not be sufficient. If they considered me a security risk, they might take direct action to ensure continued silence. The packages I transported contained evidence of serious crimes, which gave the company significant leverage due to my potential legal vulnerability. But continuing meant deeper involvement in activities that could result in more serious consequences if law enforcement identified the operation. I was trapped between the risks of continued involvement and the dangers of extraction from an organization with sophisticated methods for controlling essential service providers. The situation became urgent when I received an assignment involving transport from a location raided by police days earlier. The premises still showed signs of law enforcement activity, but clients were already arranging collection through alternative channels. The operation's speed in adapting to police pressure suggested experience dealing with investigations and robust methods for continuing activities even when locations were compromised. When I expressed concerns about collecting from recently searched premises, the coordinator reminded me of contractual obligations and emphasized the importance of maintaining service during difficult periods. They explained that temporary disruptions were common and drivers unwilling to adapt wouldn't be suitable for continued employment. They offered substantial bonus payments for assignments involving higher risks, but the implicit threat was clear: accept dangerous work or face consequences for refusing to support operations regardless of potential legal exposure. I was being offered financial incentives to transport materials from locations under police investigation, potentially making me an accessory to crimes law enforcement was actively trying to prevent. The assignment was scheduled for the following morning, with collection from the raided premises and delivery to a location confirmed just hours before pickup. That evening, I noticed the same van parked outside my flat that I'd seen near several collection addresses while working for Special Courier Services. I thought I was helping elderly people preserve their family memories by digitizing old photographs. But it turns out someone was using those images to impersonate their deceased relatives online. My gran had dementia in her final years, and one of the most heartbreaking things was watching her struggle to remember faces and stories that had defined her entire life. She'd sit for hours, looking through old photo albums, trying to piece together relationships and events that were slipping away from her. It made me realize how precious those visual memories were, especially for people whose minds were letting them down. After she died during my second year at university, I started volunteering with a local charity called Memory Keepers that helped elderly people organize and preserve their family photographs. Most older people had boxes full of unsorted pictures spanning decades, wedding photos, holidays, children growing up, but they were often too physically frail or mentally confused to organize them properly. The charity's mission was simple: visit elderly people in their homes, help them sort through their photographs, and create digital copies that could be shared with family members or preserved for future generations. It was exactly the sort of meaningful work that felt like honoring my gran's memory, while helping other families avoid losing precious history. The training was straightforward: basic photography skills, gentle interview techniques for encouraging people to share stories about their pictures, and simple digital archiving methods for organizing scanned images. Most volunteers were retired people who enjoyed hearing life stories and had patience for working with clients who might be confused or forgetful. My coordinator was a woman called Helen, who managed volunteers across Lancashire. She seemed genuinely passionate about preserving family history and had extensive experience working with elderly people who were dealing with various forms of cognitive decline. She explained that our work often provided crucial social interaction for isolated people, while creating lasting records of family history that might otherwise be lost. My first client was a lovely woman called Mrs. Patterson, who lived alone in a bungalow in Chorley. Her children lived abroad and she rarely saw them, but she had decades of family photographs that told the story of a life well lived. Weddings, christenings, school sports days, family holidays, the sort of comprehensive visual record that most families accumulate over generations. The work was exactly what I'd hoped it would be. Mrs. Patterson enjoyed talking about the people and events in her photographs, and I could see how much pleasure it gave her to share these memories with someone who was genuinely interested. We spent several sessions organizing her pictures chronologically and scanning the most important ones into digital files that her children could access online. But I started noticing that Helen was particularly interested in certain types of photographs that didn't seem obviously relevant to family history preservation. She wanted detailed scans of identity documents that appeared in the pictures, passports left open on tables, driving licenses visible in wallet shots, even official letters and certificates that happened to be in the background of family photos. When I asked why these items needed to be preserved, she explained that documentary evidence often provided crucial context for family history research. Helen also requested comprehensive information about the people shown in photographs, including full names, dates of birth, and current addresses when known. She claimed this metadata was essential for creating proper archives that families could use for genealogy research and legal documentation. The level of detail seemed excessive for a charity focused on preserving memories, but Helen emphasized the importance of thorough documentation for families who might need to verify relationships or inheritance claims years later. After working with several clients, I began to suspect that Memory Keepers was collecting much more information than necessary for their stated mission of family history preservation. The digital files we created included not just family photographs, but comprehensive databases of personal information about elderly people and their relatives. Names, addresses, financial circumstances, family relationships, even details about valuable possessions that appeared in photographs of people's homes. When I tried to access the archived files to check my work, I discovered that volunteers weren't given access to the complete database. Our scanned images and documented information were being processed through systems that we couldn't view, ostensibly for security and privacy protection. Helen explained that centralized processing helped ensure consistent quality and prevented accidental disclosure of sensitive family information. But the lack of transparency made it impossible to verify how the collected information was actually being used. I started paying closer attention to the clients I was assigned and the specific types of information Helen requested about their circumstances. Most clients were elderly people living alone with minimal family support, exactly the demographic that would be vulnerable to various forms of exploitation or fraud. The comprehensive personal information being collected would be valuable for anyone planning to target these individuals for financial scams or identity theft. More concerning was Helen's interest in clients' daily routines, security arrangements, and valuable possessions. Information that would be useful for burglars or con artists, but had no obvious relevance to family history preservation. I tried researching memory keepers more thoroughly and found that while the charity was officially registered, there was minimal information about their actual activities or oversight of their operations. For an organization claiming to serve hundreds of elderly clients across the Northwest, their public profile was remarkably limited. When I attempted to contact some of the families who had supposedly received digital archives of their relatives' photographs, I found that many had no knowledge of memory keepers or any family history preservation services. The pattern suggested that the charity was collecting detailed personal information about vulnerable elderly people under false pretenses, possibly for criminal purposes. But the true scope of what was happening became clear when I discovered how the digitized photographs were actually being used. While researching online memorial sites and genealogy platforms, I found profile pages for several of my former clients that had been created using the photographs I'd scanned for memory keepers. But these profiles weren't memorializing the elderly people I'd worked with. They were impersonating deceased relatives shown in their family photographs. Someone was using images of dead grandparents, spouses, and siblings to create fake social media accounts and dating profiles. The comprehensive personal information collected during memory keepers' visits provided enough background detail to make these impersonations convincing to people who might be emotionally vulnerable to contact from deceased loved ones. The scam was sophisticated and emotionally manipulative. Grieving family members would be contacted by profiles claiming to be their deceased relatives, using authentic family photographs and accurate personal details to establish credibility. Once emotional connections were established, the fake profiles would request money for various fabricated emergencies or financial difficulties. But the impersonation scheme was just one way the collected information was being exploited. The detailed personal data about elderly clients was also being used for more direct criminal purposes. Several of my former clients had experienced burglaries or fraud attempts that seemed to be based on inside knowledge of their circumstances, daily routines, and valuable possessions. Information that could only have been obtained through the comprehensive home visits conducted by memory keepers volunteers. I realized I'd been unknowingly facilitating systematic exploitation of vulnerable elderly people, while thinking I was helping preserve their family memories. The charity was a front for criminal operations that specialized in gathering intelligence about isolated elderly people and their families, then using that information for various types of fraud, theft, and emotional manipulation. but confronting Helen about what I'd discovered would alert her that the operation had been compromised. More importantly, I'd been directly involved in collecting the personal information being used to harm innocent people, potentially making me legally liable for the consequences. When I started declining assignments and reducing my availability, Helen became increasingly insistent about my continued participation in the program. She emphasized the importance of reliable volunteers for serving clients who had specifically requested my services, and offered additional training opportunities that would allow me to take on more complex archival projects. The pressure to continue working felt excessive for a volunteer position with a small charity. It seemed more like concern about losing control over someone who had inside knowledge of their data collection methods. I tried to research other volunteers who had worked for memory keepers, hoping to warn them about what was really happening to the information we collected. But most had only worked for short periods before moving on to other volunteer opportunities, and none seemed to have realized the criminal nature of the operation. The few I managed to contact were shocked to learn that their work had been used to facilitate fraud and exploitation of the elderly people they'd been trying to help. But they were also concerned about their own legal exposure for having unknowingly participated in gathering information used for criminal purposes. Memory keepers had systematically recruited well-meaning volunteers to conduct intelligence gathering that would have been impossible for professional criminals to accomplish without arousing suspicion. Elderly people trusted charity volunteers in ways they would never trust strangers, asking invasive questions about their personal circumstances. The operation was probably being replicated in communities across the country, with similar fake charities recruiting volunteers to gather detailed information about vulnerable populations under the guise of providing helpful services. But the most disturbing aspect was how the scheme exploited both elderly victims and the volunteers who thought they were helping preserve precious family memories. We'd been manipulated into betraying the trust of people we genuinely cared about, turning our desire to help into a tool for systematic exploitation. I started monitoring online platforms where the impersonation profiles were being used, documenting evidence of how family photographs and personal information were being weaponized against grieving relatives. The scale was much larger than I'd initially realized. Hundreds of fake profiles using images and information collected from elderly people across multiple regions, all operated by people who specialized in emotional manipulation and financial fraud, targeting vulnerable family members, but gathering evidence of the criminal operation put me at risk of being identified as someone who was investigating their activities. If the people behind memory keepers realized that I discovered their true purpose and was documenting their methods, they might decide I posed a security threat that needed to be managed. The personal information I'd helped collect included details about my own background and circumstances, making it easy for them to monitor my activities or take action against me if they considered me a liability. When I tried to stop volunteering entirely, Helen contacted me expressing concern about my sudden withdrawal from the program and suggesting that personal problems might be affecting my commitment to helping elderly clients who depended on our services. She offered to arrange counseling support and reduced responsibilities that would allow me to continue contributing to memory keepers while dealing with whatever difficulties were preventing me from maintaining my volunteer schedule. But her response included specific references to my personal circumstances and family relationships that I'd never shared during volunteer training or client visits. Someone had been researching my background as thoroughly as we'd been investigating the elderly people we were supposedly helping. That evening, I received a friend request on social media from a profile claiming to be my deceased grandfather, using family photographs that I'd never seen before, but that showed him exactly as I remembered from my childhood. I've always been interested in how people think and make choices, which is probably why I ended up studying psychology at university. The human mind fascinates me. Why some people are naturally optimistic while others see problems everywhere. How our backgrounds shape the way we interpret information. What makes someone choose one path over another when faced with difficult decisions. That curiosity made me a natural participant for research studies. Most psychology departments rely on students volunteering for experiments, and I genuinely enjoyed contributing to research while earning a few pounds for my time. Nothing dramatic, just the sort of studies that help academics understand cognitive processes and social behavior. Most university research was straightforward. Memory tests, personality questionnaires, reaction time measurements. But the studies that paid the best were usually more complex, often involving online platforms where participants could complete tasks at their own pace, rather than coming into labs at specific times. That's how I found the Decision Analysis Research Project, which claimed to be a collaboration between several universities studying how people make choices in complex scenarios. They were looking for participants to evaluate hypothetical situations and explain their reasoning, contributing to research about moral decision-making and risk assessment. The initial screening process was more detailed than typical university studies. Beyond basic demographic information, they wanted to know about my family background, personal relationships, academic interests, and even details about my daily routine and living situation. They explained that understanding participants' context was crucial for interpreting their decision-making patterns. Someone's choices about hypothetical scenarios would be influenced by their real-world experiences, social connections, and current circumstances. The study itself involved regular online sessions where I'd be presented with scenarios and asked to choose between different options, then explain my reasoning in detail. The situation started simple. Ethical dilemmas about lying to spare someone's feelings, resource allocation problems, conflicts between personal benefit and social responsibility. The scenarios were thoughtfully constructed, and the debriefing questions were insightful. I could see how my responses would contribute to understanding the psychological factors that influence moral reasoning and decision-making under pressure. But gradually, the scenarios became more personal and disturbing. Instead of abstract ethical dilemmas, I started receiving scenarios that seemed specifically tailored to my circumstances. Situations involving university students in Durham, people with my academic background, even scenarios that included details about the specific area where I lived. When I mentioned this to the research coordinator, they explained that personalized scenarios produced more authentic responses than generic situations. People made different choices when they could relate to the context and characters involved. The scenarios also became more extreme. Instead of minor ethical conflicts, I was being asked to evaluate situations involving serious crimes, violence, and harm to innocent people. The options I could choose between were increasingly disturbing, often requiring me to select which terrible outcome was least problematic. Some scenarios included detailed descriptions of violence or illegal activities that seemed unnecessary for research about decision-making. Others asked me to role-play perspectives that made me uncomfortable, considering situations from the viewpoint of criminals, predators, or people planning to harm others. When I questioned whether these extreme scenarios were appropriate for academic research, the coordinator emphasized the importance of understanding how people reason about difficult moral choices. Real-world decision-making often involved choosing between unpleasant alternatives, and research needed to reflect that complexity. But I started noticing that the scenarios included information that seemed to go beyond what would be necessary for psychology research. Some situations involved specific methods for committing crimes, detailed descriptions of how to avoid detection by law enforcement, even practical advice about acquiring illegal items or accessing restricted locations. The scenarios read more like instruction manuals than research materials. Other scenarios asked me to evaluate strategies for manipulating or coercing other people, with detailed psychological techniques that seemed designed to teach effective manipulation, rather than study moral reasoning about interpersonal influence. I tried to research the decision analysis research project more thoroughly, looking for information about the universities involved and the academic credentials of the research team. What I found was concerning. While the project claimed to be affiliated with several prestigious institutions, there was no verifiable information about the specific researchers involved or peer-reviewed publications resulting from their work. The registration details were vague, the methodology descriptions were minimal, and there was no evidence that the research had been approved by ethics committees that would normally oversee studies involving potentially disturbing psychological content. I started suspecting that the research project wasn't legitimate academic work at all, but some form of recruitment or training program disguised as university research. The scenarios I was evaluating seemed designed to normalize thinking about criminal activities and to test my willingness to consider increasingly extreme options when presented as hypothetical choices. But the personal information collected during registration meant that my responses were being associated with detailed knowledge of my background, circumstances, and psychological profile. Someone was building a comprehensive assessment of my moral boundaries, decision-making patterns, and susceptibility to various forms of influence or manipulation. When I tried to withdraw from the study, the coordinator's response was immediate and concerning. They expressed disappointment that I was abandoning important research and emphasized my commitment to completing the full study protocol. They also offered substantial bonus payments for continuing participation and suggested that withdrawing would disappoint the academic supervisors, who had specifically requested my continued involvement based on the quality of my previous responses. The pressure to continue felt excessive for volunteer research participation. It seemed more like concern about losing control over someone who had provided valuable information or demonstrated useful capabilities. I tried to research other participants in the decision analysis research project, hoping to understand whether they'd had similar experiences with increasingly disturbing scenarios and pressure to continue participation. But the project's privacy policies prevented direct contact between participants, and online searches revealed no discussions or reviews of the research from people who had completed the study. Either participants were maintaining strict confidentiality about their involvement, or something was preventing them from sharing information about their experiences. I decided to document the scenarios I'd been given and the personal information that had been collected, building evidence of what appeared to be a systematic assessment program targeting university students. This documentation revealed patterns that suggested the research project was actually a recruitment tool for identifying people who might be suitable for various types of criminal activity. The scenarios were designed to test participants' moral flexibility, willingness to consider illegal options, and ability to rationalize harmful choices when presented with appropriate justifications. The personal information collected would allow recruiters to identify participants who were financially vulnerable, socially isolated, or dealing with circumstances that might make them susceptible to offers of illegal employment. But the most disturbing possibility was that successful participants were being gradually conditioned to accept increasingly extreme scenarios as normal decision-making challenges. The study might be a systematic desensitization program designed to prepare people for actual criminal activities by normalizing violence and illegal behavior through repeated exposure in hypothetical contexts. When I stopped responding to scenarios and ignored follow-up communications, the coordinator began contacting me through other channels. Messages to my university email account, contact through social media platforms I'd never shared with the research project, even phone calls to numbers I was certain I hadn't provided during registration. They claimed concern about my well-being and offered support for any problems that might be preventing me from completing the research. But their access to my personal contact information suggested much more comprehensive background research than would be normal for academic studies. Someone had been systematically investigating my online presence and personal circumstances, gathering information that could be used for harassment or intimidation if I created problems for their operation. The scenarios I'd been asked to evaluate started appearing in other contexts. News reports about crimes that matched the methods and approaches I'd been asked to consider, with enough similarity to suggest that the research scenarios weren't hypothetical at all. Someone was using the decision-making study to test real criminal plans against the moral reasoning and risk assessment capabilities of potential accomplices. The participants weren't contributing to academic research about ethics and psychology. We were unknowingly providing consultation services for people planning actual crimes. Our detailed responses to scenarios were being used to refine criminal strategies, identify potential problems with illegal plans, and select people who might be willing to participate in the activities we'd been asked to evaluate. I realized that my participation in the study had probably contributed to actual crimes against innocent people, with my moral reasoning and decision-making analysis being used to improve the effectiveness of criminal operations. But reporting what I discovered would require admitting that I'd voluntarily participated in evaluating scenarios involving serious crimes, potentially making me appear complicit in planning illegal activities. The detailed personal information collected during the study also made me vulnerable to retaliation if the people running the operation decided I posed a security risk to their continued activities. Meanwhile, the recruitment program was probably continuing to target other students through fake research projects, gradually conditioning new participants to accept criminal scenarios as normal academic exercises while building detailed profiles of their moral flexibility and personal vulnerabilities. The decision analysis research project was still advertising for participants when I last checked, continuing to recruit psychology students who were interested in contributing to research about human decision-making. My former coordinator was probably still presenting increasingly disturbing scenarios to new participants, testing their boundaries and gathering information that could be used to involve them in actual criminal activities. And somewhere in hidden databases, detailed psychological profiles were being maintained about hundreds of students who had unknowingly provided comprehensive assessments of their moral reasoning, criminal potential, and susceptibility to various forms of manipulation and coercion. The research study I'd thought would contribute to understanding human psychology had instead made me an unwitting consultant for criminal operations that exploited academic curiosity to recruit accomplices and refine illegal strategies. But the most disturbing realization was that legitimate university research was probably being infiltrated by similar recruitment programs, making it impossible for students to distinguish between genuine academic studies and criminal assessment tools. People seeking to contribute to psychological research were being systematically evaluated for their potential usefulness in illegal activities, with their trust in academic institutions being exploited to facilitate serious crimes against innocent victims. 3 weeks after I'd stopped all contact with the Decision Analysis Research Project, I received an email claiming to be from the university's ethics committee, asking me to participate in a follow-up study about my research experiences and any concerns I might have about the psychological impact of participating in decision-making scenarios. I can't watch YouTube anymore. Not even the most innocent cooking tutorials or guitar lessons. The moment a camera angle shifts unexpectedly, or someone laughs with a fraction too much enthusiasm, my mind immediately floods with images I've spent 2 years trying to forget. Blood pooling on polished hardwood floors, the reflection of ring lights in terrified eyes, the sound of a viewership counter ticking upward as unspeakable acts were performed for an invisible audience hidden in the darkest corners of the internet. Before that week in Brighton, I was just another aspiring content creator desperate for that elusive breakthrough moment. 23 years old with a moderately successful YouTube channel. 80,000 subscribers built over 3 grueling years of twice-weekly uploads, mostly commentary on gaming culture and tech reviews. Not exactly setting the algorithm on fire, but enough to occasionally receive sponsorship offers and free products. The grinding predictability of creating content while working part-time at a mobile phone shop had begun wearing me down. Each video feeling more formulaic than the last. Engagement metrics plateauing despite increasingly desperate attempts to capture attention in an oversaturated market. When the email arrived from Jules Harrison, content creator extraordinaire with 5 million subscribers and founder of the Spotlight Collective, I initially assumed it was spam or an elaborate prank. The Spotlight was legendary in UK YouTube circles, a collaboration house where Jules brought together up-and-coming creators for month-long residencies that typically resulted in massive subscriber growth for participants. Their videos, high-energy challenges, elaborate pranks, and carefully choreographed spontaneous moments dominated recommended feeds across multiple demographics. An invitation to their summer residency program was essentially a golden ticket, a shortcut past years of algorithm-chasing obscurity. The email contained the perfect blend of personalized appreciation and vague promises. Jules claimed to admire my authentic voice and untapped potential, suggesting that a month at the Brighton mansion they'd rented for the summer could elevate my content to its natural audience. I should have been suspicious of the flattery, should have questioned why someone with millions of followers would notice my modest channel. But validation is a powerful intoxicant when you've been shouting into the void for years, each upload meeting with increasingly diminished returns. Within days, I had rearranged my work schedule, packed my equipment, and boarded a train to the South Coast, nursing dreams of verification badges and sponsorship deals. The house itself was exactly what you'd expect from successful YouTubers. A sprawling Victorian mansion overlooking the sea, renovated with an aesthetic that balanced historical features with contemporary luxury and optimal filming conditions. Perfect natural lighting streamed through massive windows, every room equipped with professional-grade sound dampening and wall-mounted ring lights. The 6 other content creators selected for the residency represented diverse niches. Beauty tutorials, fitness challenges, comedy sketches, true crime commentary, urban exploration, and cooking videos, creating what Jules described as perfect cross-pollination potential for collaborative content. The first few days proceeded exactly as promised. We filmed introductory content establishing the residency concept, participated in getting to know you challenges designed to showcase our personalities, and planned collaborative videos that would introduce each creator's audience to the others. Jules and his core team, 3 long-term collaborators who handled technical aspects, editing, and social media management. maintained a relentlessly upbeat atmosphere while guiding us through their proven content formulas. The resulting videos performed exceptionally well, my subscriber count jumping by thousands within days as the Spotlight's massive audience discovered my channel through cleverly structured collaborations. The subtle shift began during the second week, as Jules introduced what he called escalation content, videos designed to capitalize on our growing comfort with each other by pushing boundaries for entertainment value. What started as mildly embarrassing challenges gradually evolved into elaborate pranks with increasingly uncomfortable elements: sleep deprivation, minor physical discomfort, emotional manipulation designed to capture genuine distress that could be packaged as entertainment. Nothing technically harmful, but walking a line that made several of us privately uncomfortable, though none dared voice concerns for fear of appearing ungrateful or unsuited to the competitive reality of professional content creation. I remember the exact moment when my unease crystallized into something more concrete. During a late-night editing session, I noticed discrepancies in the footage from a particularly intense prank involving simulated intruders. The reactions Jules had captured seemed disproportionate to the scenario as I remembered it. Expressions of fear that exceeded what would be reasonable for something understood to be staged. Reviewing the raw footage more carefully, I noticed subtle cuts where reactions from different contexts had been spliced together, creating a narrative of escalating terror that hadn't actually occurred in the sequence shown. When I casually mentioned these observations to Mai, the beauty content creator who had become my closest ally in the house, she shared similar concerns about her own footage being manipulated to exaggerate emotional responses. More disturbing was her revelation that certain exclusive content was being filmed when some of us were sent on off-site activities, featuring the remaining residents in scenarios she described as significantly more intense than what appeared on the public channels. That night, unable to sleep and increasingly troubled by the pattern emerging, I made the fateful decision to investigate the technical setup in the basement media room, where all footage was processed and uploaded. The house was quiet, most residents exhausted from a particularly demanding day of filming. The media room door was locked, but the adjacent storage area connected through a partially concealed access point behind sound dampening panels, something I'd noticed earlier in the week while helping transport equipment. The computers were running, multiple monitors displaying editing interfaces with ongoing projects. What immediately caught my attention wasn't the familiar YouTube Studio interface, but several adjacent screens showing a completely different platform. Dark background, red accents, user interfaces displaying cryptocurrency values and view accounts. One monitor showed what appeared to be a private chat, where users with anonymized handles discussed upcoming episodes and intensity progression, alongside cryptocurrency bids for what they called direction privileges. With growing horror, I realized I was looking at the back end of a dark web broadcasting operation, one that ran parallel to the legitimate YouTube content. As I navigated through the file structure, the truth revealed itself with nauseating clarity. The Spotlight Collective's public channel was merely the sanitized, algorithm-friendly version of their actual product, a subscription-based dark web stream where the pranks, challenges, and interpersonal conflicts were staged at progressively more extreme levels for paying audiences who could influence events through bidding systems. The folder labeled Previous Residents contained material that confirmed my worst fears. These weren't just recordings of pranks, but documented psychological breaking points, moments where genuine distress had been deliberately engineered and captured. Most disturbing were subfolders with participants' names followed by finale designations containing footage never intended for public platforms, scenarios where simulation gave way to actual harm, where the line between content and cruelty had been deliberately, methodically erased. I was so absorbed in this discovery that I failed to notice the door opening behind me. Jules's voice, stripped of its YouTube enthusiasm and speaking with clinical detachment, observed that I'd accelerated the schedule by discovering their operation prematurely. His tone suggested this was not an unexpected development, but rather a contingency they had prepared for, perhaps even a scenario that had played out with previous residents whose disturbing finale folders I'd just discovered. What followed exists in my memory as fragmented impressions rather than coherent sequence, Jules explaining with disturbing calmness that I had unwittingly auditioned for and been selected for their dark web content stream, where authentic reactions to escalating scenarios commanded premium subscription rates from viewers tired of the artificial positivity of mainstream platforms. The real purpose of the Spotlight residency program wasn't to elevate promising creators, but to identify those whose psychological profile suggested they would produce compelling content when subjected to genuine rather than simulated distress. My attempted escape was predictably unsuccessful. The house had been specifically selected for its isolation and security features. The other residents either complicit or themselves unaware of the true nature of their participation. The following 3 days became a nightmare of forced participation in what they called my breakdown arc, a carefully orchestrated series of scenarios designed to document my psychological deterioration for their dark web audience. Each segment was constructed to appear consensual if viewed selectively, with carefully captured moments of apparent agreement that could be edited together to create plausible deniability. The other residents' reactions revealed the spectrum of their involvement. My and 2 others displayed the genuine shock of fellow victims, while the remaining 3 showed the practiced detachment of those who had already completed their own arcs and graduated to becoming facilitators rather than subjects. The true horror wasn't just what was happening, but the realization that this system had been operating for years, processing waves of aspiring creators through its machinery. Some discarded after providing sufficient content, others absorbed into the operation as their moral boundaries were systematically dismantled. My salvation came not through my own efforts, but through Mai's desperate initiative. Having witnessed my content sessions and realizing she was likely scheduled for similar treatment, she had managed to smuggle a message out through a food delivery service, using a technique so simple it had evaded the elaborate security systems. A note written in eyeliner on a delivery instruction slip, containing just enough information to raise alarms when received by someone outside the house's controlled environment. The police response was initially skeptical, but escalated rapidly when Mai's family independently reported concerns after unusual changes in her communication patterns. The raid occurred during what was being prepared as my finale session, interrupting a scenario designed to document actual rather than simulated harm. The resulting investigation uncovered not just the dark web broadcasting operation, but a cryptocurrency trail linking the Spotlight Collective to similar operations across multiple countries, a network of content houses where the boundaries between entertainment and exploitation had been deliberately, profitably erased. The legal aftermath continues even now, complicated by jurisdictional issues and the technical challenges of prosecuting crimes conducted through encrypted channels. Jules and 2 core team members remain in custody awaiting trial, while others negotiate reduced sentences in exchange for testimony. The victims, dozens identified across 3 years of operations, grapple with psychological trauma and the knowledge that footage of their worst moments continues to circulate in unreachable corners of the internet. I haven't posted online since that day. My channel remains dormant, comment sections filled with conspiracy theories and demands for explanation that I cannot bring myself to address. Sometimes I receive messages from accounts I don't recognize, containing nothing but timestamp references that I understand with sickening clarity to be directions to specific moments in my content arc, still being viewed and shared on platforms beyond the reach of conventional moderation. The most disturbing legacy isn't the personal trauma, but the knowledge that the Spotlight Collective was merely one node in a larger network. A proof of concept showing how effectively mainstream content creation could be weaponized as both cover and recruitment for darker operations. How many other collaboration houses, creator residencies, and content collectives operate similar schemes beneath their algorithm-friendly surfaces? How many aspiring creators, desperate for visibility in an oversaturated market, are being evaluated not for their talent, but for their potential to generate compelling content when their consent is methodically, invisibly withdrawn? Each viral challenge, each increasingly extreme prank war, each collaboration house promoting authentic content and pushing boundaries now represents potential danger rather than opportunity. The possible visible surface of operations extending into depths where entertainment and atrocity become indistinguishable, where audiences transition from passive viewers to active directors of harm, where the desperate pursuit of visibility becomes vulnerability to those who see human breaking points as merely premium content for the darkest corners of the web. I remember it perfectly, the way my hands shook when I first saw the invitation. Not from fear, mind you, but from pure excitement. Finally, after months of searching through dead links and forum posts that led nowhere, I'd found something real. Something that might actually prove that the stories were true. At 17, I was obsessed with urban legends. Not the obvious ones that everyone knew. Bloody Mary, the vanishing hitchhiker, that sort of nonsense. I was interested in the modern myths, the digital folklore that had grown up around the internet's darker corners. Stories about hidden websites where you could watch live murders, chat rooms where people planned real crimes, streaming services that broadcast things no civilized society should ever see. My mates thought I was mental, spending my evenings trawling through obscure forums and following breadcrumb trails that usually led to nothing but rickrolls and dead ends. But I knew there had to be something out there. The internet was too vast, too unregulated for these stories to be completely made up. Somewhere in the depths of the dark web, real horrors were happening, and I was determined to find them. The breakthrough came during the summer holidays before my final year at sixth form. My parents had gone to Spain for a fortnight, leaving me alone in our house in Kettering with strict instructions to revise for my A-levels and not throw any parties. Instead, I spent every waking hour diving deeper into corners of the internet I'd never explored before. I'd been using privacy tools for months by then, learned about them from a forum dedicated to internet mysteries. The dark web wasn't as scary as people made it out to be. Mostly just forums and marketplaces that looked like they'd been designed in the 90s. But there were layers beneath the obvious stuff. Communities that required invitations and references to access. The invitation arrived through a private message on an obscure forum about digital anthropology. The sender's username was just a string of random characters, and their profile showed they'd only joined the day before. The message was short almost casual. They'd noticed my posts about online myths and wondered if I'd be interested in observing something authentic. A research project, they called it, studying human behavior in controlled environments. They included a link to a private chat room and a time. That night at 11:30. No explanation of what I'd be observing or why they'd chosen me specifically. Just an invitation to witness something most people would never see. I should have been suspicious. I should have realized that legitimate researchers don't recruit random teenagers from internet forums. But at 17, the possibility of finally seeing something real, something that would prove all those urban legends had a basis in fact, was too tempting to ignore. The chat room was simple, just a basic interface with a list of active users and a message window. When I connected at the appointed time, there were already 8 people online. They welcomed me warmly, asking where I was from and how I'd heard about the research project. Everyone seemed friendly, genuinely interested in my background and what had brought me to the dark web in the first place. The conversation was surprisingly normal. People discussed university courses, summer jobs, films they'd watched recently. Someone mentioned they were studying psychology at Manchester. Another person talked about their gap year travels. They could have been any group of young people chatting online, except for the undercurrent of anticipation that ran through every exchange. Around midnight, a new user joined, the same random character string who'd invited me. They thanked everyone for participating and explained that tonight's session would be particularly interesting. They'd arranged for us to observe a live demonstration of psychological pressure techniques, something that would help us understand how people responded to stress in controlled situations. A new window opened in my browser, showing what appeared to be a small, windowless room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, facing multiple cameras. The lighting was harsh, clinical, like something from a hospital or laboratory. It looked exactly like the red rooms described in all those urban legends, except there was nothing obviously sinister about it, just an empty room with professional-looking equipment. The chat exploded with excitement. Everyone seemed genuinely thrilled to be witnessing what they called a breakthrough in behavioral research. They discussed the camera angles, the lighting setup, the professional quality of the production. It felt academic, scientific, like we were part of something important rather than something wrong. Then someone entered the room. It was a young man, probably not much older than me, wearing casual clothes and looking confused about where he was. He examined the chair, the cameras, the concrete walls with growing bewilderment. The researcher who'd invited us explained through the chat that this was a volunteer who'd agreed to participate in the study, though the specific nature of the experiment had been kept confidential to ensure authentic responses. The other viewers began making observations about the subject's behavior, noting his body language and facial expressions with the detached interest of psychology students. They discussed his apparent anxiety levels, speculated about his background, made predictions about how he would respond to different stimuli. I found myself caught up in their enthusiasm. This was exactly what I'd been searching for. Proof that the internet's hidden corners contained genuine research, real experiments that pushed the boundaries of what was considered ethical. The academic tone of the discussion made everything feel legitimate, important, like we were witnessing something that would advance human understanding. The volunteer was asked to sit in the chair. Through the chat, the researcher explained that they would be testing various psychological pressure techniques, measuring how quickly social isolation and peer pressure could influence decision-making. The cameras would record everything for later analysis by university research teams. What followed was subtle at first. The volunteer was asked simple questions through speakers we couldn't see, his answers recorded by the cameras from multiple angles. The chat observers discussed his responses, noting signs of stress or discomfort, predicting how long it would take for the isolation to affect his mental state. But gradually, the atmosphere in the chat began to shift. The academic discussion became more personal, more focused on the individual rather than the research. People started making comments about the volunteer's appearance, his nervousness, the way he kept looking at the cameras as if seeking help that wasn't coming. Someone suggested that the experiment would be more effective with multiple subjects. The researcher agreed, explaining that they'd been hoping to expand the study, but had struggled to find suitable volunteers. The work was too important to abandon, they said, and the insights they were gaining were invaluable. That's when they asked if any of us would be interested in participating directly. The request was casual, almost offhand. They'd learned so much from observing our reactions in the chat, the researcher explained, that having one of us experience the experiment firsthand would provide crucial comparative data. It would only take a few hours, and participants would be contributing to groundbreaking research into human psychology. The other chat users immediately began encouraging me to volunteer. They said I'd shown the most insight during the observation, that my comments had demonstrated a real understanding of the psychological principles at work. The researcher agreed, noting that my posts on the forum had shown exceptional maturity for someone my age. I felt flattered, chosen. These people, who seemed so knowledgeable and sophisticated, were telling me I had something special to offer. The volunteer in the room was clearly finding the experience difficult, but that was the point. Real research required genuine responses, and I would be helping advance scientific understanding in ways most people never could. The arrangements were surprisingly simple. They would send a car to collect me the following evening. The session would take place at a research facility in Birmingham, not far from where I lived. I would be driven home afterwards, and my participation would remain completely confidential. They even mentioned a small payment for my time, though they stressed that the real reward would be the knowledge that I'd contributed to important academic work. I agreed without really thinking it through. The combination of flattery, peer pressure, and genuine curiosity overrode any sensible concerns I might have had. These people seemed legitimate, professional, interested in real research rather than anything sinister. And after months of searching for authentic mysteries, the chance to be part of something genuine was impossible to resist. The car arrived exactly when they'd said it would. A black saloon with tinted windows, driven by a middle-aged man who seemed pleasant enough. He didn't talk much during the journey, just confirmed my name and explained that we'd be arriving at the facility within the hour. But as we drove through Birmingham's outskirts, I began to notice things that didn't feel right. The route we were taking didn't lead to any university campus or research facility I was familiar with. Instead, we seemed to be heading towards an industrial area, full of warehouses and abandoned factories. When I asked about our destination, the driver just smiled and said we'd be there soon. The research facility was deliberately located away from populated areas, he explained, to ensure complete privacy for sensitive experiments. Academic ethics required absolute confidentiality, especially when dealing with cutting-edge psychological research. We pulled up outside a nondescript warehouse with no signs or identifying features. Just a building that could have contained anything, surrounded by empty car parks and darkened windows. The driver led me to a side entrance and used a key card to let us in. Inside, the warehouse had been converted into something that looked more like a television studio than a research facility. Professional lighting equipment, multiple cameras, and in the center of the space, a small concrete room with a single chair facing the cameras. The same room I'd been watching through my computer screen the night before. That's when I realized that the friendly chat room observers, the academic researcher, the volunteer I'd watched with such detached interest, none of it had been real. Or rather, it had been real, but not in the way I'd understood. I hadn't been observing a research project. I'd been watching an audition. The other people were already there, waiting. The same usernames from the chat room, but now revealed as ordinary-looking adults with cameras and recording equipment. They greeted me with the same friendly enthusiasm they'd shown online, explaining that everything was set up for tonight's session. I was the volunteer now, the one who would sit in the chair while others watched and discuss my responses with academic detachment. Except there was nothing academic about it, and the people observing weren't psychology students or researchers. They were just people who enjoyed watching others in distress. The transition happened so gradually that I didn't immediately recognize it as coercion. They asked if I wanted to see the setup, if I was curious about how the equipment worked, whether I'd like to experience the same experiment I'd found so fascinating the night before. Their tone remained friendly, encouraging, as if this was all part of the natural progression from observer to participant. But when I said I'd changed my mind, that I wanted to go home, their demeanor shifted. Not dramatically. They didn't become threatening or aggressive. Instead, they became disappointed, as if I was letting down the team after they'd invested so much time and effort in bringing me there. They reminded me of how enthusiastic I'd been the night before, how much insight I'd shown into the psychological principles at work. They'd specifically chosen me, they said, because I'd demonstrated such maturity and understanding. Backing out now would ruin months of preparation and waste the opportunity to contribute to something genuinely important. The peer pressure was subtle but relentless. They made me feel selfish for wanting to leave, ungrateful for the opportunity I'd been given, immature for not following through on my commitment. And always, underlying everything, was the implication that I didn't really have a choice anymore. I'd come there voluntarily, they pointed out. I'd agreed to participate in the research. I'd been driven to a location I couldn't identify, with people whose real names I didn't know. Who would believe that I'd been coerced if I tried to report what was happening? The chair sat in the center of the room, surrounded by cameras and lights, waiting for me to take my place. They assured me it would only take a few hours, that thousands of people online were waiting to observe the session, that my participation would provide valuable insights into human psychology. But I knew now that the people watching wouldn't be interested in academic research. They would be paying customers, anonymous viewers, who enjoyed watching real fear and genuine distress. The urban legends I'd spent months trying to prove were real, and I was about to become part of one. That was 3 months ago. I never sat in the chair, managed to get away when the driver stepped outside for a cigarette break and left the warehouse door unlocked. I ran through unfamiliar streets until I found a main road and flagged down a taxi. Made it home before my parents returned from their holiday. I've never reported what happened. Who would believe that I'd stumbled into a real Red Room operation while searching for urban legends? The police would think I was making it up, or worse, that I'd been involved in something I shouldn't have been. But sometimes, late at night when I'm trying to sleep, I wonder about that chair, whether it's still there, in that converted warehouse in Birmingham's industrial district, whether other teenagers, drawn by the same curiosity that nearly destroyed me, are discovering friendly chat rooms and academic research projects that promise to show them something real. and I wonder whether any of them are smart enough to run when they realize what they've actually found. The invitation messages still arrive occasionally, from different usernames on different forums. Always the same casual tone, the same promise of authentic observation opportunities. I delete them immediately now, but I can't delete the knowledge that somewhere out there the chair is waiting. The redundancy letter came on a Tuesday. After nearly 8 years managing the procurement department at a manufacturing firm in Sheffield, I found myself with 3 months severance pay and absolutely no idea what to do with my time. My wife had left the previous autumn, something about needing space and finding herself. So it was just me rattling around our terraced house near Hillsborough, trying to make sense of what felt like my life falling apart. Unemployment benefit meetings became my only real human contact. The job centre appointments every fortnight, sitting across from advisors who looked barely old enough to vote, discussing my transferable skills and career objectives. Between those soul-crushing sessions, I filled my days with daytime television and long walks through the city centre, watching everyone else hurry to places they needed to be. That's when I started spending more time online. Not job hunting. I'd given up on that after the first month of automated rejection emails. Instead, I found myself drawn into forums and message boards, places where people discussed everything from conspiracy theories to urban exploration. It was on one of these communities that I first heard about the hidden parts of the internet, the areas that ordinary browsers couldn't reach. A user called DarkMatter47 had posted about accessing restricted networks, claiming there were entire communities operating beyond normal search engines. The post was vague but intriguing, mentioning special software that could bypass conventional internet filters. Other users replied with technical terms I didn't understand, and references to places that sounded almost mythical. My curiosity got the better of me. I'd always been reasonably tech-savvy. Nothing professional, but enough to troubleshoot computer problems and set up home networks. Within a few hours of reading that initial post, I'd managed to access what they called the dark web. The process was surprisingly straightforward, once you knew what you were looking for. The first few weeks were disappointing. Most sites looked like they'd been designed in the late 90s, with basic layouts and poor navigation. I found marketplaces selling questionable goods, political forums full of paranoid rambling, and endless discussions about digital privacy. Nothing seemed particularly shocking or dangerous, just a collection of people who preferred anonymity. Then I discovered the streaming communities. It started with a link shared in a private message from someone who'd noticed my activity on various boards. The link led to a forum dedicated to exclusive content, videos and live streams that weren't available through conventional platforms. The description claimed these were raw, unfiltered broadcasts from around the world, the kind of footage that mainstream media wouldn't dare show. Most of the content was exactly what you'd expect. Grainy videos of protests, industrial accidents, medical procedures. The sort of thing that satisfied a morbid curiosity but wasn't particularly disturbing. Users would comment on the footage, discussing technical aspects or sharing similar experiences. It felt like being part of a secret documentary society. The live streams were different. These weren't recordings but real-time broadcasts, usually announced hours in advance with cryptic titles and brief descriptions. I started attending these sessions regularly, partly out of boredom and partly from a growing fascination with this hidden world. Most streams were mundane. Someone broadcasting from a construction site after hours, or footage from security cameras in empty office buildings. Occasionally, there would be something more interesting. Abandoned locations, restricted areas, or informal tours of places the public couldn't normally access. The chat alongside these streams was usually sparse, with viewers making brief technical comments or asking questions about locations. It was during my third month of unemployment that I noticed a pattern emerging. Certain usernames appeared regularly in the more exclusive streams, and these users seemed to have access to content that required special invitations. They would reference private rooms and special sessions using language that suggested something beyond urban exploration or architectural voyeurism. One evening, a user called Streamwatcher sent me a private message. They'd noticed my regular participation and wondered if I might be interested in accessing premium content. The message was carefully worded, discussing immersive experiences and unique perspectives without explicitly stating what this involved. They explained that access required verification, not payment, but proof of genuine interest and discretion. The verification process took nearly a week. I had to provide details about my online activity, answer questions about my motivations, and demonstrate my understanding of digital security. Throughout this process, Streamwatcher remained professional but vague about what I was actually applying for. They mentioned that the content was intense and not suitable for casual viewers, but assured me that everything was legal and consensual. When my access was finally approved, I received instructions for joining a stream scheduled for the following Friday evening. The message included specific technical requirements and warned that recording or sharing content would result in immediate exclusion and potential consequences. The session was described as a live interactive experience, lasting approximately 2 hours. Friday arrived with typical British weather, persistent drizzle that had been falling since morning. I'd spent the day feeling increasingly nervous about the evening stream, unsure what I'd committed myself to. By the time the session was due to begin, I'd convinced myself it would probably be another disappointing urban exploration broadcast. The stream started promptly at 9 o'clock. Unlike previous sessions, this one had no visible chat function. Instead, viewers could send private messages to the host, who would occasionally respond by adjusting camera angles or moving to different areas of what appeared to be a basement or underground space. The image quality was excellent, far superior to the usual grainy footage I'd become accustomed to. The location looked like a converted cellar with concrete walls and professional lighting equipment. A single figure wearing dark clothing moved through the frame, preparing various items on a metal table. Their face was never visible, either kept off camera or obscured by shadows. What happened next changed everything I thought I understood about human nature and my own moral boundaries. The figure gestured towards something outside the camera's view, and another person entered the frame. This individual appeared confused, uncertain, looking around the space as if trying to understand where they were. The host began what could only be described as a performance, but one that became increasingly disturbing as it progressed. What started as psychological intimidation gradually escalated into physical harassment. The confused person, I still can't bring myself to think of them as a victim, even though that's clearly what they were, seemed to realize their situation and began showing obvious signs of distress. I should have closed the browser immediately, should have reported what I was seeing to the authorities. Instead, I found myself frozen, unable to look away from something I knew was fundamentally wrong. The professional lighting, the multiple camera angles, the host's methodical approach, everything suggested this was far from spontaneous. Other viewers were clearly watching, Messages appeared on screen occasionally, brief comments from the host acknowledging specific usernames. Some messages contained suggestions or requests, which the host would sometimes implement. It became clear that this wasn't just a broadcast, but an interactive experience where viewers could influence what happened. The session continued for nearly 2 hours. By the end, I was physically sick and trembling uncontrollably. The person who had entered the frame confused and uncertain was no longer moving. The host calmly began cleaning the space, methodically removing evidence of what had occurred. In the final minutes, the host addressed the camera directly. Though their face remained hidden, they spoke clearly about the successful session and thanked viewers for their participation. They mentioned that recordings would be available through private channels and that the next live session was already being planned. The stream ended abruptly, leaving me staring at a blank screen in my darkened living room. Outside, the rain continued falling, and I could hear traffic passing on the main road. Normal sounds from a normal evening in a normal neighborhood. But nothing felt normal anymore. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw fragments of what I'd witnessed. Not just the violence, though that was horrific enough, but my own inaction. The realization that I'd sat through the entire broadcast without attempting to help or intervene. The following week, I received another message from Streamwatcher. They thanked me for attending the session and asked for feedback on the experience. They mentioned that my viewing history suggested I was a committed participant and wondered if I'd be interested in more exclusive content. The message included links to archived sessions and information about becoming a premium member. I deleted the message without responding, but I didn't delete the links. That was 3 months ago. I found a new job, nothing exciting, just administrative work for the local council, and I'm slowly rebuilding some semblance of normal life. I changed internet providers, replaced my computer, even moved to a different area of the city. I told myself these were practical decisions, unrelated to what I'd seen online. But I still have those links. They're saved in a folder buried deep in my new computer's file system, hidden among dozens of other directories. I haven't accessed them, but I know they're there. Sometimes, late at night, when sleep won't come, I find myself navigating closer to that folder, my cursor hovering over the links. I've started noticing things around the city that I hadn't seen before. Vans parked in unusual locations, people who seem to be watching rather than simply waiting. Buildings with multiple security cameras that don't match their apparent purpose. Probably just paranoia, the result of knowing what kinds of activities are hidden beneath the surface of normal life. Yesterday, I received a package at my new address. No return details, just my name and the correct postcode written in careful block letters. Inside was a small wireless camera and a handwritten note with an address across town. The note simply said, "Your turn to contribute." Friday, 9 p.m. I've thrown the camera away twice now. Both times, I've gone back to retrieve it from the bin. The address is in an area I don't know well, somewhere near the industrial estates on the outskirts of Sheffield. I looked it up online. It's registered as a storage facility, the kind of place people rent when they need extra space for household items or business equipment. I keep telling myself I won't go, that I'll ignore the invitation and carry on with my new job, my clean computer, my attempts at normal life. But Friday is tomorrow, and I know exactly how long it takes to drive to that address. The camera is sitting on my kitchen table now, next to my car keys. I haven't decided anything yet, but I know that something fundamental changed the night I watched that stream. The boundaries I thought were permanent turned out to be more flexible than I'd imagined. And once you cross certain lines, even as an observer, it becomes increasingly difficult to remember why those boundaries existed in the first place. The rain is starting again outside. Same persistent drizzle that was falling the night everything changed. In about 24 hours, I'll either be at home, trying to sleep through another night of guilt and confusion, or I'll be somewhere else entirely. The worst part isn't the fear of what might happen if I go. It's the fear of how much I want to find out. The worst part about finding out your basement was used as a torture chamber isn't the bloodstains. It's realizing you helped pay for the soundproofing. 4 months ago, I was just a small-time landlord in Portsmouth, trying to make enough rental income to cover my mortgage payments. Now, I'm staying in a Premier Inn outside Winchester, and tomorrow the police are going to search the basement flat I've been renting out to what I thought was a quiet, professional tenant who's actually been broadcasting murders to dark web audiences while I collected rent money from upstairs. I inherited the house from my grandmother 2 years ago, a Victorian terrace that had been converted into 3 separate flats. The rental income from the upper 2 floors helps me pay the mortgage while I live in the main house. It's not a huge moneymaker, but it covers the bills and gives me some financial security in an uncertain economy. The basement flat has always been the most difficult to rent. It's below street level, doesn't get much natural light, and feels a bit cramped compared to the other units. Previous tenants usually moved out within 6 months, complaining about the atmosphere or finding somewhere brighter. I'd started to think it might remain empty long term. When Marcus Thompson contacted me about the basement flat, he seemed like the ideal tenant. Professional references, stable income from freelance consulting work, and he specifically requested a quiet, private space where he could work from home without disturbances. He was willing to pay 6 months' rent in advance and didn't mind the flat's limitations. Marcus explained that his work involved sensitive client consultations that required complete privacy and discretion. He needed soundproofing installed, which he offered to pay for himself, and requested that I minimize visits to the property unless there were genuine emergencies. This arrangement suited me perfectly, a reliable tenant who wanted to be left alone. The soundproofing work Marcus arranged was more extensive than I'd expected. Professional contractors installed industrial-grade acoustic materials throughout the basement flat, along with enhanced ventilation systems and what appeared to be specialized electrical work. Marcus assured me this was all necessary for his consulting business and that it would improve the property's value. After Marcus moved in, the basement flat became remarkably quiet. I rarely heard any activity from downstairs, which was exactly what he'd requested. He kept regular business hours, with occasional evening appointments, and maintained the property well. As far as tenancy arrangements go, it was ideal. Marcus also proved to be an excellent tenant in other ways. He always paid rent on time, never complained about minor issues, and generally required minimal management. He occasionally had visitors for what he described as client meetings, but they were always professional and discreet. The rental income was steady and reliable. About 2 months after Marcus moved in, he asked about making additional modifications to the basement flat. He wanted to install specialized lighting and upgrade the internet connection to support what he called high-bandwidth client communications. He offered to cover all costs and assured me the improvements would benefit future tenants. The internet upgrade was substantial: fiber optic cables, commercial-grade equipment, and backup systems that seemed excessive for normal home use. When I asked Marcus about the requirements, he explained that his consulting work involved real-time video communications with international clients who demanded professional quality connections. Marcus's business appeared to be thriving. He mentioned expanding his client base and taking on more complex projects that required enhanced technical capabilities. The basement flat was being equipped to professional standards that would allow him to offer premium services to demanding clients. Around this time, I started noticing unusual activity around the property. Delivery vans arriving at odd hours, often staying for extended periods, while Marcus supervised the unloading of equipment. When I asked about these deliveries, Marcus explained that his business required specialized equipment that needed careful handling and setup. The deliveries became more frequent and elaborate. Professional camera equipment, sophisticated lighting systems, and computer hardware that looked expensive and technical. Marcus assured me this was all legitimate business equipment necessary for his expanding consulting practice. I also noticed that Marcus had begun receiving visitors at unusual hours, late evening appointments that sometimes lasted until dawn, often involving multiple people who would arrive separately and leave at different times. Marcus explained that international clients required flexible scheduling due to time zone differences. The visitors were always discreet and professional, but something about their behavior seemed unusual. They would arrive with their own equipment, work intensively for several hours, then leave with everything they'd brought. Marcus described these as intensive consulting sessions that required complete focus and privacy. About 3 months ago, Marcus approached me about a different type of arrangement. He wanted to sublease the basement flat occasionally to other professionals who required similar facilities for their own consulting work. He offered to increase the rent substantially and assured me that all subletters would meet the same professional standards he maintained. The subletting arrangement seemed reasonable, particularly given the increased income it would provide. Marcus handled all the arrangements directly, screening potential subletters and managing their access to the property. I rarely saw these temporary tenants, but Marcus assured me they were all legitimate professionals. The subletting activity increased the overall usage of the basement flat, but it remained remarkably quiet thanks to the soundproofing Marcus had installed. Occasionally, I'd notice increased electricity usage or signs that multiple people had been using the space, but there were never any disturbances or complaints from neighbors. 2 weeks ago, everything changed when I received an unexpected visit from the police. They were investigating what they described as online criminal activity and had traced some suspicious internet traffic to my property. They asked detailed questions about my tenants and requested permission to examine the basement flat. The police examination revealed that Marcus's consulting business was actually a cover for something much darker. The basement flat had been converted into a sophisticated broadcasting studio designed for creating what they called dark web content. The soundproofing, lighting, and technical equipment weren't for legitimate consulting. They were for producing illegal streams. The investigators explained that the basement flat had been used to broadcast live violence to paying audiences on the dark web. The consulting sessions I'd observed were actually torture and murder sessions being streamed to thousands of viewers who paid to watch authentic suffering rather than staged entertainment. Marcus and his subletters hadn't been running a consulting business. They'd been operating a red room facility. The discreet professional visitors I'd seen were victims being brought to the basement for broadcasts. The extensive equipment deliveries had been setting up a professional murder studio in my own property. The police showed me evidence recovered from the basement flat, computer systems configured for dark web broadcasting, payment processing equipment for handling viewer subscriptions, and recording devices that had captured dozens of murder sessions over the months Marcus had been my tenant. Most disturbing was learning that I'd been unknowingly facilitating systematic murder for entertainment. My rental property had become a venue for dark web red rooms, and I'd been collecting rent money from people who were using my basement to broadcast torture and death to international audiences. The investigation revealed that Marcus's operation was part of a larger network that specialized in using rental properties as temporary red room venues. They would rent properties from unsuspecting landlords, convert them for broadcasting purposes, then relocate before attracting suspicion. The police explained that landlords like me were ideal targets because we provided legitimate cover for their activities while having minimal oversight of what tenants actually did in rented spaces. The rental arrangement created a buffer between their operations and law enforcement, making it difficult to trace their activities. My property had apparently been selected because the basement flat provided the privacy and isolation necessary for red room broadcasting, while the conversion to multiple flats meant that unusual activity would seem like normal rental property management. Marcus had been specifically looking for this type of setup. The legal implications of the situation are complex. While the police don't suspect me of knowing participation, my property was used for serious crimes, and I potentially face civil liability from victims' families. The rental income I received could be characterized as proceeds from criminal activity. More immediately, the property has been sealed as a crime scene while investigators gather evidence. I can't access my own home, can't collect rent from other tenants, and face substantial legal costs, even though I had no knowledge of Marcus's real activities. The investigation has also revealed the scope of Marcus's network. Similar operations have been discovered in rental properties across southern England, all using the same model of targeting small landlords who wouldn't closely monitor tenant activities. I'm apparently just one victim in a much larger scheme. I've been staying in hotels while the investigation continues, unable to return home and uncertain about my legal and financial future. The police have warned me that the case will take months to resolve and that I may need to testify about my unwitting involvement in facilitating the operation. The most horrifying realization is how easily I was manipulated into providing the perfect venue for systematic murder. Every reasonable request Marcus made, soundproofing, privacy, professional equipment, was actually preparation for broadcasting torture and death to paying dark web audiences. The rental income I thought was helping secure my financial future was actually payment for providing a murder venue. The quiet, professional tenant I appreciated was actually a killer who needed somewhere discreet to broadcast authentic suffering to international subscribers. Tomorrow, forensic teams will begin a detailed examination of the basement flat to gather evidence about the scope of Marcus's operation. They've warned me that the investigation will uncover disturbing details about what happened in my property while I lived upstairs, unaware of the horror taking place below. I keep thinking about all the victims who died in my basement while I went about my normal daily routine overhead. People were being tortured and murdered for entertainment while I watched television, cooked dinner, and slept peacefully, never knowing what was happening one floor below. The police have explained that Marcus's network specifically targets properties where landlords live separately from tenants, creating the isolation necessary for red room operations while maintaining the legitimacy of a normal rental arrangement. My Victorian terrace conversion was perfect for their purposes. I've been advised to contact a solicitor about potential civil liability and criminal implications, even though I had no knowledge of Marcus's activities. The legal system struggles with cases where property owners unknowingly facilitate dark web crimes through legitimate rental arrangements. The financial implications are also substantial. Beyond legal costs, I face potential civil claims from victims' families, possible seizure of rental income received from Marcus, and the costs of restoring the property after forensic examination. My rental business may be effectively finished. I'm writing this from a premier inn outside Winchester, where I'll remain until the investigation concludes and I'm allowed to return home. The police believe Marcus's network is still active and that my cooperation with the investigation may have made me a target for retaliation. The most terrifying thought is how many other landlords might be unknowingly hosting similar operations. How many rental properties across the country might house dark web red rooms? How many small landlords might be collecting rent from systematic killers without realizing what they're facilitating? The rental property market provides perfect cover for these operations. Legitimate business arrangements that create privacy and isolation while deflecting suspicion from criminal activities. Landlords like me become unwitting accomplices to horror we never suspected was happening. Marcus's network understood exactly how to exploit the rental system, targeting properties and landlords that would provide the cover they needed while minimizing the risk of discovery. The conversion to multiple flats, the basement location, my preference for hands-off property management, it all made my property ideal for their purposes. Tomorrow's forensic examination will reveal the full extent of what happened in my basement flat while I collected rent money from upstairs. But I already know that I'll never be able to think of property rental the same way again. The landlord becomes an unwitting venue provider for systematic murder, and there's no way to unknow what your property was really used for. And somewhere out there, Marcus's network is probably targeting other landlords, looking for the next basement flat to convert into a dark web broadcasting studio. I never thought being a landlord could make me complicit in murder, but apparently collecting rent from the wrong tenant can turn your property into a venue for horrors you never imagined. Have you ever wondered what it's like to watch someone being murdered and not realize it until months later? 3 months ago, I was just a night security guard at a business park in Reading, spending my shifts reading books and doing crosswords. Now, I'm in protective custody somewhere in Wales, and my testimony about what I saw through CCTV cameras could expose a red room operation that's been broadcasting murders to thousands of viewers, while I unknowingly watched it all happen in real time. I've worked security for Morrison Security Services for about 2 years. It's easy work most of the time. Monitor CCTV feeds, do periodic building checks, log any incidents in the security report. The business park I cover has about 20 units, mostly small manufacturing companies and storage facilities that operate during normal business hours. My job is to make sure nothing gets broken into overnight. The unit that changed everything was Industrial Solutions Loyalty, a company that rented one of the larger warehouse spaces about 4 months ago. According to their lease application, they were in import-export, dealing with specialized equipment for various industries. They kept normal business hours initially, with delivery trucks arriving during the day and staff leaving by early evening. Industrial Solutions was run by a man called David Chen, who seemed professional and legitimate when he signed the lease. He explained that his company required enhanced security and privacy due to the sensitive nature of their work with international clients. This meant upgrading the CCTV coverage in their section of the business park and installing additional monitoring equipment. The upgraded surveillance system was impressive. High-definition cameras with night vision capabilities, audio recording equipment, and monitoring software that could track movement patterns and identify unusual activity. David explained that his clients required this level of security documentation for insurance and compliance purposes. As the security guard responsible for monitoring these feeds, I was trained to use the new equipment and given specific instructions about documenting any activity around industrial solutions. This included logging delivery times, recording visitor details, and maintaining detailed reports about anyone who accessed their facility outside normal business hours. Initially, everything seemed routine. Delivery trucks during the day, occasional evening meetings with what appeared to be international clients, and standard warehouse activities. The enhanced CCTV coverage meant I could monitor their operations more thoroughly than other units, but nothing seemed suspicious or concerning. About 6 weeks after Industrial Solutions moved in, their activity patterns began to change. Instead of finishing by early evening, staff would often remain until very late at night. The types of deliveries also shifted. Fewer commercial trucks and more unmarked vans arriving at unusual hours, often staying for extended periods. David explained these changes when I mentioned them in my security reports. He said the company was expanding into time-sensitive international markets that required round-the-clock operations. The unusual delivery schedule was necessary to coordinate with clients in different time zones who needed immediate access to specialized equipment. The nighttime activities gradually became more frequent and elaborate. I'd watch through the CCTV feeds as people moved equipment around the warehouse, set up what appeared to be temporary work areas, and conducted meetings that sometimes lasted until dawn. The enhanced surveillance system captured everything in remarkable detail. Around this time, David asked me to expand my monitoring responsibilities. Beyond standard security surveillance, he needed detailed documentation of all activities around their facility for what he called operational compliance purposes. This meant reviewing recorded footage, creating timestamped logs of events, and maintaining archives of particularly important activities. The compliance documentation work paid substantially better than standard security duties, and David assured me it was just administrative record-keeping required by his international clients. I welcomed the additional income and found the work straightforward enough, essentially creating detailed reports about what I was already observing through the CCTV system. As weeks passed, the activities I was documenting became increasingly unusual. The warehouse would be reconfigured regularly, with temporary structures assembled and dismantled between sessions. Professional lighting equipment would be set up around specific areas, along with what appeared to be sophisticated recording devices. When I asked David about these activities, he explained that Industrial Solutions had expanded into creating training materials and documentation for their international clients. The temporary setups were necessary for filming instructional videos about equipment operation and safety procedures. The training sessions always followed similar patterns: extensive preparation involving equipment setup and lighting configuration, followed by what appeared to be filming activities, then thorough cleanup and equipment removal. My role was to document the timing and participants involved in these sessions for compliance purposes. The people involved in these training sessions seemed to change regularly, with new participants arriving for each filming event. David explained that this was because they were creating materials for different types of equipment and needed specialists with relevant expertise for each training video. What struck me as odd was how the participants behaved during these sessions. Unlike normal training or instructional filming, the people involved seemed distressed or reluctant. When I mentioned this in my reports, David assured me that realistic safety training required participants to demonstrate genuine concern about potential hazards. About 2 months ago, I started noticing technical equipment around the Industrial Solutions facility that seemed more sophisticated than necessary for creating training videos. Multiple camera angles, professional audio systems, and computer equipment that appeared designed for live broadcasting rather than simple recording. David explained that their clients required real-time access to training materials, necessitating live streaming capabilities. The enhanced technical setup allowed them to broadcast training sessions to international audiences who couldn't attend in person. This explained the sophisticated equipment and the emphasis on precise timing for their filming sessions. My documentation responsibilities expanded to include monitoring the technical aspects of these broadcasts, verifying that streaming equipment was functioning correctly, logging connection quality issues, and maintaining records of broadcast durations and viewer access logs that David's system automatically generated. The viewer logs were remarkable in their scope. Thousands of people from around the world were accessing these training broadcasts, with detailed analytics showing viewing patterns, geographic distribution, and engagement metrics. David's operation was clearly successful in reaching international audiences. 1 month ago, everything changed when I discovered what these broadcasts actually were. While reviewing archived footage for compliance documentation, I noticed that one of the computer monitors visible in the CCTV feed was displaying a dark web interface rather than the normal streaming platform David had described. The interface showed the same warehouse space I'd been monitoring, but it was labeled as a red room with viewer count displays and what appeared to be payment processing systems. The training sessions I'd been documenting weren't educational content. They were live torture and murder broadcasts being streamed to paying audiences on the dark web. The participants I'd watched weren't willing trainers demonstrating safety procedures. They were victims being murdered while thousands of people paid to watch. My detailed compliance documentation had been creating evidence of systematic killing for entertainment, and I'd been unknowingly facilitating the operation by providing security oversight. I realized that Industrial Solutions had never been an import-export company. The entire operation was designed to create a legitimate front for dark web red room broadcasting, using my security monitoring to ensure their activities remained undetected, while documenting everything for their own operational purposes. David's emphasis on enhanced security wasn't about protecting valuable equipment. It was about maintaining operational security for systematic murder. The professional CCTV coverage I'd been trained to monitor was partly for his own security, but also to create detailed archives of their broadcasts for premium subscribers. My compliance documentation hadn't been administrative record keeping. It had been creating detailed logs of murder events, participant information, and broadcast analytics that helped David's operation optimize their content for dark web audiences. I'd been an unwitting administrator for a systematic killing operation. When I confronted David about what I'd discovered, he calmly explained that I was already too deeply involved to simply walk away. Months of detailed documentation had created evidence trails that would suggest I was a willing participant, rather than an unknowing observer. My security reports contained information that could only have been gathered through knowing cooperation. David also revealed that my own activities had been under surveillance during this entire period. Security cameras monitoring the security office meant that my reactions to various broadcasts had been documented, showing my gradual normalization of increasingly disturbing content. This footage could be edited to suggest willing participation, rather than unknowing observation. I managed to escape and contact the police, but the investigation has revealed the complexity of prosecuting dark web crimes The broadcasts were accessed through encrypted networks that make traditional evidence gathering extremely difficult. Most of the direct evidence exists in digital formats that require specialized technical knowledge to authenticate. More problematically, my own involvement creates complications for the prosecution. Months of detailed documentation and security monitoring could be characterized by defense lawyers as evidence of willing participation. My gradual acceptance of increasingly unusual activities could be presented as knowing cooperation rather than professional obligation. The police have moved me to protective custody while they investigate, but they've explained that dark web red room cases are notoriously difficult to prosecute successfully. The technology provides multiple layers of anonymity for operators and viewers, while the evidence often relies on witnesses whose own involvement can be questioned. David's operation has apparently shut down and relocated since my escape, but the police believe it's part of a larger network that operates multiple facilities across the country. Industrial Solutions was just one node in a system that uses legitimate business fronts to hide systematic murder broadcasting. The most disturbing aspect is learning how many people were involved in David's network without understanding what they were facilitating. Delivery drivers, equipment suppliers, cleaning services, and utility workers, all unknowingly supporting an operation that broadcast murder to international audiences. My case has become a test for how effectively law enforcement can prosecute dark web crimes using traditional legal frameworks. The police are trying to build a case that doesn't rely too heavily on my testimony, given the complications created by my unwitting involvement in documenting the operation. I've spent weeks in debriefing sessions, helping investigators understand how David's operation functioned and identifying other potential facilities that might be using similar business models. The scale of the network they've uncovered is far larger than anyone initially suspected. The investigation has revealed that Industrial Solutions was generating substantial revenue through their dark web broadcasts, with thousands of subscribers paying premium rates for access to live murder content. The professional quality and systematic operation made their broadcast particularly valuable to audiences seeking authentic material. I keep thinking about all the victims I watched die through those CCTV feeds, not understanding what I was really observing. People who were murdered while I documented their final moments for compliance reports that helped optimize their killer's broadcasting operation. The police have assured me that my cooperation is essential for prosecuting David's network, but they've also explained that the legal process could take years and that successful convictions are far from guaranteed. Dark web crimes exist in legal grey areas that traditional prosecution methods struggle to address effectively. I'm writing this from a safe house somewhere in Wales, where I'll remain until the investigation concludes and the trial process begins. The police believe David's network is still active and that my testimony poses a significant threat to their continued operations. Tomorrow, I'm supposed to meet with prosecutors who will determine whether my evidence is sufficient to build a case against David's network. But they've warned me that the legal challenges are substantial and that my own involvement creates complications that defense lawyers will certainly exploit. The most terrifying realization is that David's operation was just one of many similar networks operating across the country. The business park model provides perfect cover for dark web red rooms, using legitimate commercial spaces to hide systematic murder broadcasting, while unknowing security guards document everything. How many other security guards might be unknowingly monitoring murder broadcasts? How many business parks might house similar operations? How many people might be facilitating systematic killing without understanding what they're really observing? The dark web has made it possible for these operations to exist anywhere, hidden behind legitimate business fronts, broadcasting authentic murder to paying audiences while ordinary people unknowingly facilitate their activities. The technology makes it easy to hide, to pay anonymously, to consume murder as entertainment. I never thought security work could lead to becoming a witness to systematic murder. I thought the biggest risks were dealing with break-ins or equipment failures. I never imagined that monitoring CCTV feeds could make me complicit in facilitating dark web red room operations. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so horrifying. I spent months watching people die while thinking I was just doing my job, creating detailed documentation that helped optimize their murders for entertainment value. Tomorrow's meeting will determine whether my testimony can help prosecute David's network or whether the legal complications make a successful case impossible. Either way, I know I'll never be able to work security again. The guard becomes the witness to systematic murder, and there's no way to unsee what I've documented. And somewhere out there, David's network is probably setting up new operations, recruiting new security guards who don't know they're about to become unwitting administrators for the next generation of dark web entertainment. "3 a.m, and only the hum of my computer fan, an occasional passing car break the silence. My fingers navigate through layers of encryption with practiced precision. The Tor browser bounces my signal across worldwide servers, wrapping me in digital anonymity. A notification pings from another tab, my banking app. Insufficient funds for an automatic payment. Again. 6 months ago, I was a mid-level IT specialist at Global Tech Marketing in Manchester. My days consisted of troubleshooting printer issues and resetting forgotten passwords for marketing executives who viewed tech support as digital janitors. Then came the redundancies, economic downturn, budget cuts, restructuring, corporate buzzwords that translated to one reality: I was expendable. The first month of unemployment wasn't unbearable. I had savings, not substantial, but enough to maintain a semblance of normalcy while I hunted for new opportunities. But as weeks stretched into months and rejection emails multiplied, my bank account dwindled alongside my sense of security. My modest flat in Dunstable transformed from sanctuary to overpriced cage, with rent consuming what little remained of my financial cushion. Last week, a pipe burst in my bathroom. The landlord took 3 days to send someone. The plumber left muddy footprints across my carpet and a bill for £180, an emergency call-out fee, not covered by the property management. That was the final straw that broke my financial back, pushing my account into overdraft territory I couldn't escape. The online forum started as mere distraction from mounting bills. Forums where anonymous users shared stories of systemic collapse, of corporate betrayal, of individuals forced to create their own safety nets when traditional ones failed them. Initially, I viewed them with skeptical detachment, digital venting spaces for the disaffected, but their voices began to resonate, talking of systems designed to fail people like me, of self-reliance in a world of broken promises, of protection against worst-case scenarios that loomed ever closer. I discovered the forum thread after my 4th job rejection in a single day. When the system fails you, create your own security. Hundreds of comments from people sharing similar stories of economic freefall. Their solutions range from cryptocurrency investments to underground bartering systems to, more disturbingly, methods of personal protection outside legal frameworks. One comment caught my attention, linking to additional resources for serious researchers only. I clicked, expecting another forum. Instead, I found detailed instructions for accessing certain marketplaces on the dark web. The comment promised nothing, suggested nothing, but the implication was clear. When conventional options fail, unconventional ones await. For 2 weeks, I merely observed. Learned. I told myself it was academic curiosity, nothing more. Just another IT professional exploring the architecture of internet underspaces. I convinced myself I was maintaining professional knowledge, not preparing, not considering, just learning, until tonight. The dark web marketplace glows on my screen, its rudimentary interface masking sophisticated security. I'd researched for weeks before attempting access, learning about cryptocurrency transactions, PGP encryption, and unwritten rules of these shadowy corners of the internet. My cursor moves methodically through categories: drugs, counterfeit documents, hacked accounts, stolen data. I navigate past them directly to hardware, a thin euphemism for weapons. Something flickers at my window, a reflection or shadow movement. I freeze, heart suddenly racing. After 30 seconds of paralyzed vigilance, I identify the source. Just the neighbor's security light, triggering from a passing cat. The momentary panic embarrasses me, but also reinforces my purpose. This growing fear, this constant vigilance, this is precisely why I'm here. I've never owned a gun, never fired one outside a controlled range during a stag do years ago. British firearms laws had always been a distant concept, irrelevant to my daily existence, but desperation rewrites principles with remarkable efficiency. Just insurance, I tell myself. Just control in an uncontrollable life. I select a Glock 19 from a highly rated vendor, gently used. Serial number removed. The Bitcoin price equals nearly £3,000. 2 months of my remaining savings, but safety transcends price tags. The vendor's profile shows hundreds of satisfied customers, with comments alluding to smooth transactions and quality merchandise. Their response time averages under 3 hours. Their rating, perfect 5 stars across 127 transactions. Too perfect. I hesitate, cursor hovering over the contact vendor button. In legitimate marketplaces, perfect ratings trigger suspicion. Inevitable dissatisfied customers, occasional misunderstandings, shipping damages. Perfection suggests manipulation. But here I am, considering an illegal purchase from an anonymous vendor with suspiciously perfect feedback. Desperation truly is the enemy of critical thinking. A sudden power fluctuation causes my lights to dim momentarily. Another sign? A warning from the universe? Or just the aging electrical infrastructure of my building succumbing to overnight power demands? The moment passes, but leaves residual unease like static electricity on skin. I complete the encrypted form and arrange the dead drop delivery through the complex system the vendor outlines. Transaction finished. I close my laptop. A strange chill spreads through my chest, replacing the momentary surge of purpose. I've stepped beyond a boundary I never thought I'd cross. The vendor's instructions are to wait for confirmation, anywhere from hours to days. Sleep becomes a luxury. I check my encrypted email constantly, twitching at every notification. My mind conjures worst-case scenarios: police at my door, bank accounts frozen, imprisonment. The irony doesn't escape me. Seeking security has made me more paranoid than ever. At work the following day, a temporary data entry position paying barely above minimum wage, I nearly jump out of my skin when the office security guard greets me in the lobby. His casual morning sounds accusatory to my guilty conscience. I mumble a response and hurry to my windowless cubicle, where I spend the day mechanically inputting figures while compulsively checking my phone under the desk. When confirmation finally arrives 3 days later, its brevity chills me. 2 days later, detailed instructions appear. The exchange location, an abandoned industrial area outside Dunstable. Coordinates, time, 2 a.m. tomorrow. And warnings that deviating from protocol means cancellation without refund. Cash only, come alone. Follow specific routes to avoid CCTV cameras. Something about the precise nature of these arrangements triggers my first real unease. The vendor specified a meeting point that maximizes isolation. Strange for someone merely selling merchandise. A stray thought surfaces. What if the product isn't what's being valued in this transaction? I dismiss the paranoia, just nerves from crossing into illegality. That evening, I withdraw cash from scattered ATMs across town, never taking enough from any single machine to trigger reporting requirements. After the third withdrawal, my card declines. Insufficient funds. I'd miscalculated. The recent overdraft fees had reduced my available balance. Panic rises as I mentally recalculate. I'm £320 short. I return to my flat and desperately search for valuables. My watch, a gift from my father, might fetch enough at a pawn shop. I have exactly 90 minutes before shops close. The race against time leaves me sweating as I rush across town, only to receive an offer of only £280. Desperate haggling increases it to £300, still short. I empty my wallet of emergency cash, count out coins from the jar in my kitchen, and scrape together the final amount by selling my rarely used tablet to a cash converter shop just before closing. The clerk eyes me suspiciously as I anxiously check the time. His deliberate slowness in processing the transaction feels pointed, accusatory. Back at my flat, I purchase a prepaid phone, black clothing, and gloves from unfamiliar shops. Each action minimizes my digital trail. Following advice from the forums that guided me here, the prepaid phone, a basic model requiring no identification, feels alien in my hand compared to my regular smartphone. Its primitive interface reminds me of devices from a decade ago. Functional but stripped down, anonymous, disposable, like I'm becoming. As I lay out these items on my bed, doubt resurfaces. The arrangement feels overtly clandestine, even for an illegal weapons purchase. The vendor's rating was perfect, suspiciously so. 5 stars across dozens of transactions, without a single complaint or issue. In legitimate marketplaces, such perfection raises red flags about fake reviews. Why had I dismissed this in a space where deception carries far deadlier stakes? My phone buzzes. My landlord threatening eviction next week if rent remains unpaid. The hesitation dissolves. This is survival. This is reclaiming control. Even if the situation feels wrong. The alternative, homelessness, complete financial ruin, seems worse. I try to sleep before the night's activities, but achieve only fragmented consciousness, jerking awake from micro dreams where police sirens wail or shadowy figures surround my bed. Each time, I check the clock. 10:47 p.m., 11:23 p.m., 12:05 a.m. The minutes crawl with excruciating slowness until it's time to prepare. The night of the exchange arrives with a sudden drop in temperature, unseasonably cold for September. I dress in black, hide the cash in my jacket's inner pocket, and slip the prepaid phone into my jeans. I leave my regular phone behind and take precautions the forums recommended, exiting through the rear door, following a winding path to a distant bus stop, paying fare with cash. On the night bus, only 3 other passengers ride. An elderly man who appears homeless, clutching a plastic bag of possessions. A young woman with headphones staring blankly out the window, and a middle-aged man in work clothes, likely finishing a late shift. Do any of them notice me? Do any of them care about my destination or purpose? The young woman briefly makes eye contact, then returns to her window vigil. The momentary connection sends a jolt of paranoia through me. Does she know? Could she possibly suspect? Dunstable's nighttime transformation renders familiar landmarks alien and threatening. The bus carries me to the industrial district's edge, where abandoned factories loom like fossilized behemoths against the moonlit sky. As I step off the bus, my footsteps echo against concrete with unsettling clarity in the stillness. The bus pulls away, its taillights diminishing into the distance, taking with them my last connection to civilization. I am truly alone now. Or am I? A fox darts across the road ahead, freezing momentarily in my sight line before vanishing into shadows. Its sudden appearance and disappearance leaves me unnerved, heart pounding against my ribs like it might break through. I check coordinates on the prepaid phone before venturing deeper into the derelict labyrinth. Without streetlights, I use the phone's flashlight in brief bursts that compromise my night vision and heighten my unease. Each shadow-cast building could conceal watchers. Each broken window might frame observing eyes. The isolation that earlier seemed like security protocol now feels like strategic vulnerability. A sudden noise, metal scraping against concrete, freezes me mid-step. I extinguish my light and press against a wall, listening intently. Seconds stretch into a full minute of silence. Just the wind-moving debris, or something else. When no further sound follows, I proceed, but with heightened vigilance that borders on paranoia. The designated meeting point appears, a loading dock behind a former furniture factory. Rust consumes the metal railings while weeds reclaim the concrete through stubborn cracks. I arrive at 1:47 a.m. Early, but caution outweighs courtesy in these circumstances. Positioning myself in shadows beside the loading dock, I secure clear sight lines to all approaches. The night air carries distant rain and industrial decay. A metallic taste coats my tongue. Fear made physical. I suppress the urge to check the time again, knowing the screen's glow could reveal my position. Minutes pass with excruciating slowness. Each sound, distant traffic, the creaking of abandoned structures settling, the scurrying of urban wildlife triggers fresh adrenaline surges. My muscles ache from sustained tension, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. At 1:58, a notification chimes softly from my prepaid phone. The message redirects me to new coordinates, a location nearly half a mile east. My throat constricts as though invisible hands tightened around it. This wasn't in the protocol. The vendor had been explicit about adherence to original instructions, warning that deviation would result in transaction cancellation. A legitimate change would come through the same encrypted channel as our previous communications. I silence the phone and remain motionless. Either someone is attempting to redirect me, or the vendor has broken their own security practices. Neither option comforts. I consider abandoning the transaction entirely, writing off the lost Bitcoin as tuition in a harsh lesson about digital underworlds. Exactly 2 a.m., according to my watch. The vendor should appear within minutes. I scan the darkness, searching for movement, for the approaching silhouette of my contact. Nothing. The seconds tick by. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. The lengthening absence confirms my suspicion. Something has gone wrong. At precisely 2:03, movement catches my eye. A lone figure emerges between distant buildings, approaching with deliberate, measured steps. They move with unsettling confidence, not the cautious manner of someone conducting illegal business, but the assured stride of someone navigating familiar territory. Something in that walk, too controlled, too precise, sends a warning pulse through my nerves. The figure stops 20 feet from the loading dock, head tilting mechanically as they scan the area. Their face remains hidden beneath a hooded jacket, but their posture screams predator, not merchant. My instinct screams to run, but I remain frozen in shadow. The figure reaches into their pocket, withdrawing not a package, but a small device that emits a faint glow. They consult it, then turn deliberately toward my hiding spot with unnatural precision. The notification on my phone suddenly makes terrible sense. Not a competing buyer trying to divert me, but a hunter attempting to flush out prey. Perhaps even a tactic they've refined through repetition. Send unexpected instructions. Observe which hiding spots suddenly produce movement as nervous buyers check their phones. My suspicion solidifies when the figure speaks into what must be a communication device. Though too distant to hear the words, the gesture itself reveals everything. I'm not dealing with a lone seller, but an organized operation. I slide deeper into shadow, weighing impossible options. The loading dock offers no exit except past this figure. Behind me stands the facility's sealed entrance, secured with ancient chains and padlocks. The surrounding area provides no cover for a sprint to safety, only open ground where I'd be immediately spotted. A small rock dislodges from somewhere above me, clattering loudly against the loading dock's metal surface. I freeze, barely breathing, as the figure's head snaps toward the sound, toward me. Had I disturbed it unknowingly, or was this incredibly bad luck? The figure advances toward the loading dock with unnerving directness. No hesitation, no searching. They know exactly where I am. I turn to the chain doors, my only chance. The padlock is substantial, but the hasp securing it to the door has corroded over decades of neglect. I brace against the door frame and pull the chain with desperate strength. Metal groans but holds. The approaching footsteps quicken. I yank again, throwing my full weight backward. The hasp tears partially from rotted wood with a betraying screech. One final pull breaks it free. The chains slither through the handles as I slip inside, a beam of light slicing through the space I occupied seconds before. The abandoned factory's interior stretches before me, a cathedral of shadows. Moonlight filtering through broken windows reveals a vast production floor littered with debris, fallen ceiling tiles, shattered glass, remnants of human occupation. The air thickens with dust and decay, carrying the musty scent of forgotten places. My lungs protest with the urge to cough, but survival instinct suppresses the reflex. I navigate primarily by touch, putting distance between myself and the entrance. Behind me, chains rattle as my pursuer discovers my escape route. They'll follow within seconds. I need to find hiding space or another exit. My shoe connects with something solid, sending it skittering across the concrete with a betraying clatter. I freeze, listening. The entrance door creaks open. They're inside. The factory floor transitions to administrative areas, smaller rooms containing skeletal office furniture. I duck into a former manager's office with walls intact but no door. Not a hiding place, but a moment to regroup and plan. A beam of light sweeps the main floor as my pursuer enters. Their methodical movements suggest professional training or experience. No wasted motion, no hesitation. The beam pauses, then divides into 3 separate lights. Not one hunter, 3. Ice forms in my stomach. The entire transaction, the vendor profile, the gun listing, the positive reviews. All elaborate fiction designed to lure desperate people to isolated locations. But why? Robbery seems too mundane for this level of preparation. Something else drives these predators. I crouch behind a decaying desk as a light beam sweeps across the office doorway. It lingers suspiciously before continuing. They know I'm nearby. Time is evaporating. A spider descends from the ceiling directly in front of my face. I flinch involuntarily, nearly losing balance and knocking over a rusted metal bin. The near miss leaves me trembling. Even the smallest sound could now prove fatal. My eyes, adjusted to darkness, spot a ceiling access panel above. My only chance. I wait until the searching beams focus elsewhere before silently pushing the desk beneath the panel. The furniture protests with a groan, but the hunters don't immediately respond. I climb atop the desk and push against the panel. Years of undisturbed grime seal it, until it suddenly gives way. I pull myself into the crawl space just as light floods the office again. The space above the ceiling is claustrophobic and dust-filled. Each breath threatens to trigger a cough that would immediately reveal my position. I lie flat across ceiling joists, knowing the ancient tiles between them wouldn't support my weight. Below, slivers of light pierce through cracks as hunters conduct a thorough search. A persistent tickle builds in my throat, dust particles irritating sensitive tissue. I press my sleeve against my mouth, fighting the urge to cough with every fiber of my being. The pressure builds, eyes watering, chest constricting. I inch forward along the joists away from the office. The crawl space extends across several rooms until reaching the open expanse above the main factory floor. No continuing without dropping down, directly into the hunting ground. A crash echoes from the office where I entered the ceiling. They found my route. Worse, the impact destabilizes the already precarious structure. A tremor runs through the joist beneath me as dust rains downward. Stealth no longer matters, only speed. I identify a momentarily clear area below and push downward with all my strength. The ceiling disintegrates and I plummet through cascading debris. I land hard, pain shooting through my ankle. The crash creates momentary confusion as hunters converge on the collapsing ceiling. For the first time, they break silence. Sharp commands cutting through dust clouds. The voices hold no accent, just clinical efficiency in deploying resources to recapture their prey. My ankle throbs, possibly sprained, definitely damaged. Each step sends fresh waves of pain, but adrenaline pushes me forward. I limp toward a stairwell leading upward. Higher ground seems counterintuitive for escape, but they'll expect me to flee toward ground-level exits. The unpredictable path might buy precious seconds. The stairs protest beneath my weight as I ascend. Behind me, light beams become frantic in their search patterns. They've temporarily lost my trail, but won't remain confused long. Halfway up, a stair gives way beneath my foot. I pitch forward, barely catching myself on the railing. The rotted wood crumbles in my grasp. For a sickening moment, I'm suspended in space, certain I'll fall. Somehow, miraculously, my other hand finds purchase on a more solid section. I pull myself upward, heart thundering so loudly, I'm certain they must hear it echoing through the building. The second floor contains rows of empty shelving creating a maze-like structure. I navigate through them, seeking windows or roof access, while my injured ankle threatens collapse with each step. Blood pulses against my temples with such intensity, I fear they might hear it too. A sudden noise from the stairwell. Footsteps, multiple sets, ascending with deliberate caution. They found my trail again. Time evaporates like morning dew in summer heat. Moonlight spills through a broken window at the storage area's far end. Looking out reveals a partially collapsed roof section below the window. Then a 20-foot drop to the ground. Not ideal, but approaching footsteps on the stairs eliminate alternatives. I ease through the broken window onto the unstable roof section, which immediately protests under my weight. Below, discarded pallets and construction debris offer a marginally better landing than bare concrete. A flashlight beam sweeps across the storage area behind me as the roof section begins collapsing. I push off, directing my descent toward the debris pile. The impact drives air from my lungs and sends fresh pain through my ankle, but miraculously leaves me conscious and mobile. Splintered wood tears my palms as I stagger upright. I hear the roof section crash completely as I push away from the wall, forcing my damaged body into a stumbling run. The industrial complex forms a maze of derelict buildings, all potential hiding places, all potential traps. I have no plan beyond creating distance, hoping that my pursuer's determination has limits. A distant engine sounds, a vehicle approaching. Relief floods me momentarily. Civilization, witnesses, safety. But the engine cuts abruptly, followed by car doors closing with muffled precision. Not random passers-by, reinforcements. A metallic click stops me, the unmistakable sound of a round being chambered. A silhouette detaches from the shadow of a dumpster ahead. My stomach drops through ice. How had they gotten before me? I pivot only to see a second figure emerging between buildings to my left. They've herded me, using my panic against me, driving me along a predictable path while closing their net. My remaining option is a narrow alley between two warehouses. I lunge toward it despite my screaming ankle. The alley is dark and obstacle-strewn, but navigable. Behind me, I hear my pursuers control pace, unhurried. They know the alley is a dead end. Halfway down the passage, my foot catches on something, a discarded pipe or bar. I stumble, catching myself against the rough brick wall. Skin tears from my palms, adding fresh pain to my inventory of injuries. I push onward, desperation mounting with each step. After 30 yards, a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire halts my escape. Too high to climb, especially injured. I turn, back against the fence, facing my approaching hunters. Their flashlights switch off, but ambient light from distant street lamps reveals their steady advance. The lead figure stops 10 feet away, close enough to see his face beneath the hood. Young, ordinary looking, except for eyes empty of empathy or emotion. Clinical eyes that observe suffering with scientific detachment. He raises something that reflects dully in the dim light. A smartphone. On its screen, my photograph, taken from social media I'd deleted months ago. Beside it, information I'd believed private. My Dunstable address, employment history, bank account activity showing my deepening financial crisis, the precise amount of my overdraft, the exact figure in my savings account before redundancy, the monthly utility cost for my flat. The gun was never real. It was bait, selected based on digital breadcrumbs revealing my desperation. Everything, from forum posts resonating with my fears to the vendor's high rating, was crafted to lead me here, to this alley, to this moment. Understanding freezes my blood more effectively than fear. I wasn't randomly selected. I was profiled, studied, and targeted with the precision of commercial algorithms that determine which advertisements we see online. Except this campaign's conversion goal wasn't purchase, but capture. The young man pockets the phone and withdraws a real gun from his jacket. Behind him, the second hunter raises what I now recognize as a camera, its recording light blinking steadily. The third blocks any slim hope of escape. The details of my financial life appear on a device screen. My monthly internet costs, my VPN subscription fee, the precise amounts withdrawn from cash machines across Dunstable over the past week. They've catalogued my desperation in sterile spreadsheet format, treating my gradual economic collapse as clinical data points. They hadn't just tracked my digital movements. They'd invaded every aspect of my digital life. The leader aims at my chest with mechanical precision. The camera adjusts position slightly, framing the scene with professional detachment. This isn't just execution, it's production. Another device appears displaying video footage. A man trapped exactly as I am now, backed against a fence. Comprehension dawning across his features. The timestamp shows last month's date. The footage ends with a muzzle flash. I straighten against the fence. In my final clarity, I understand my fatal error. I hadn't sought a weapon. I'd unknowingly auditioned for a role. Every digital breadcrumb I dropped had marked me not as consumer, but as commodity. Not customer, but content. My desperation wasn't vulnerability to be exploited. It was the precise quality they'd been hunting. A distant siren wails, police or ambulance, impossible to determine. For a fleeting moment, hope flickers, but the hunters don't even glance toward the sound. They know response times to this abandoned district. They've calculated their window precisely. The gun barrel aligns with my chest. I close my eyes, refusing to give them the satisfaction of capturing my fear. In the darkness behind my eyelids, I hear the soft exhalation of the leader's breath as his finger tightens on the trigger. The gunshot echoes through the Dunstable industrial wasteland, transforming from a single report into a cacophony that seems endless. The bullet tears through me, and as consciousness fades, my final thought is of my laptop, still glowing in my empty flat, the digital gravestone I carved with my own desperate keystrokes. The hunters pack their equipment with practiced efficiency. They've captured what they came for, another episode in their macabre series. The footage will be edited, enhanced, distributed to subscribers who pay premium rates for authentic content. My death will be categorized, tagged, and monetized. British male, 34, IT professional, financial distress, Dunstable location. In the digital marketplace where I thought I was the customer, I was always the product. My body grows cold in the alley, while somewhere in the darkest corners of the internet, a vendor account updates its perfect rating statistics, maintaining immaculate credibility to lure the next desperate soul seeking security in an insecure world. My story becomes data, content, entertainment, another digital artifact in an endless archive of human vulnerability exploited for profit and pleasure. The cycle continues, invisible to those who haven't yet reached the level of desperation, where safeguards and skepticism crumble before basic survival needs. The hunters disappear into the night, leaving nothing but cooling blood and a cautionary tale that will never be told. By morning, my body will be gone, erased as thoroughly as my digital footprint will be sanitized. No connection between the unemployed IT specialist and the content newly available in exclusive subscription-only forums. The marketplace listing remains active. The Glock 19 still displays as available, its perfect reviews enticing the next desperate soul who believes they're purchasing security rather than auditioning for annihilation. The digital hunt continues, endless and invisible, harvesting those who have fallen through society's cracks into a shadow economy where they are no longer consumers, just consumables. 2 days later, an email arrives in my former manager's inbox. A job application for a position similar to mine from someone whose employment history, financial situation, and recent online behaviors fit a familiar profile. The cycle begins anew. Another target identified, another hunt initiated. In the darkest corners of the internet, where desperation meets opportunity, the predators continue to feed, invisible to all but their carefully selected prey. If someone told you that ordering a pizza could ruin your life, You'd probably laugh. I would have too, until 3 months ago. Now, I'm sitting in a greasy spoon cafe in Blackpool at midnight, watching every person who walks through the door and wondering which one might be here for me. Tomorrow marks exactly 90 days since I saw something I shouldn't have seen, and apparently that's significant to the people who've been watching me ever since. I'm a delivery driver for Domino's in Manchester. Have been for about 2 years now. It's not glamorous work, but it pays the bills and gives me flexible hours while I try to figure out what to do with my life. Most nights are routine. Pick up orders, follow the sat-nav, hand over food, collect payment, move on to the next address. You develop a rhythm. You stop really thinking about the job and just go through the motions. The night everything changed started like any other. Friday evening rush, orders backing up, everyone wanting food delivered to their homes or offices. I'd been doing runs for about 4 hours when I got an order for an industrial estate on the outskirts of Salford. It wasn't unusual. Lots of businesses operate out of those converted warehouses, and people working late shifts often order in. The address led me to a nondescript building with a loading bay and a few cars parked outside. The order was for 6 large pizzas, which suggested either a late meeting or people pulling an all-nighter. I rang the number provided, and someone told me to bring the food to a side entrance marked Studio B. They said the door would be propped open. When I found the entrance, the door was indeed ajar. I called out that I had a delivery but got no response. The hallway beyond was dimly lit, and I could hear sounds deeper in the building, voices, movement, electronic equipment humming. I followed the sounds, carrying the pizza bags, assuming I'd find whoever had ordered the food. The corridor led to another door that was slightly open. Through the gap, I could see bright lighting and what looked like filming equipment. I knocked and announced the delivery again, but the sounds from inside continued without acknowledgement. Thinking they might not have heard me over their work, I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. I found myself in a converted warehouse space set up like a film studio. Professional lighting rigs, multiple cameras on tripods, computer monitors showing different camera angles. But what I saw in the center of the room made me freeze. There was a person strapped to a metal table, conscious but clearly distressed. Around them stood several people wearing surgical masks and disposable coveralls. One was adjusting camera angles, while another was checking what appeared to be medical instruments laid out on a nearby tray. Off to one side, someone was monitoring multiple computer screens showing chat windows and what looked like payment processing interfaces. The whole scene had a clinical, organized quality that made it somehow more disturbing than if it had appeared chaotic or improvised. These people knew exactly what they were doing. This was planned, prepared, professional. I must have made a sound, dropped the pizza bags or gasped, because suddenly everyone in the room turned to look at me. For a moment, nobody moved. Then one of them, a woman in scrubs, walked toward me very calmly. She asked if I was the food delivery, as if finding me there was perfectly normal. I mumbled something about the pizzas and started backing toward the door, but she gestured for me to wait. She explained that they were filming a medical training video and didn't want to break character. She asked me to leave the food by the door and said they'd sort out payment later. Her manner was so casual, so reasonable, that for a moment I almost believed her explanation. But then I glanced at the monitors showing the chat windows. Messages were scrolling by too fast to read properly, but I caught fragments about blood, slow cutting, and increase the payment. These weren't medical training discussions, and the person on the table wasn't acting. Their fear was real. I left the pizzas and backed out of the room, my heart hammering. In the corridor, I could hear the woman talking to the others, though I couldn't make out words. I walked quickly back to my car, trying to process what I'd witnessed. Part of me wondered if I'd misunderstood the situation. Maybe it was an elaborate movie set or some kind of extreme performance art. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. I sat in my car for several minutes, trying to decide what to do. I considered calling the police immediately, but what would I tell them? That I'd seen people in medical attire around someone on a table. That seemed like filming equipment. Without clear evidence of an actual crime in progress, I wasn't sure they'd take me seriously. Instead, I decided to finish my shift and report it the next day, when I could think clearly about exactly what I'd witnessed. I drove away from the industrial estate, completed my remaining deliveries, and went home. But I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that person on the table and those clinical, organized preparations. The next morning, I called the police and reported what I'd seen. They took my statement and said they'd investigate. I gave them the address, described the setup, explained why I thought something illegal might have been happening. The officer seemed to take it seriously and said they'd follow up with me. 2 days later, they called to tell me they'd visited the location. The building was empty. No equipment, no furniture, no evidence that anything had taken place there. The property manager said the space had been vacant for several months. There was no record of anyone renting studio space or filming permits being issued. The police seemed to think I'd either gotten the wrong address or misunderstood what I'd seen. They suggested that stress from working late shifts might have caused me to misinterpret an innocent situation. The investigation was closed, but I knew what I'd seen, and apparently so did the people I'd interrupted. The first sign that they knew who I was came a week later. I received a pizza order on my delivery app, but when I arrived at the address, no one was home. The order had been paid for in advance, including a generous tip. Attached to the order was a note thanking me for my discretion and suggesting that some things were better left unreported. Over the following weeks, I noticed things that were individually small, but collectively unsettling. The same car appearing in my rearview mirror during multiple shifts. People photographing me while I made deliveries. Orders that would take me to locations where no one was waiting, but where I'd noticed someone watching from a distance. I started varying my routes home and taking different approaches to delivery addresses. But the surveillance continued, sometimes subtle. A person reading a newspaper looked up as I passed. Sometimes more obvious, cars following me for several streets before turning away. The most disturbing incident came about 6 weeks after that night. I received an order for my own address. When I checked the system, it showed my flat number, my postcode, everything correct. The order was for one large pizza with a note in the special instructions field. You were very helpful that night. Hope you're enjoying your work. I didn't deliver to my own address, obviously. Instead, I called in sick for the rest of the week and stayed with a mate in Liverpool. But when I returned home, I found the pizza box outside my door anyway. Inside, instead of food, was a USB drive and a printed note with a web address. I almost threw it away without looking, almost convinced myself to ignore it and hope they'd lose interest. But something compelled me to check what was on the drive, perhaps hoping for evidence I could take to the police. The drive contained a single video file. When I played it, I recognized the same warehouse space I'd interrupted weeks earlier. But now the setup was different, more elaborate. Multiple camera angles showing a room prepared for what was clearly not a medical training exercise. In the corner of the video was a viewer counter showing thousands of people watching live. But what made my blood run cold was seeing myself in the footage. The video showed me entering the room with the pizza bags, surveying the scene, backing toward the door. My face was clearly visible. Someone had been filming the entire time, even during what I'd thought was an unexpected interruption. At the bottom of the video was text: "Witness recruitment successful. Training complete. Event scheduling in progress." I understood then that my stumbling across their operation hadn't been an accident. The pizza order, the open doors, the lack of response when I called out, it had all been orchestrated. They'd wanted someone to find them. They'd wanted a witness. And they'd specifically wanted me. I still don't understand why. Maybe they needed someone with regular access to different locations around the city. Maybe they wanted a delivery driver who already had reasons to be driving around at night. Maybe it was just random selection, and I was unlucky enough to be the one who picked up that particular order. Since then, the surveillance has intensified. I've spotted the same faces in different locations across Manchester. People who seem to know my schedule better than I do. I've received more mysterious pizza orders that lead nowhere, but now they come with messages about preparation phases and final scheduling. 3 days ago, I received the most explicit message yet. Another USB drive, this time delivered directly to my workplace. Inside was a video showing an empty room similar to the one I'd first discovered, but clearly in a different location. Concrete walls, better lighting, professional camera equipment, and in the corner, a countdown timer showing less than a week remaining. Below the video was an address in Blackpool and a date, tomorrow night. The message explained that my witness period was concluding and that it was time for me to transition to participant status. They provided details about travel arrangements, timing, and what they called viewer engagement protocols. They also mentioned that they'd identified my family members and knew their locations and routines. My sister in Leeds, my parents in their retirement flat, my nephew's school route. The implication was clear. Cooperation wasn't optional. I left Manchester immediately after receiving that message, took what cash I had and caught the first train to somewhere else. But Blackpool keeps calling to me. The address they provided, the appointment time tomorrow evening, the knowledge that thousands of people are already gathering online to watch whatever they have planned. I've tried going to different police stations in different cities, but without concrete evidence of immediate danger, and with my previous report having led nowhere, they treat me like someone having a mental health crisis. One officer suggested I seek counseling for work-related stress. The worst part is knowing that this whole system relies on witnesses like me, people who stumble into their operations and then become part of them. The cycle continues because each witness eventually becomes a participant, and each participant helps recruit the next witness. I think about that person I saw on the table months ago. Were they once a delivery driver who saw something they shouldn't have seen? A cleaner who walked into the wrong room? A maintenance worker who arrived at an inconvenient time? Everyone who ends up in those rooms probably started as an innocent bystander who witnessed something terrible. The counter on the latest video now shows tens of thousands of viewers waiting for tomorrow's event. People who've paid to watch, who can interact with what happens, who can influence the proceedings through their participation. I'm not just going to be a victim, I'm going to be entertainment. I keep thinking I should run further, get on another train, go to Scotland, leave the country if I can. But they found my family's information so easily. They tracked me across a city for months. How far could I really get before they'd find me again? The time is rapidly approaching. Less than 18 hours now. I should be terrified, but mostly I feel resigned. This was always where it was heading from the moment I walked into that warehouse with a pizza delivery. Everything since then has just been an extended preparation period, training me for this final role. Tomorrow night, thousands of people will watch me transition from witness to participant. The delivery driver who brought food to the wrong address will become the entertainment for those who've been preparing for this moment as long as I've been dreading it. And I suppose I should have just left the pizzas in the corridor and walked away without investigating further. But curiosity has consequences, and sometimes the price of satisfying that curiosity is becoming the subject of someone else's. The countdown continues, the viewers await, and I still have a few hours to decide whether to run or to show up at that address tomorrow night. I was just a bored software developer working from my flat in Manchester, running tests on a new algorithm designed to filter illegal content from social media platforms. It was a contract job for a mid-sized tech company. Good money, flexible hours, and the sort of work that looks impressive on a CV. The kind of opportunity you don't question too deeply. My algorithm was supposed to identify and flag videos containing violence, abuse, or other prohibited content before they could be uploaded. Nothing revolutionary, just an improvement on existing systems. I needed sample data to test it, so the company gave me access to a secure server containing thousands of videos that had been previously removed from their platform. Most were exactly what you'd expect: fights, animal cruelty, dangerous stunts gone wrong. The algorithm handled these easily, assigning risk scores with over 95% accuracy compared to human moderators. But there were outliers, videos that humans had flagged, but my system missed entirely. These were the ones I needed to focus on to improve the detection rates. One particular video kept slipping through. The file name was just a string of numbers and letters, and according to the metadata, 6 different human moderators had flagged it for immediate removal, each citing different reasons. When I finally reviewed it myself, I was confused. It showed an empty room with white walls, a concrete floor, and a single metal chair in the center. Nothing happened for nearly 3 minutes. No people, no movement, just static footage of an empty room. The video quality was poor, with occasional digital artifacts, compression issues most likely. I ran it through the algorithm again with different parameters, but it consistently received a low-risk score. I noted this as an anomaly and moved on to other samples. But that night, lying in bed, I kept thinking about it. Why had 6 moderators independently flagged an empty room? What were they seeing that both I and my algorithm had missed? The next morning, I downloaded the video file and examined it more carefully. The metadata contained an unusual string in the creator field, what looked like an onion address, the kind used on Tor networks. Out of professional curiosity, I accessed Tor through a secure virtual machine and entered the address. It led to a black screen with a simple login form and a counter displaying 4,291. As I watched, the number increased to 4,292. The site offered no explanation of what this counter represented. No context, no identifying information, just a login form and that steadily increasing number. I closed the browser and returned to my work. I had deadlines to meet, and mysterious websites weren't relevant to improving my algorithm. I modified the code to better detect empty rooms with strange metadata and moved on to other test cases. 3 days later, I received an email from an address consisting of random characters. The subject line was the same string of numbers and letters as the video file name. The body contained only a username and password, followed by the words, "Observer access granted." I should have deleted it immediately, should have reported it to the company's security team. Instead, I saved the information and continued working as if nothing had happened. That night, after a few glasses of wine, I reopened my secure virtual machine, accessed the .onion address, and entered the credentials. The site loaded to show the same empty room from the video, but now as a live feed. The counter in the corner showed 7,843. A chat window occupied the right side of the screen, messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly. From what I could gather, users were discussing preparations for something called an event. Some were placing what appeared to be bets using cryptocurrency. In the bottom left corner was a countdown timer. 47 hours, 12 minutes, and 36 seconds, just under 3 days. I watched for about 20 minutes. Nothing changed in the room. The chat continued with discussions I couldn't fully follow, filled with abbreviations and terminology I didn't recognize. I logged out, shut down the virtual machine, and tried to forget about it. The next day, I received another email from a different random address. This one contained only a postcode, my postcode, and the message, "Confirmation required for observer status." I immediately strengthened all my security settings, changed passwords, and ran multiple malware scans. Everything came back clean. I convinced myself it was just a coincidence or a scare tactic used by whatever strange corner of the internet I'd stumbled into. Still, I deleted the virtual machine and resolved to focus solely on my work. That evening, my doorbell rang. When I checked through the peephole, no one was there. But on the ground was a small package wrapped in brown paper with no postage or shipping labels. Inside was a cheap mobile phone, switched off, with a handwritten note containing just a time, 2000 hours. Against my better judgment, I turned on the phone at the specified time. It immediately connected to a network I didn't recognize and opened to a video feed. The same room, the same angle, but now the chair was occupied. A person sat there, head covered by a black hood, hands secured behind their back. The counter now showed 12,574 and was increasing rapidly. The chat window was moving so fast it was just a blur of text. The countdown timer read 00:31 minutes 8 seconds, 31 minutes. I wanted to turn it off, to throw the phone away, but I couldn't look away. I told myself I needed to know what this was, what I had inadvertently become involved with. At exactly 20:30, a figure entered the frame wearing a featureless white mask and surgical gloves. They carried a small tray of implements I couldn't clearly identify. The masked figure approached the bound person and held up what looked like a scalpel to the camera. The chat suddenly slowed, and a message appeared in red. "Bidding begins. Choose location." I switched off the phone, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I understood now what I had found, what the algorithm had failed to detect, what those 6 human moderators had recognized from experience. The empty room wasn't just an empty room. It was a stage being set. I spent the night researching red rooms, supposedly live-stream torture or murder that viewers could pay to watch or even direct. Most credible sources insisted they were urban myths, technically impossible to stream securely. But what if the conventional wisdom was wrong? What if someone had found a way to make it work? I needed to report this to the authorities, but I had a problem. I had accessed the site. I had watched. My digital fingerprints were all over this, and I had no way to prove I had stumbled onto it innocently. I decided to gather more evidence before coming forward. The next day, I returned to work and began examining other videos that had slipped past my algorithm, but been flagged by human moderators. There were 5 more showing empty rooms, each with different layouts, but similar empty chairs. Each file contained hidden .onion addresses in the metadata. That evening, another package arrived at my door. This one contained a USB drive. When I checked it on a secure system, it contained a single video file. It showed the complete event from the previous night. I couldn't watch more than a few seconds before shutting it down. But in those seconds, I saw enough to know this was real. These weren't actors. This wasn't simulated. And according to the counter, over 15,000 people had watched it happen. I decided to go to the police the next morning. I would turn over everything I had found and face whatever consequences came with it. I spent the night copying evidence to an external drive and writing a detailed account of how I had discovered the site. I woke to the sound of an email notification. The subject line was "Observer Status Revoked." The body contained my full name, address, and a photograph of me sleeping in my bed, taken from inside my flat, hours earlier. Below the photo was a message: "Participant status pending. Current bids, 18 inches. I left immediately with just my wallet and phone, checked into a hotel on the other side of the city using cash. Spent the day moving between public places, trying to figure out what to do. That evening, I returned to the hotel to find the door to my room slightly ajar. Inside, everything appeared untouched except for the television, which was turned onto a blank screen with a counter, 23,109. I packed up again and left, taking a night bus to Leeds, found another hotel, tried to sleep, woke to find my new room's mirror had fogged up despite no one using the shower. Written in the condensation was a set of coordinates and a time, 2 days from now. I looked up the coordinates. They pointed to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Birmingham. I've been moving constantly since then, different cities, different hotels, always paying cash. I've disposed of my original phone, bought and discarded several burners. Each time I think I've broken the pattern, I find evidence they found me. A note slipped under a door, a message written on a receipt, a counter displayed on a digital screen as I walk past. The most terrifying part is not knowing how they keep finding me, or who they even are. Is it one person, a group? Is it the thousands of observers, some percentage of whom are actively tracking me? I've examined my clothing for tracking devices, checked for implants under my skin, scanned for rogue wireless signals. Nothing. 3 hours ago, I received a text on my newest phone, one that no one should have the number for. Final preparations underway. Broadcast begins 2100. Viewer count 41,863. I'm writing this in a library in Glasgow using a public computer. I've been on trains, buses and taxis continuously for the past 48 hours. I haven't slept, barely eaten. I'm running out of cash, options and places to hide. I've come to a terrible realization. What I discovered wasn't just a red room. It was an entire ecosystem built around them. My algorithm wasn't failing to detect prohibited content. It was being trained to deliberately ignore it. The company that hired me wasn't trying to remove this content. They were developing sophisticated methods to hide it in plain sight. The contract job, the test videos, the access to the secure server, it was all a setup. They weren't assessing the algorithm's ability to detect prohibited content. They were assessing me, my reaction, my moral flexibility, my potential as either an asset to their operation or a threat to be eliminated, and I failed their test by showing too much curiosity, by looking too closely at what I was meant to overlook. The most disturbing part is how vast this network must be. The resources required to track someone across multiple cities, to always be one step ahead, to have eyes everywhere. It suggests organization and reach that goes beyond what any ordinary criminal enterprise should be capable of. I wonder how many other programmers, content moderators, and data analysts have been pulled into this system. How many recognized what I failed to see and chose to look the other way? How many became observers rather than raising alarms? How many are watching now? I have less than 6 hours until the scheduled broadcast. The counter likely shows over 50,000 by now. 50,000 people waiting to watch what happens to me. I've considered turning myself in to the police, but what if some of them are connected to this network? The level of coordination I've witnessed suggests infiltration of normal systems. Who can I trust? I keep thinking about those other empty rooms I found in the test videos. How many people have sat in those chairs? How many more will follow? And was I selected randomly? Or is there something specific about me that made them choose me as the next subject? I don't know if anyone will believe this account. It sounds paranoid, even to me as I write it. But I know what I've seen. I know what's hunting me. I'm going to post this and then head to the train station. I have a plan to get to a remote village in the Scottish Highlands where a former colleague has a holiday cottage. No internet, no mobile service. Maybe if I can stay off the grid long enough, they'll select another target, move on to someone else. That's the final horror of this system. The knowledge that my only hope for survival may be that someone else takes my place in that chair, that the observer's attention shifts to another victim, that the algorithm selects a new participant. The idea makes me sick, but I'm out of alternatives. If you're reading this and you work in content moderation, data filtering, or AI development, pay attention to what your systems are being trained to ignore. Look closer at the empty rooms. Ask questions about the files everyone seems to overlook. And if you ever receive an email offering observer status, delete it immediately. Don't let curiosity lead you where it led me. The broadcast is scheduled for 2100 hours tonight. I have no intention of being in front of a camera. But as I've learned over these past terrible days, my intentions may no longer matter. Six months ago, I was just someone trying to make the internet a safer place. Now, I'm hiding in a Premier Inn somewhere in the Midlands, knowing that tomorrow night, thousands of people will tune in to watch me become the star of my own nightmare. It started when I applied for a job as a content moderator with a company called SafeNet Solutions. They advertise themselves as specialists in keeping harmful content off social media platforms. The work seemed meaningful, protecting children from inappropriate material, removing violent content, flagging harassment. The kind of job where you could feel like you were making a difference. I'd been unemployed for nearly 8 months after my last position was made redundant. Living in a shared house in Birmingham with people half my age, watching my savings dwindle while sending off countless applications. When SafeNet offered me the position working from home with decent pay, I jumped at it without asking too many questions. The training was straightforward. They gave me access to their proprietary software that would queue up flagged content for review, videos, images, live streams, all reported by automated systems or other users as potentially violating community guidelines. My job was to watch each piece of content and make a decision. Remove it, leave it up, or escalate it to a senior moderator. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. spam, harassment, people posting copyrighted material, the occasional violent video or inappropriate image involving children, which would get immediately escalated and removed. The work was emotionally draining. You see humanity at its worst when you're cleaning up after it. But it felt necessary. I worked remotely, reviewing content for 8 hours a day from my bedroom. The company provided the computer and software, along with strict guidelines about confidentiality. We weren't allowed to discuss our work with anyone outside the company, ostensibly to protect user privacy and prevent people from gaming the moderation system. About 2 months into the job, I started noticing patterns in some of the content that came through my queue. Videos that looked like they were filmed in similar locations, industrial settings with concrete walls and minimal furnishing. The content itself wasn't explicitly violating guidelines, but something about it felt off. Empty rooms with strange equipment, brief clips of preparations for something unclear. When I flagged these for escalation, asking for guidance on whether they violated guidelines, my supervisor would respond that they'd been reviewed and deemed acceptable. I was told to stop wasting time on borderline cases and focus on clear violations. The message was clear: approve these and move on. I tried to push back, suggesting that these videos might be connected to something harmful, but I was reminded that I was new and still in my probationary period. SafeNet had strict policies about overreach. Moderators who flagged too much borderline content would be let go for inefficiency. I needed the job, so I started approving the strange videos without comment. Then I began noticing something else. Some of the videos had embedded metadata that my software could read, but that wouldn't be visible to normal users. Location data, timestamps, user identifiers. I shouldn't have been able to see this information. It suggested my moderation software had deeper access to these platforms than a normal content reviewer would need. One evening, while reviewing a particularly odd video of an empty room with metal restraints visible in the background, I noticed that the metadata showed it was being live-streamed to thousands of viewers simultaneously. This wasn't a recorded video that someone had uploaded. It was happening live. And yet, it was coming through my queue as if it was standard user-generated content awaiting moderation. That's when I realized I wasn't moderating content that had already been posted. I was pre-approving content that was about to be streamed live. My approval was what allowed these broadcasts to go public. I started paying closer attention to the content coming through my queue. Mixed in with normal reported posts were these live feeds from empty rooms, industrial settings, medical equipment, restraints, each one tagged with metadata showing thousands of waiting viewers, and each one requiring my approval before it could broadcast. I was essentially the gatekeeper for what I was beginning to suspect were preparation streams for red rooms. I tried to refuse approval for one of these feeds, marking it as violating guidelines for depicting implements that could be used for harm. Within an hour, I received a call from my supervisor. They reminded me that I was still in my probationary period and that my approval rates had been flagged as concerning. Too many rejections could result in immediate termination. But they also said something that chilled me. They mentioned that they had my address, my banking details, my emergency contacts. Standard information for any employer, of course. But the way they referenced it felt like a veiled threat, like they wanted me to know how easy it would be to find me if I became a problem. I kept approving the feeds. What choice did I have? I needed the work, and I convinced myself that maybe I was wrong about what I was seeing. Maybe these were just art projects or horror film sets. Maybe the viewer counts were inflated. Maybe I was letting the stress of the job make me paranoid. 3 weeks ago, everything changed. a new type of content started coming through my queue. Not just empty rooms anymore, but rooms with people in them. People who looked unconscious or restrained. People who weren't acting. People who looked genuinely terrified when they were conscious. The metadata on these streams showed viewer counts in the tens of thousands. Chat functions that were active with comments I couldn't read, but that seemed to be taking requests or making suggestions. Payment information showing cryptocurrency transactions happening in real time. I couldn't approve them. I just couldn't. I started marking them all as violations, knowing it would flag my performance, but unable to live with myself if I didn't. For 3 days, I rejected every single one of these streams that came through my queue. On the 4th day, I received another package at my house. I hadn't ordered anything, and there was no delivery note. Inside was a tablet computer that automatically connected to a network when I turned it on. The screen showed a live feed of my own bedroom, taken from the camera on the work computer SafeNet had provided. I was looking at myself looking at the tablet. A message appeared on the tablet screen. You've been very thorough in your moderating work. Time for a performance review. Below it was a link to another stream, one showing an empty room with a metal table in the center. In the corner of the screen was a viewer counter, already showing thousands of people waiting, and a countdown timer set for 2 weeks from that day. I packed immediately and left Birmingham that night. I've been moving around England since then, staying in different hotels, buying train tickets with cash, avoiding CCTV when possible. But they keep finding me. Notes left in hotel rooms, messages sent to new phone numbers I've bought, photos of me taken in public places that get sent to whatever device I'm using. The most disturbing realization is that SafeNet Solutions isn't what I thought it was. It's not a company fighting against harmful content. It's a company facilitating it. They use legitimate content moderation as cover for something much darker. The majority of moderators probably are genuine, reviewing normal social media posts. But some of us, selected for particular reasons, were unknowingly gatekeeping for red room broadcasts. I think about how many streams I approved over those 4 months. How many people were harmed because I clicked approve on their preparatory footage. How many victims suffered because I was too concerned about keeping my job to ask harder questions about what I was really moderating. Last week, I tried going to the police in 3 different cities. The evidence I have is circumstantial. Screenshots, metadata, the tablet they sent me. But when I tried to describe the situation, it sounds like the paranoid delusions of someone who spent too much time looking at disturbing content. They take reports, but I can tell they think I'm either lying or having a mental health crisis. The countdown on the tablet now shows less than 2 days remaining. The viewer count has grown to tens of thousands. I've started receiving more specific messages about when and where I need to be. An address in Liverpool, a time, consequences for my family if I don't comply. And they've proven they know exactly where my sister lives, where my elderly parents shop, which route my niece takes to school. I've come to understand that the entire system is designed to implicate people who work for them. Every piece of content I approved created a digital trail connecting me to these broadcasts. Every rejection I made after discovering the truth could be used as evidence that I knew what was happening, but participated anyway. I'm not just a target now. I'm a liability who knows too much about their operation. The most terrifying part is realizing how vast this network must be. How many other content moderation companies might be fronts for similar operations. How many people think they're doing honest work cleaning up the internet when they're actually facilitating its darkest corners? I keep wondering if any of my colleagues at SafeNet knew what we were really doing. Were some of them complicit from the beginning? Were others like me, gradually drawn into something they didn't understand until it was too late? Or am I the only one who stumbled across this particular stream of content? The tablet just chimed with a new notification. The message is simple. Final preparations complete. Transport details being sent to your current location. I'm in a service station cafe somewhere between Leicester and Nottingham, trying to disappear into the crowd, but somehow they still know exactly where I am. I'm going to post this and then ditch the tablet somewhere. Maybe throw it in a bin. Maybe leave it on the train. I don't know if it will make any difference. I don't know if anyone will believe this account, or if they'll dismiss it as the ramblings of someone who's lost touch with reality. But if you're working in content moderation, especially for smaller companies or remote positions, pay attention to what you're really approving. Ask questions about the metadata you can access. Notice patterns in the content. And if something feels wrong, trust that instinct even if it cost you the job. I thought I was making the internet safer. Instead, I was helping to make it infinitely more dangerous for the most vulnerable people. Every approval was another step toward this moment, when I become the content instead of the moderator. The countdown shows approximately 30 hours remaining. Thousands of people are waiting to watch what happens next. And somewhere in Liverpool, a room is being prepared for tomorrow night's broadcast. I should have asked more questions from the beginning. Should have trusted my instincts about those first strange videos. Should have realized that a job that seemed too good to be true probably was. But it's too late for should-haves now. The only thing left is to run and hope that somehow I can break free from a system I helped maintain, without ever understanding what it really was. The irony isn't lost on me. I spent months deciding what content was safe for public consumption. Now thousands of people are waiting to consume content featuring me. The moderator has become the moderated. The strangest thing about renting out your spare room on Airbnb is how normal the dangerous people can seem. 3 months ago, I thought I was just providing budget accommodation in my Nottingham terraced house to help pay the mortgage. Now I'm hiding in a travel lodge in Derby, knowing that tomorrow night thousands of people on the dark web will watch me become the unwilling star of something I helped create without realizing it. I've been hosting guests for about 18 months. My house is nothing special. 2 bedrooms, small garden, decent location near the city centre. After my partner moved out last year, I needed the extra income to cover the mortgage payments. Airbnb seemed like an obvious solution. Most guests were exactly what you'd expect: tourists, business travellers, people visiting family. The occasional odd one, but nothing concerning. The booking that changed everything came through in early November. A guest named David Chen wanted to stay for 3 weeks, paying in advance. His profile showed several good reviews from previous hosts in other cities. He claimed to be a freelance photographer working on a documentary project about urban architecture in the Midlands. The extended stay and advance payment made it an attractive booking. David arrived on a Sunday evening, carrying professional camera equipment and a large metallic case that he said contained lighting gear. He was polite, quiet, and seemed genuinely interested in the city's industrial heritage. He kept regular hours, going out during the day with his camera equipment and returning in the evening. He was the kind of guest hosts dream about: tidy, respectful, no complaints. After his first week, David asked if he could use the basement for storing and organizing his equipment. My house has a cellar that I use for storage and the boiler, accessed through a door in the kitchen. I agreed, mainly because he offered to pay an additional fee for the privilege. The extra money was helpful, and I rarely went down there anyway. Over the following days, I noticed David making multiple trips to the basement, carrying equipment I didn't recognize. When I asked about his project, he explained that he was documenting forgotten spaces in urban environments, basements, abandoned buildings, industrial sites. He said the documentation required specialized lighting and recording equipment to capture these spaces properly. About halfway through his stay, David asked if I'd be interested in featuring my house in his documentary. He explained that Victorian terraced houses like mine represented important architectural heritage, and the basement would be particularly interesting as an example of period construction techniques. He offered to pay me a consultation fee for appearing in the documentary. The money was tempting, and the project sounded legitimate. David showed me some of his previous work on his laptop, professional quality photographs and videos of various urban locations. Everything appeared above board. We agreed that he would film a short segment with me discussing the house's history and architectural features. The filming took place in the basement on a Wednesday evening. David had set up impressive lighting equipment that transformed the dingy space into something that looked almost cinematic. Multiple cameras captured different angles as I talked about the house's Victorian features and how the basement reflected period construction methods. David was professional throughout the process, asking thoughtful questions about architectural details and the neighborhood's history. The session lasted about an hour, after which he thanked me and said he'd send me a copy once the documentary was complete. I returned upstairs, feeling pleased with the extra income and curious to see the finished product. Over the next few days, I noticed David working late into the night in the basement. I could hear equipment running, the sound of keyboards, and occasionally what sounded like video editing software. When I mentioned the noise, he apologized and explained that he was under deadline pressure to complete the project. He offered to buy me noise-cancelling headphones as compensation. David's stay ended the following Sunday. He packed his equipment, thanked me for the accommodation, and left excellent feedback on the platform. I thought that would be the end of our interaction. I was wrong. 2 weeks later, I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line contained my full name and address. The body contained a link to what appeared to be a dark web site, a .onion address that could only be accessed through specialized browsers. The message explained that my performance had been well received and that there was interest in a follow-up appearance. I was confused but curious enough to download Tor and access the link. The site had a stark, professional design with minimal text. It showed what appeared to be a preview of David's documentary, but the content was nothing like what we had filmed. The video showed my basement, but it had been edited to look like a completely different space. The lighting made it appear more confined and institutional. More disturbing was how my interview had been edited. My words about the basement's construction had been cut and rearranged to make it sound like I was describing a purpose-built space for containing people. Comments about the solid Victorian walls and soundproofing qualities of the basement had been edited to seem like I was advertising features for imprisonment. At the bottom of the page was a counter showing several thousand viewers and a section for what appeared to be cryptocurrency payments. There were also comments in various languages discussing the upcoming live event and speculation about when the subject would be brought to the location. I realized that David hadn't been making a documentary about architecture. He'd been creating promotional material for something much darker. My basement had been transformed into what appeared to be a dark web red room, and I had unknowingly provided the introduction. I tried to contact the site administrators to demand the removal of my image and information about my house. But the contact methods led to encrypted messaging systems that never responded. I considered going to the police, but explaining that I discovered my basement being advertised on the dark web for purposes I didn't fully understand seemed both implausible and potentially incriminating. Instead, I changed the locks on my house and resolved to be more careful about future guests. I thought the incident was over, that David had moved on to find another location for whatever he was really planning. 3 weeks later, I received another Airbnb booking request, this time from someone calling themselves Sarah Williams, who wanted to stay for a weekend. Her profile was sparse but contained positive reviews. She said she was visiting Nottingham for medical appointments. Something about the booking felt off. The messaging was too formal, the timing seemed random, but I needed the income. Sarah arrived on Friday evening carrying a small bag and what appeared to be medical equipment. She explained that she had a rare condition requiring specialized monitoring devices. She was polite and professional, much like David had been. She asked about the basement almost immediately, claiming she needed a quiet, temperature-controlled environment for her medical equipment. I refused, explaining that the basement wasn't suitable for guests. She seemed disappointed but didn't press the issue. However, that night I heard sounds from the basement, footsteps, equipment being moved, voices. When I investigated, I found the door unlocked and evidence that someone had been down there recently. Sarah had gone out, ostensibly for a medical appointment, but I suspected she was connected to David's project. I searched her room and found sophisticated computer equipment hidden in her luggage, along with what appeared to be dark web communication devices. I also found printed materials in various languages, advertising a live event scheduled for the following week. I confronted Sarah when she returned, demanding an explanation. She remained calm and professional, but her story changed. She claimed to be working with David on a legitimate research project about urban exploration and abandoned spaces. She showed me documents that appeared to support this explanation, including what looked like academic credentials and research permits. But that night, I discovered the truth about what was happening in my basement. Unable to sleep, I crept downstairs and found Sarah working at a computer setup I hadn't seen before. Multiple screens showed dark web sites with familiar .onion addresses, cryptocurrency wallets with substantial balances, and chat systems discussing the upcoming Nottingham event. One screen showed my basement, but it had been further modified since David's visit. Additional equipment had been installed, including restraints and what appeared to be medical monitoring devices. The space had been transformed into a fully functional red room, complete with multiple camera angles and interactive systems that would allow dark web viewers to influence what happened there. Sarah noticed me watching, and her demeanor changed completely. She explained that I was already complicit in their operation, that my filmed introduction had been used to promote the space, and that my continued cooperation was expected. She showed me viewer statistics and payment records demonstrating the substantial interest in the Nottingham facility. The final component of their plan was clear. They needed a host for the space, someone who could provide legitimacy and deflect suspicion, someone who could book future guests and maintain the property between events, someone who was already compromised by their participation in the promotional material. I told Sarah to leave immediately, that I would contact the police, that I wanted nothing to do with their operation. She remained calm, explaining that the evidence of my participation was already online, that my face and voice were associated with the space, that authorities would find it difficult to believe I wasn't aware of what was happening in my own basement. She left the next morning, but not before explaining that the Nottingham event would proceed as scheduled, that interested parties had already paid substantial sums to access the broadcast, that the space was prepared and the audience was waiting. Over the following week, I received constant messages through various platforms, encrypted emails, anonymous texts, dark web communications. All carried the same theme. I was expected to facilitate the upcoming event, to provide access to the space, to ensure that operations could proceed without interference. I've been staying in different hotels since then, but the messages keep finding me. They know my location, my schedule, my vulnerabilities. They provided evidence of their surveillance, photographs of me in public, recordings of my phone conversations, details about my daily routines. Yesterday, I received the most explicit message yet, a video showing my basement fully prepared for broadcast with professional lighting and multiple camera angles, a countdown timer showing less than 24 hours remaining, and a reminder that my cooperation was not optional, that I had already been promoted as the host of the facility, that thousands of dark web viewers were expecting the event to proceed. The message included details about how they had tracked my movements, monitored my communications, and prepared contingencies for various scenarios. They had evidence of my filmed introduction, records of payments made to my accounts, and documentation of my voluntary participation in what they could present as willing cooperation with their operation. I'm writing this from a travel lodge outside Derby, using a public computer. I don't know if this will reach anyone who can help, or if sharing this story will make my situation worse. I only know that tomorrow night, thousands of people on the dark web will expect to see a broadcast from my basement, and I'm running out of places to hide. The most terrifying realization is that they never needed to force me to participate. They just needed me to become complicit gradually, one small decision at a time. Accepting David's booking, agreeing to the basement usage, participating in the filming. Each step seemed reasonable individually, but together they created a chain of involvement I can't escape. The dark web red room they've created isn't in some remote warehouse or abandoned building. It's in my house, registered to my name, promoted with my face and voice. Even if I never participate directly, I'm already the host. The space exists because I allowed it to be created. Tomorrow's broadcast will happen whether I'm there or not. They've made that clear. The only question is whether I face whatever comes next, or let someone else become the victim of a system I inadvertently helped build. The viewer counter on the latest message shows tens of thousands of people waiting. People who have paid in cryptocurrency to access the broadcast. People who believe they're about to see something exclusive and authentic. People who don't care that the host never intended to become part of this horror. I keep thinking about David's professional demeanor, Sarah's medical equipment story, the gradual way they transform my basement into something unrecognizable. How many other Airbnb hosts have been approached with similar projects? How many spare rooms and basements across the country might be serving similar purposes? The dark web has made it possible for these operations to exist anywhere, to recruit hosts unknowingly, to create content that appears consensual but isn't. The technology makes it easy to hide, to pay anonymously, to consume horror without consequence. I should have trusted my instincts about David's equipment, should have questioned why he needed such sophisticated gear for architectural photography, should have refused to participate in any filming, should have investigated the basement modifications more carefully. But it's too late for regrets now. Tomorrow night, my basement becomes a dark web broadcast studio. Whether I'm there or someone else takes my place, the show will go on. I found my own address listed on a dark web cleaning service, and the price they were charging made my blood run cold. It started because my flatmate James had been murdered 3 weeks earlier, and I was trying to understand how someone could just vanish from a shared house in Nottingham without anyone noticing, until the smell started seeping through the floorboards. The police had finished with the scene, but the landlord was refusing to pay for professional cleaning. He said it wasn't his responsibility, and we'd have to sort it ourselves if we wanted the deposit back. The other lads had already moved out, leaving me stuck with a lease and a bedroom that still had tape marks on the carpet where James's body had been found. I'd been researching cleaning companies online, looking for someone who specialized in what estate agents euphemistically called difficult situations, when I stumbled across something called biological remediation services. Most of the legitimate companies wanted hundreds of pounds up front, which I didn't have, so I kept digging deeper into more obscure websites. That's how I ended up browsing hidden services that didn't advertise through normal search engines. Sites that offered cleaning solutions for people who couldn't go through official channels. The kind of places that didn't ask questions about why you needed a bedroom carpet replaced or bloodstains removed from wooden floors. The site I found was called Complete Clearance Solutions and looked professional enough. Clean layout, detailed service descriptions, even customer testimonials that seemed genuine. They offered everything from basic carpet cleaning to full property restoration, with pricing that seemed almost too good to be true. What caught my attention was their specialization in what they called unattended death cleanup. They claimed to handle situations where police investigations had been completed, but standard cleaning services were insufficient. The before and after photos they showed were disturbing but impressive. Rooms that had been completely destroyed by violence or neglect, restored to pristine condition. I was scrolling through their service areas, looking for Nottingham postcodes, when I saw something that made me stop breathing for a moment. Listed under recently completed jobs was my exact address, with a completion date from just 2 days earlier. According to their records, someone had already paid for a full biological remediation service at my house. The job description mentioned extensive blood contamination and structural cleaning requirements, with a completion status showing the work had been finished on schedule, but nobody had been to the house. James's room was still exactly as the police had left it, complete with stained carpet and the lingering smell that made it impossible to sleep properly. If someone had paid for cleaning services, where were they? I tried calling the customer service number listed on the site, but it went to a voicemail system that asked for a job reference number before you could leave a message. When I tried submitting a query through their contact form, I got an automated response saying they'd get back to me within 24 hours. Instead of waiting, I decided to explore the site more thoroughly. That's when I discovered they offered more than just cleaning services. Hidden behind innocuous menu options were sections that made me realize this wasn't a legitimate business at all. They provided what they called evidence management, removing items from properties that might complicate insurance claims or police investigations. They offered witness relocation assistance for people who needed to disappear quickly and quietly. Most disturbing of all, they had a service called problem resolution that seemed to involve making entire situations vanish without a trace. The pricing structure was complex, based on factors like property size, contamination level, and something called discretion requirements. But when I found the specific listing for my address, the numbers didn't make sense for a simple cleaning job. Someone had paid nearly £3,000 for services at my house, but the work description included items that went far beyond carpet cleaning. Personal effects removal, documentation management, and occupant transition services were all listed as completed tasks. That's when I realized they weren't just cleaning James's room. They were planning to clean out everything else as well, including me. I started checking other addresses on their completed jobs list, cross-referencing them with local news reports and police databases. What I found was a pattern that made my hands shake as I typed. Most of the addresses corresponded to properties where violent crimes had occurred, but the timeline was wrong. The cleaning services were often scheduled and completed before the crimes had been discovered, sometimes even before they'd been committed. It was as if someone was booking cleanup services in advance, knowing that violent events were going to happen. Some addresses matched missing person cases that had never been solved. Others corresponded to houses that had been mysteriously abandoned by their occupants, leaving behind all their possessions but no forwarding addresses. A few matched properties that had been destroyed by unexplained fires or structural collapses. The more I researched, the clearer it became that this wasn't a cleaning service at all. It was something much more sinister. A business that specialized in making problems disappear permanently. And according to their records, I was scheduled to become one of those problems. I tried changing my routine, staying away from the house as much as possible, and sleeping on friends' sofas when I could manage it. But every time I came back to collect clothes or check the mail, something small had changed. A window left slightly open that I was sure I'd closed. Items moved just enough to be noticeable. Fresh footprints in the dust that had settled on James's bedroom floor. Someone was coming and going from the house, even though the locks hadn't been changed since James's death. They had keys, or they knew how to get inside without leaving obvious signs of forced entry. The worst part was that I couldn't report it to the police without explaining how I'd found the information in the first place. How do you tell investigating officers that you've been browsing illegal websites and found evidence that someone has paid for your own disappearance? They'd either think I was delusional or assume I was involved in James's murder somehow. I started documenting everything instead, taking photos of the house before I left and after I returned, noting every small change or sign of intrusion, keeping a record of the hidden website's listings and any updates to my supposed job status, building evidence that might be useful if I ever got the chance to present it. That's when I discovered the client messaging system. It was buried deep in the site's structure, accessible only through a series of redirect links that weren't visible from the main pages. But once I found it, I could see conversations between the service providers and their customers, discussing specific jobs and implementation details. The messages about my address made my stomach turn. The client, identified only by a user number, had been planning this for weeks before James was killed. They discussed optimal timing, cleanup requirements, and disposal methods with the clinical detachment of someone organizing a house renovation. But what really terrified me was reading about other jobs they'd commissioned. The client had been using this service regularly, arranging for people to disappear from properties across the Midlands. Always young men living in shared accommodation, always students or temporary workers who wouldn't be missed immediately. James hadn't been killed by a random intruder or a burglary gone wrong. He'd been specifically targeted by someone who collected people like trophies, then used professional services to erase all evidence of their crimes. And I was next on their list. I tried to warn the other potential victims whose addresses I found in the system, but most of the properties were empty when I visited them. Either the occupants had already vanished, or they'd never existed in the first place. The few people I managed to speak to thought I was either mentally ill or running some kind of elaborate scam. Nobody believes you when you tell them they're marked for death by a cleaning service that operates through hidden websites. It sounds insane even when you're living through it. The completion date for my job was getting closer. Less than a week, according to the site's updated timeline. I could see preparations being made through the client messages and discussions about access methods and disposal requirements that made it clear they weren't planning to wait much longer. I considered running, just packing everything I could carry and leaving Nottingham entirely. But the service seemed to have resources that extended far beyond a single city. Their completed jobs covered addresses from Manchester to Birmingham, suggesting they had operational capacity across multiple regions. More importantly, running would mean abandoning any chance of justice for James or the other victims. If I disappeared, the police investigation into his death would probably be closed as an unsolved case, and his killer would continue using these services to target new victims. Instead, I decided to document everything and make sure the evidence would survive even if I didn't. I copied all the website content I could access, including client messages, job listings, and payment records. I stored all of this information on multiple USB drives that were hidden in various locations around Nottingham. I wrote detailed explanations of what I'd discovered and left copies with friends who had instructions to take them to the police if I went missing. However, I did not expect anyone to actually follow through. People always assume missing persons have just chosen to disappear, especially young men with no close family connections. But at least the evidence would exist, waiting for someone who might eventually put the pieces together. The client messages showed increasing urgency as the completion date approached. They were growing impatient with delays and demanding confirmation that the job would proceed as scheduled. The service providers kept reassuring them that everything was under control, that the target hadn't shown any awareness of the threat. They were wrong about that last part, but I tried not to give any obvious signs that I knew what was coming. I maintained my normal routine as much as possible, continued going to lectures and meeting friends, acted like someone who was gradually recovering from the trauma of losing a flatmate to violent crime. But I also made preparations. I bought a cheap security camera and hid it in James's room, ensuring it was positioned to record anyone who entered through the window or door. Set up motion sensors around the house that would send alerts to my phone if someone came inside while I was away. I began carrying a personal alarm to ensure that someone was always aware of my whereabouts. Most importantly, I changed the job status on the cleaning service website. It took some experimentation, but I eventually figured out how to access their administrative system using credentials I found in cached pages. Not sophisticated hacking, just basic password recovery and some lucky guesses based on information that had been left publicly accessible. Once I was in their system, I could see the full details of my scheduled disappearance. The client had paid for what they called a premium erasure package, which included not just body disposal, but complete elimination of any evidence I'd ever existed. They planned to remove all my possessions, cancel my university enrollment, even delete my social media accounts to make it seem like I'd simply chosen to vanish. But I could also modify the job parameters. I changed the completion status to show that complications had arisen, that the target had become aware of surveillance and was taking countermeasures. Added notes suggesting that proceeding with the original plan would carry unacceptable risks of exposure. I marked the job as requiring executive review before taking any further action. It was a delaying tactic at best, but it bought me some time to figure out what to do next. The client was furious when they saw the updated status. Their messages became increasingly aggressive, demanding explanations and threatening to take their business elsewhere if the situation wasn't resolved immediately. But the service providers seemed genuinely concerned about the security implications of proceeding with a compromised operation. For the first time since I'd discovered my name on their completed jobs list, I felt like I might have some control over the situation. That feeling didn't last long. 3 days after I'd modified the job status, I came home to find my front door standing wide open and every room in the house completely empty. Not just my possessions, everything. Furniture, appliances, even the carpet from James's room where his body had been found. The house had been stripped bare, cleaned to an almost surgical level of sterility, and left like a blank canvas waiting for new occupants. There was no sign that anyone had ever lived there. No evidence that a violent crime had taken place just weeks earlier. They'd completed the cleaning job after all, just not in the way I'd expected. Standing in that empty house, I realized that modifying their website had been a mistake. Instead of deterring them, I'd just proven that I knew too much about their operations to be left alive. Now they had to be more careful about how they dealt with me, but they were still planning to finish what they'd started. The difference was that now it would look like I'd simply moved out voluntarily, rather than vanishing under mysterious circumstances. Anyone who came looking for me would find an empty house and assume I'd decided to leave Nottingham after the trauma of losing a flatmate. Perfect cover for a murder that no one would ever investigate. I'm writing this from a hotel in Derby, paid for with the last of my student loan money. I've been moving every few days, never staying in the same place twice, trying to stay ahead of whatever cleanup team they've assigned to handle the complications I've caused. But I know I can't keep running forever. They have resources and patience that I simply don't possess. Sooner or later, they'll find an opportunity to complete their contract, and I'll become just another name on their list of successfully resolved problems. The worst part is knowing that the evidence I collected probably won't help anyone. The website has changed its address several times since I first found it, and all the original content has been replaced with innocuous service listings that look completely legitimate. Even if someone finds the USB drives I hid around Nottingham, they'll just see copies of what appears to be a normal cleaning company's website. Nothing that would convince the police to investigate a missing person case with any real urgency. James is still dead, his killer is still active, and I'm still marked for elimination by a service that specializes in making problems disappear without trace. But at least I understand now why he died. Not because of anything he did or any threat he posed, just because someone with money and particular tastes had decided they wanted him gone. And there were people willing to provide that service for the right price. In a few days or weeks, I'll probably join him. Another young man who just vanished from a shared house, leaving no forwarding address and no obvious explanation for his disappearance. The only difference is that I know it's coming. My job as a data entry specialist for a medical billing company required minimal technical skills, mostly just inputting codes and numbers into pre-designed systems. Monotonous work, but it paid the bills. My roommate Eli was the tech expert between us, computer science major, spent his free time coding and discussing cybersecurity on forums. Always had 3 monitors running simultaneously, all displaying things I couldn't begin to understand. When our internet connection slowed down for the 3rd time in a month, Eli decided to upgrade our router and reconfigure our home network. That's when everything changed. While setting up the new security features, Eli discovered unusual traffic patterns originating from our IP address. Late-night data transfers, connections to unfamiliar servers, encrypted packets being sent at regular intervals, all happening when both of us should have been asleep. The timestamps showed activity between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. almost every night for the past 6 weeks. I assured him it wasn't me. My laptop was basic and mainly used for streaming shows and occasionally working from home. Eli checked my system anyway, running diagnostic tools I'd never heard of. That's when he found the hidden partition on my hard drive. According to Eli, someone had remotely accessed my laptop and created a separate storage area invisible to standard file explorers. Inside was a Tor browser installation, cryptocurrency wallet software, and a folder containing what appeared to be encryption keys. The browser history showed regular visits to .onion domains, dark web addresses unreachable through normal browsers. The most frequently visited site was something called the Observatory. My first instinct was to wipe the laptop completely, but Eli advised against it. This was evidence of a serious security breach, possibly even criminal activity being conducted through my device. We needed to understand what was happening before eliminating the evidence. Eli suggested setting up monitoring software to see what happened during those late-night sessions. If someone was remotely accessing my laptop, we could capture information about them. For the next 3 nights, we left my laptop powered on, but disconnected from the internet. Nothing happened. On the 4th night, Eli configured it to record screen activity while allowing internet access again. We both slept in his room rather than mine, my laptop left on my desk, its webcam covered with electrical tape just to be safe. The next morning, we reviewed the recordings. At 2:17 a.m., my laptop woke from sleep mode without any physical interaction. The screen displayed the Tor browser launching automatically, connecting to the network, then navigating to an address consisting of random letters and numbers ending in .onion. A login screen appeared, and credentials were entered automatically from saved data. Then the screen went black except for a simple interface, a video player, a chat window, and a timer counting down from 90 minutes. The video showed an empty room with plain walls. For nearly 20 minutes, nothing happened on screen. The chat window occasionally flashed with new messages, but they were in a language neither of us recognized. At the 22-minute mark, a person entered the frame. They wore ordinary clothes, but had their face digitally blurred, not covered, but processed to be unrecognizable. They sat in a chair facing the camera and held up a digital tablet displaying that day's date and time. For the next hour, the person simply sat there while messages continued appearing in the chat. Occasionally, they would shift position slightly or check the tablet. Nothing dramatic occurred. Then, at the 83-minute mark, the person stood up, approached the camera, and adjusted it to pan around the room, revealing a second chair that had previously been out of frame. The person returned to their original position, and the feed continued until the timer reached 0. Then the browser closed automatically, and the laptop returned to sleep mode. Eli was convinced we were witnessing some kind of scam operation. His theory was that someone had compromised my laptop to use it as a proxy for accessing the dark web, specifically to participate in what appeared to be paid viewings of some underground content. The mundane nature of what we'd seen was puzzling, but Eli explained that dark web red rooms were largely considered urban myths, purported live streams of extreme content that most cybersecurity experts dismissed as scams designed to steal cryptocurrency. We agreed to monitor for one more night before wiping the system and implementing stronger security measures. That night followed the same pattern, except the room shown in the video feed contained both chairs from the start, both empty. After 17 minutes, a person entered, same blurred face effect, and sat in one chair. They held up the tablet with the date and time, then set it aside. The chat window became more active. At the 36-minute mark, A second person entered the frame and sat in the other chair. Their face was similarly blurred. They held up no tablet, made no introductions. Both figures simply sat facing the camera while the chat continued to fill with messages. At the 54-minute mark, both figures stood simultaneously. The first approached the camera and adjusted it again, panning to show more of the room. In the corner, barely visible, was a third chair. The figures returned to their seats. The feed continued until the timer expired. The pattern was clear now. Each night added a new chair, revealed at some point during the broadcast. Eli was still convinced it was an elaborate scam, but couldn't explain the purpose. If someone was paying to watch this, what were they getting for their money? We decided to monitor one more night before taking action. The third recording began the same way. 3 chairs visible from the start, 3 blurred figures entering at different times, each holding up the tablet with the date and time. The chat window was more active than previous nights. At the 62-minute mark, all 3 figures stood, and one adjusted the camera to reveal a 4th chair in the corner of the room. Unlike the others, this chair had restraints attached to the armrests and legs. That was enough. The next morning, Eli helped me completely wipe my laptop, reinstall the operating system, and set up advanced security measures. We changed our network configuration, implemented strict firewalls, and Eli even installed monitoring software on our router to alert us to any unusual traffic patterns. For good measure, I started shutting down my laptop completely at night and storing it in a drawer. A week passed without incident. No strange connections, no unexplained data transfers. It seemed the problem had been resolved. Eli's theory was that my laptop had been randomly targeted by a botnet, compromised through some vulnerability in my outdated security software. The whole Red Room business was likely just a scam targeting people on the dark web, convincing them to pay cryptocurrency to watch increasingly elaborate, but ultimately fake exclusive content. Then I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was simply "Observation continues." The body contained only an attached image file. Against better judgment, I opened it. The image showed my bedroom, taken from the perspective of my laptop's webcam. The timestamp in the corner showed a date from the previous night, at exactly 2:17 a.m. My laptop had been shut down and in a drawer at that time. I showed the email to Eli, who examined the metadata and confirmed the timestamp hadn't been altered. He checked my laptop again, but found no evidence of any compromise or activation. It was as if the image had been taken by a device that wasn't there. That night, we set up a separate camera in my room, positioned to monitor the drawer where I kept my laptop. The recordings showed nothing unusual. No one entered the room. The drawer remained closed all night. Yet the next morning, I received another email with another image of my bedroom at 2:17 a.m., taken from the exact same webcam angle, despite my laptop being securely stored away. Eli suggested staying somewhere else for a few days while he conducted a more thorough investigation of our apartment. I arranged to stay with a colleague and packed enough clothes for a week. Before leaving, I removed the battery from my laptop entirely, rendering it incapable of any function. 3 days into my stay at my colleague's place, another email arrived. Same subject line, same format. The attached image showed me sleeping in my colleague's guest room. The angle was identical to where a laptop webcam would be positioned, if there had been a laptop in the room, which there wasn't. The timestamp showed 2:17 a.m. from the previous night. I returned home immediately, finding Eli surrounded by dismantled electronics. He had been systematically checking every device in our apartment for hidden cameras or unknown surveillance equipment. He found nothing unusual until he examined my old laptop battery that I had removed and left behind. According to him, it had been modified to include a small cellular modem, a component that could maintain a connection to the internet independently of the laptop itself, allowing for remote access even when the computer appeared to be completely powered down. This discovery prompted a more thorough investigation. Eli removed the battery from his own laptop and examined it, finding a similar modification. Further checks revealed that our router, which Eli had purchased online 6 months earlier, contained custom firmware that differed from the manufacturer's specifications. Even our smart TV had been modified to allow remote access to its integrated camera. The implications were clear. Our entire apartment had been compromised, not randomly, but with deliberate and sophisticated precision. Someone had methodically created a surveillance network within our living space, using our own devices against us. Eli contacted a cybersecurity professional he knew from his university, who agreed to examine our equipment. Their conclusion was disturbing. The modifications were professional grade, suggesting resources and expertise beyond typical hackers. The cellular modems in our batteries connected to private networks rather than commercial carriers, making them virtually untraceable. Most concerning was the discovery that these modifications had been in place for at least 8 months, far longer than the 6 weeks of suspicious network activity we had initially detected. We moved out of the apartment the following week, found separate places, disposed of all our electronics, purchased new devices from physical stores rather than online. I changed jobs, started using cash instead of cards whenever possible, and implemented every privacy measure recommended by Eli's security contact. 3 months passed without incident. No strange emails, no unexplained images. Life began to return to a semblance of normalcy, though I still covered any webcam with tape and stored my devices in a signal-blocking pouch at night. Then, last week, I received a package at my new address, an address I had shared with very few people. Inside was a brand new laptop, still sealed in its factory packaging. No note, no return address. I left it untouched and contacted Eli, who arranged for his cybersecurity contact to examine it in a controlled environment. The laptop was factory sealed and appeared completely normal upon initial inspection. The operating system was a standard installation with no obvious modifications. It was only when they disassembled the device that they discovered the anomaly, a custom component integrated into the motherboard, virtually indistinguishable from the original parts unless you knew exactly what to look for. According to the security expert, this component would have allowed remote activation of the laptop even when powered off. More disturbing was their assessment that this wasn't an aftermarket modification. It had been integrated during the manufacturing process, which should have been impossible without inside access to the production facility. Yesterday, I received a text message from an unknown number. It contained only a time, 2:17 a.m. I didn't sleep last night. Instead, I sat in the dark of my new apartment, watching the clock. At exactly 2:17 a.m., every electronic device I owned, my new phone, my replacement laptop, my smart TV, turned on simultaneously, screens displaying the same image. An empty room with 5 chairs arranged in a semicircle. 4 were occupied by figures with blurred faces. The 5th chair, positioned in the center, remained empty. The screens displayed this image for exactly 1 minute before shutting off. I've since disconnected everything, removed batteries, cut power to my apartment. I'm writing this at a public library on a computer that has no connection to me. When I finish, I'm leaving the city, maybe the country. I don't know who these observers are or what they want. I don't know how they've managed to integrate themselves into devices that should be secure, or how they tracked me to my new location. What I do know is that the chairs in that room have been increasing by one each night, and the newest chair, the empty one, is meant for me. The most terrifying realization isn't that they're watching, it's that they're waiting. Each night at 2:17 a.m., a broadcast goes live somewhere on the dark web. People pay to watch, to participate in whatever this is, and somehow, through means I can't understand, I've moved from being an unwitting proxy in their observation network to being the subject of their observation itself. If you're reading this and suddenly find your devices behaving strangely, or discover unexplained network activity in the early morning hours, don't make the mistake I made. Don't investigate. Don't monitor. Don't try to understand. Just run. I've never told anyone this story properly. Not the police, not my friends, not even my partner. They got versions of it, sure, but never the whole thing. I suppose I'm telling you now because enough time has passed that I can finally talk about it without my hands shaking. Though even now typing this out, I keep glancing at my webcam to make sure it's still covered with tape. It started about 3 years ago when I was working as a graphic designer for a small marketing firm in Manchester. Nothing glamorous, mostly designing flyers for local businesses, updating websites, that sort of thing. I'd just gone through a rough breakup and was spending most evenings alone in my flat, drinking too much wine and falling down internet rabbit holes. One night, after a particularly bad day at work, I stumbled across an article about the dark web. Not the sensationalized stuff you see in the papers, but a proper investigative piece about how journalists use it to communicate with sources in oppressive regimes. I'd heard about it before, obviously, but always assumed it was just for drugs and illegal stuff. The article made it sound almost noble. This hidden part of the internet where privacy still existed. Curiosity got the better of me. After a few YouTube tutorials and about an hour of faffing about with software, I was in. The first thing that struck me was how ordinary it looked. I'd expected something out of a film. Green text on black screens, maybe some sinister music. Instead, it was just websites with terrible designs, like the internet from the 90s. I spent a few weeks just browsing, treating it like a weird hobby. Most of it was boring. Dead links, abandoned pages, the occasional marketplace selling things I definitely didn't want to buy. But then I found something that seemed harmless enough. A site called ViewShare. The concept was simple. People would stream their webcams for 24 hours straight, and viewers could watch random feeds from around the world. The site claimed it was about human connection, seeing how people really lived when they thought no one was watching. There was supposedly some vetting process to make sure everyone was a willing participant. Looking back, I should have questioned that more. The first few streams I watched were mundane. A student in what looked like Eastern Europe studying at his desk. An elderly woman in Japan watching television. A man somewhere in America playing video games. It was oddly hypnotic, these glimpses into ordinary lives. I started leaving streams on in the background while I worked from home, like having flatmates I never had to talk to. After about a month, I noticed something odd. One of the feeds I'd bookmarked, a woman in her 30s who seemed to live alone in a nice flat, had changed. Not the woman herself, but the angle. The camera had moved slightly, showing more of her bedroom door. I figured she'd knocked it while cleaning or something. But over the next few days, the camera kept moving. Tiny adjustments. barely noticeable unless you were paying attention, which, sadly, I was. The woman never seemed to touch it. The movements happened when she was asleep or out of the room. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe she had a cat I hadn't seen, or the camera mount was loose. But then I started noticing the same thing in other feeds. Cameras shifting when they shouldn't, focusing on specific things. Doorways, windows, personal items left lying around. The really unsettling part came when I was watching a feed of a young guy in London. I recognized the area from the view out his window. Somewhere near Clapham, not far from where my sister lived. He was getting ready for bed, going through his usual routine, when he paused at his laptop. He was looking at something on his screen, and his face went pale. He stood up quickly, went to his window, and peered out into the darkness. Then he practically ran to his front door. I could just see it from the camera angle, and checked the locks. He did this maybe 3 or 4 times before grabbing his phone and making a call. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but he was obviously upset. 20 minutes later, the police showed up. I watched as 2 officers came into view, the guy gesturing frantically at his laptop. One of the officers looked at the screen, then immediately got on his radio. Within minutes, there were more police. The guy started packing a bag, throwing clothes in randomly, his hands visibly shaking. Then the feed cut out. I tried refreshing, checking the site, but that particular stream was gone. Not just offline, completely removed, like it had never existed. I knew something was seriously wrong, but I couldn't work out what. The guy had seen something on his laptop that made him call the police, but what? I went back through my bookmarked feeds, and my stomach dropped. Of the 12 streams I'd been following regularly, 5 were now gone, just vanished. The others were still active, but when I checked them, something felt different. The people seemed nervous, jumpy. One woman had moved her sofa to block her front door. That's when I decided to look more carefully at my own favorite feed. The woman in her 30s with the nice flat. I'd been watching her for weeks, knew her routine. She worked from home like me, had yogurt for breakfast, always watched the news at 10. I developed this weird parasocial relationship with her, even though she had no idea I existed. I studied her feed for hours, looking for whatever was making everyone so frightened. And then I saw it, reflected in her bedroom mirror, barely visible, a figure in her wardrobe. The door was open just a crack, and there was definitely someone in there watching her sleep. My first instinct was to somehow warn her, but how? The site didn't have any communication features, no chat or comments. I watched in horror as she woke up, stretched, and walked right past the wardrobe to her bathroom. The figure didn't move. I couldn't look away. For the entire day, whenever she left the bedroom, I'd see movement in that wardrobe. Someone adjusting their position, getting comfortable. When she came back, they'd go still. She had no idea. That evening, she was cooking dinner when her doorbell rang. She looked confused. She wasn't expecting anyone. Through the webcam, I watched her go to the door. She came back with a small package, examining it curiously. No label, no postage marks. She opened it at her kitchen table. Inside was a single key and a note. She read it, and her face went white. She read it again, then looked around her flat, eyes wide with fear. Then she looked directly at the webcam. She knew, somehow she'd just found out about the stream. She grabbed her laptop, presumably trying to find the source of the stream, how to shut it off. Her fingers were flying over the keyboard, her face getting more and more panicked. Then she stopped, staring at the screen. Slowly she turned to look at her bedroom door. She knew about the wardrobe. What happened next was chaos. She ran to her kitchen, grabbed a knife and her phone. I could see her dialing 999, backing away from the bedroom, the knife shaking in her hand. The wardrobe door started to open. The man who emerged was utterly ordinary looking, middle-aged, wearing jeans and a dark jacket. He looked irritated more than anything else, like she'd ruined his plan. She screamed at him to stay back, the phone pressed to her ear. He just stood there, looking at her with this horrible, disappointed expression. Then he looked directly at the webcam and smiled. He pulled out his own phone, typed something, and my screen went black. Not just the feed, my entire laptop shut down. When I frantically restarted it, ViewShare was gone. The site didn't exist. No trace of it anywhere on the dark web. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I kept thinking about all those feeds, all those people being watched. How many of them had someone in their house? How many were in danger? I wanted to go to the police, but what would I say? I'd been accessing illegal parts of the internet, watching people without their knowledge, and I'd seen. What exactly? 3 days later, I saw a news article. A woman in Birmingham had been found dead in her flat. The details were sparse, but they mentioned she'd been the victim of stalking, that someone had been living in her flat without her knowledge for weeks. The photo they used was old, but I recognized her immediately, the woman with the nice flat. I threw up, then spent the rest of the day trying to find information about the other people from the feeds. I found 2 more news stories. A man in London who disappeared after reporting someone had been watching him. A family in Leeds who'd fled their home after finding hidden cameras everywhere. The worst part was the comment the police made in one article. They said the victims had all received packages with keys to their own homes and notes explaining they'd been watched for weeks. The notes contained details only someone with intimate access to their lives would know. What they ate for breakfast, their daily routines, when they cried, when they were most vulnerable. I became paranoid after that. Covered all my cameras, changed all my locks, installed a security system. I moved flats twice in 6 months. Even now, I check my wardrobe every night, look for signs someone's been in my space. I know it's not rational, but I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, someone is still watching. About a year ago, I got brave enough to go back on the dark web, just to check, to see if ViewShare or something like it had returned. I didn't find the site, but I found something else, a forum discussing it, hidden deep in the network. People who claim to have been viewers, like me, sharing their stories. The consensus was that ViewShare had been a proof of concept, someone demonstrating that they could access thousands of cameras, plant people in homes, coordinate surveillance on a massive scale. The police interventions had forced them to shut it down, but only that specific operation. The infrastructure, the network of people willing to hide in strangers' homes for weeks, that was all still out there. One user claimed to know who was behind it. Not criminals, they said, but someone much worse. Someone selling a service to the highest bidder. Want to know your spouse's every movement? They could arrange that. Need dirt on a business rival? They had people for that. Want someone to disappear? Well, they'd already proven they could get into anyone's home. I stopped reading after that, deleted everything, wiped my laptop, tried to pretend I'd never seen any of it. But sometimes, when I'm alone in my flat at night, I think about all those feeds, all those people living their lives never knowing someone was watching, waiting, planning. The thing that haunts me most isn't what I saw, it's what I didn't see. How many other cameras were in that woman's flat? How long had that man been in her wardrobe? And the question that keeps me awake at night, if they were streaming from hidden cameras, if they had people physically placed in homes, then how did they choose their targets? Were they random? Or was there something that connected all those people? Some reason they were selected? I've gone over it 1,000 times, trying to find a pattern. They were all different ages, different locations, different lifestyles. The only thing they had in common was that they lived alone. Just like I do. Last week, I found a small package outside my door. No label, no postage marks. I haven't opened it. I know I should throw it away or take it to the police, but I can't bring myself to touch it. It's still sitting on my kitchen counter, unopened. Sometimes I catch myself staring at it, wondering if there's a key inside, wondering if it's to my front door, or maybe to something else. Maybe to a door I don't even know exists in my flat. A cupboard I've never noticed, a panel in the wall that looks solid but isn't. I've started sleeping on my sofa, where I can see both the front door and the bedroom. I know I'm being paranoid. I know the chances of them targeting me are tiny. But every time I hear a noise at night, every time something seems slightly out of place, I remember that smile. The way that ordinary-looking man looked at the camera, like he was looking directly at me, letting me know that watching had consequences. The funny thing is, I still sometimes get the urge to go back on the dark web, not to find ViewShare or anything like it, but to see if there's any news, any updates, any sign that the people behind it were caught. But I know that's how it starts. One little search, one quick look, and before you know it, you're in too deep. Because here's what I've learned about the dark web. It's not the illegal stuff that's truly dangerous. It's not the markets or the forums or the things everyone warns you about. It's the things that seem harmless, the curiosities that draw you in, the sites that make you complicit without you realizing it, that turn you into a participant in something horrific while you think you're just observing. I was watching those people for weeks, thinking I was just seeing normal life unfold. But I was part of it, wasn't I? Part of the violation. Every view probably funded what they were doing, encouraged them to go further. I wonder sometimes if my watching somehow marked those people, if my attention helped select them as targets. That's the real horror of the dark web. Not that terrible things happen there, but that it makes you part of them without you even knowing it. You think you're just looking, just curious, but every click is participation. Every view is collaboration. I still have nightmares about that woman. In them, she's looking at the camera, looking at me, asking why I didn't help her, why I just watched. And the worst part is, I don't have an answer. I saw someone in her wardrobe, saw her in danger, and all I did was keep watching, waiting to see what would happen next. The package is still on my counter. Every day I tell myself I'll throw it away tomorrow. Every night I lie awake, wondering what's inside. Sometimes I think I hear footsteps in my flat, soft movements in rooms I'm not in. It's probably just the neighbors, or the building settling, or my imagination running wild. Being a student in London meant living on about £20 a week after rent and bills. So when I saw an advert for online tutoring that paid £15 an hour, I jumped at it. I was studying English literature at King's College, decent enough grades, and I'd always been good at explaining things to people. It appeared to be an easy way for me to earn money while working from my cramped dorm room. The website looked professional. Clean design, proper company registration details, even testimonials from parents talking about how much their children's grades had improved. They specialized in one-to-one tutoring for secondary school students who were struggling with English, history, and similar subjects. nothing that required specialized qualifications, just patience and the ability to help teenagers understand their coursework. The application process was straightforward enough. I submitted my university details, uploaded copies of my A-level certificates, wrote a brief explanation of why I wanted to tutor students. Within a couple of days, I got an email saying I'd been accepted and could start taking on pupils immediately. The system worked through video calls scheduled at times that suited both the student and tutor. Parents would book sessions through the website, pay in advance, and the company would take a small commission while passing the majority of the fee directly to the tutor. Everything seemed legitimate and well organized. My first few students were exactly what I'd expected. Teenagers from middle-class families whose parents were worried about their GCSE results. Most of the students were pleasant, but they were having difficulties with essay writing and literary analysis. The sessions went well, and I started getting positive feedback from both students and their parents. But after a few weeks, I began noticing some odd things about the platform. The technical setup was more sophisticated than it needed to be for simple tutoring sessions. The video calling software had features I'd never seen before. Multiple camera angles, audio recording capabilities, even options for screen sharing that seemed designed for much more complex interactions than homework help. More concerning was the level of security around the sessions. Students and tutors were both required to use specific software that could only be downloaded from the company's website. The program included identity verification features that took photographs during each session, supposedly to ensure that the registered tutor was actually the person conducting the lesson. But the software also monitored much more than that. It tracked everything happening on my computer during sessions, which programs were running, what websites I had open, even how I was interacting with the tutoring platform. When I asked the support team about this, they said it was standard security practice to prevent fraud and ensure the quality of their educational services. The students I was assigned also seemed carefully selected in ways that didn't quite make sense for a random tutoring service. They were all roughly the same age, around 14 or 15, and came from similar backgrounds, well-spoken, articulate, from families that clearly had money, but weren't necessarily academic high achievers. What struck me as particularly odd was that none of them seemed to have friends or siblings who might also benefit from tutoring. Usually, if a service worked well for one child in a family, parents would recommend it to other families or sign up additional children. But every student I worked with appeared to be an only child from a household where tutoring was treated as a very private arrangement. The sessions themselves were also structured differently than I'd expected. Rather than focusing purely on academic subjects, there was always a significant amount of general conversation. Students were encouraged to talk about their daily routines, their family life, their interests and hobbies. The company's training materials emphasized the importance of building rapport and understanding each student's personal circumstances. Initially, I thought this was just good educational practice. Understanding a student's background helps you tailor your teaching approach. But gradually, I realized the conversations were following very specific patterns, with students being guided to reveal detailed information about their home lives, family relationships, and daily schedules. The company provided detailed session reports that tutors were required to complete after each lesson. These reports included not just academic progress, but comprehensive notes about what the student had discussed regarding their personal life, where they lived, what their parents did for work, what activities they participated in outside school, even details about family holidays and social events. When I questioned why this level of personal information was necessary for tutoring sessions, the company explained that they were building comprehensive learner profiles to help match students with the most suitable educational approaches. Understanding a child's complete circumstances allowed them to provide more effective support and identify potential barriers to academic success. But the more sessions I conducted, the more uncomfortable I became with the amount of personal information I was gathering about these teenagers. Some of them were incredibly open about details that seemed far too private to be relevant to their education. Family arguments, financial problems, even information about when their parents would be away from home. I started paying closer attention to the other tutors working for the platform, trying to understand whether they were having similar experiences. The company had a private discussion area where tutors could share teaching tips and support each other. But most of the conversations felt oddly scripted and superficial. When I tried asking direct questions about the personal information requirements or the unusual technical setup, other tutors either didn't respond or gave answers that sounded like they were reading from company training materials. Nobody seemed willing to discuss any concerns about the platform's practices or policies. That's when I started looking more carefully at the company itself. The business registration details were legitimate, but when I tried researching the company's history and background, I found very little information. They claimed to have been operating for several years and to work with hundreds of families, but there was almost no online presence beyond their official website. More troubling was the discovery that the company was registered as providing educational consulting and family support services, rather than simple tutoring. The business description suggested they offered much more comprehensive services than just academic support, including what they called youth development programs and family liaison services. When I searched for these broader service categories, I found connections to organizations that specialized in working with vulnerable young people. Some appeared to be legitimate charities and social services, but others were more difficult to categorize. Companies that offered intervention services and family mediation without clearly explaining what those services actually involved. The most disturbing discovery was that some of the families using the tutoring service weren't paying the fees themselves. Instead, payments were being made by third-party organizations that seemed to specialize in providing support to families going through difficult circumstances. Social services departments, family courts, and even seemingly private investigators were involved. I tried accessing some of the session recordings to review what information I'd actually been collecting from students. The company claimed that all sessions were recorded for quality assurance purposes, and tutors were supposed to be able to access their own recordings for professional development. But when I logged into the system, I discovered that the recordings contained much more than just the video calls I'd been conducting. The software had been capturing audio from my computer's microphone throughout entire sessions, including conversations I'd had with flatmates and phone calls I'd made while the tutoring program was running in the background. Even more concerning was evidence that the program had been accessing my computer's camera and microphone outside of scheduled tutoring sessions. There were recordings of me in my room when I thought I was completely private, captured during times when I hadn't been logged into the tutoring platform at all. The company had essentially turned every tutor's computer into a surveillance device, monitoring our personal lives as comprehensively as we were monitoring the students we were supposed to be helping. I immediately stopped conducting sessions and tried to uninstall the tutoring software from my computer. But the program had embedded itself much more deeply into my system than a simple application should have been able to do. Even after following the official uninstallation process, I could see that components of the software were still running and potentially still monitoring my activities. When I contacted the company to demand an explanation and request immediate termination of my account, I received an automated response explaining that tutors were required to give 30 days notice before ending their contracts. During this notice period, they would remain responsible for any students they'd been working with and would need to complete detailed handover reports for each pupil. The handover reports required comprehensive summaries of everything I'd learned about each student's personal circumstances, family background, and daily routine. Essentially, the company required me to compile detailed profiles for whoever would take over their educational support. I refused to complete the handover reports and demanded immediate account closure. But the company's response was much more threatening than I'd expected. They reminded me that I'd signed detailed contracts when joining their platform, including clauses about confidentiality and data protection responsibilities. More specifically, they pointed out that I now had access to sensitive information about multiple minors and their families. If this information was misused or disclosed inappropriately, there could be serious legal consequences for everyone involved. The company had a responsibility to ensure that all personal data collected through their platform was handled properly and securely. The implication was clear. If I tried to expose what I discovered about their operations, they would claim I was violating the privacy of the children I'd been tutoring. The families who trusted me with information about their personal lives could potentially take legal action if they discovered I'd been sharing details about their circumstances with unauthorized parties. I was trapped by the same surveillance system I'd been unknowingly helping to operate. I tried researching what had happened to other tutors who'd worked for the platform, looking for anyone who might have spoken publicly about similar experiences. But I could find almost no trace of former employees or any discussions about the company's practices beyond their official marketing materials. Either previous tutors had been convinced to stay quiet through similar threats, or something had happened to prevent them from sharing their experiences. The few references I could find to people who'd worked for the company suggested they'd simply moved on to other jobs without making any public statements about their time as tutors. The most disturbing possibility was that the tutoring service was just the visible front for a much larger operation, that the detailed personal information being gathered about students and their families was being used for purposes that had nothing to do with education. Young people from wealthy families would be valuable targets for various types of criminal activity: kidnapping, burglary, identity theft, or even more sophisticated fraud schemes that required detailed knowledge of family circumstances and routines. The company had found a way to systematically gather intelligence about potential victims while maintaining complete legitimacy. Parents were voluntarily paying for a service that gave strangers comprehensive access to their children and detailed information about their family lives. And the tutors, like me, were unknowingly collecting the information that made these families vulnerable to whatever the company's real clients had planned for them. I still don't know what happened to the students I was tutoring or whether their families ever realized what kind of information they'd been sharing. The tutoring platform is still operating, still recruiting new tutors and signing up new families who think they're just getting help with their children's education. But I've never been able to completely remove their surveillance software from my computer. Sometimes I catch glimpses of processes running that shouldn't be there, or notice that my microphone has been active when I haven't been using any applications that should require it. The company claimed they'd closed my account and deleted all associated data, but I suspect they're still monitoring my activities, making sure I don't try to warn potential victims or expose what I discovered about their operations. After all, I now know exactly how their system works and what kind of information they're really collecting. That makes me either a valuable asset or a dangerous liability, depending on whether they think I can be trusted to stay quiet. And given what I've learned about how they operate, I'm not sure which category is more frightening to be placed in. I'd always considered myself pretty ordinary, someone who mostly kept to themselves, not particularly adventurous or prone to risky behavior. My daily routine was predictable. Work at the accounting firm, grab takeout on the way home, watch Netflix until I fell asleep on the couch. Friends would joke that I was the most boring person they knew, and honestly, I wore that label like a badge of honor. The idea of venturing onto the dark web wasn't something I'd considered seriously, not until boredom set in one particularly dreary weekend in October. Rain hammered against my apartment windows with relentless persistence. I'd already binged through 3 seasons of a mediocre crime drama, ordered pizza for the second night running, and found myself staring at my laptop screen with nothing left to occupy my restless mind. A few beers deep and curiosity nagging at me, I stumbled onto a vague forum post about hidden internet curiosities while browsing a tech subreddit. That's what they called them, curiosities, as if they were quaint, harmless antiques rather than the disturbing realities I'd soon uncover. The comments were a mix of skepticism and intrigue, with several users sharing cryptic links that made my pulse quicken with unfamiliar thrill. What started as idle clicking soon became methodical exploration. I downloaded Tor, configured my VPN, and followed increasingly complex instructions posted by anonymous users. Hours passed unnoticed as I navigated through forums dedicated to everything from cryptocurrency trading to philosophical discussions that seemed to exist in their own linguistic bubble. After poking around aimlessly, clicking through sites filled with broken images and unsettling chat rooms, I finally landed on something intriguingly cryptic. It was a minimalist web page. Stark black background with just a single white input box centered perfectly and a simple instruction. Enter invitation code to proceed. The page felt deliberately vague, designed to discourage casual browsers. Something about its austere design suggested serious purpose, as if whoever created it wanted only those truly committed to finding it. Feeling foolishly confident after my evening of successful navigation, I copied a random alphanumeric sequence I'd glimpsed on an earlier forum and pressed enter. The screen shifted, and suddenly I was faced with a live video feed. At first glance, it seemed innocent enough, just grainy footage from what looked like someone's bedroom. There was a bed with rumpled sheets, a cluttered desk illuminated by lamplight, and a wardrobe with one door slightly ajar. Everything appeared mundane and unremarkable. Then I noticed the angle. High, looking down from the corner like a security camera. Clearly some hidden setup. The positioning was too perfect, too deliberate to be accidental. Someone had installed this with careful planning, choosing the optimal vantage point to capture every corner of the room. Initially, nothing happened. Minutes passed with just the faint background sound of distant traffic. The room remained empty, frozen in time. Boredom crept back, but then movement caught my eye. A man walked into frame. He was average-looking, probably mid-30s, with thinning brown hair and the slight stoop of someone who spent too much time hunched over computers. He wore a faded t-shirt and jeans, moving with the unconscious ease of someone in their most private sanctuary. He sat at the desk and opened his laptop, completely oblivious to the fact he was broadcasting to unknown viewers. My discomfort grew as I realized I was inadvertently spying on someone's private life. My gut told me to close the window, but that dark curiosity kept my eyes locked on the screen. Then, a small pop-up window appeared with a countdown timer, its red digits glowing ominously. A strange tension filled my chest as the numbers silently ticked down from 60 seconds. When it reached 0, another message appeared. Tonight's game has begun. Within minutes, the site's layout shifted. Chat messages began scrolling along the side of the video feed in a constant stream. Anonymous viewers were commenting in real time, their words creating a running commentary on the unsuspecting man's actions. "He always sits there first," wrote Darkwatcher47. "New viewer count, 847, noted system admin." "Ready to play?" demanded impatient one. The casualness was the most chilling aspect. These people discussed watching someone from behind a hidden camera as if it were routine entertainment. Then another interface element appeared, a sleek black box titled "Choose an Action." My pulse quickened as the viewers began voting on disturbing options. Make a noise, unlock a door, cut the power. Unlock a door won by a significant margin. Seconds later, I heard a distinct mechanical click through my headphones. The man heard it too, his head snapping up with immediate alertness. He approached his bedroom door cautiously. When he tested the handle, it swung open freely, a door that had presumably been locked moments before. His confusion morphed into fear as he stepped into the hallway, checking around urgently before returning, visibly shaken. He tried to focus on his laptop, but kept glancing nervously at the door. The chat rejoiced. Another vote appeared. Knock loudly. Flicker lights. Call his phone. Knock loudly was chosen swiftly. 3 sharp, deliberate knocks echoed through the speakers. The man jumped up, now visibly terrified, moving frantically around his apartment, checking windows and locks with desperate precision. But then something unexpected happened. Instead of another vote, a single message appeared in the chat from system admin. Special viewer milestone reached, unlocking premium features. The interface changed completely. New options appeared that made my blood freeze. Release the photos, send the message, activate sleeper. The chat exploded with excitement. These weren't random pranks. This was systematic, organized, personal. Someone had been preparing for this moment, building towards something far worse than harassment. Send the message, won overwhelmingly. The man's laptop screen suddenly blazed with light. His face went white as he read whatever had appeared there. Then he began shaking his head, backing away from the desk, as if the computer had become dangerous. He grabbed his phone with trembling hands, dialing frantically. "Please," he said into the phone, his voice breaking through the audio feed. "You said you'd leave me alone if I..." The line went dead. He stared at the phone in horror, then at his laptop screen. Whatever he saw there made him sink into his chair, defeated. For the first time, he looked directly up at the camera, as if he'd always known it was there. "I can't," he whispered to the lens. "Not again." The chat went silent. Then came the final vote, with only one option: consequences. I watched in absolute horror as the live feed split into multiple views. The bedroom camera, a hallway camera I hadn't seen before, and what looked like feeds from outside his building. This wasn't random voyeurism. It was a carefully orchestrated trap that had been closing around him for who knows how long. The man sat frozen, staring at his laptop screen. On my screen, a countdown appeared, 000500, and ticking down. Then, without warning, my screen went black. A single line of text appeared. "Session ended. Welcome to the Watchers." My browser closed itself. My laptop shut down completely. In the darkness of my apartment, I realized the rain had stopped, but I could hear something else now. Footsteps in the hallway outside my door. 3 deliberate knocks echoed through my apartment, and I understood with perfect clarity that I had never been watching at all. strange what a simple dare can lead to. They say curiosity killed the cat, but no one tells you about the part where the cat spends months afterward looking over its shoulder, jumping at shadows, and sleeping with one eye open. I've debated sharing this for almost a year now. My therapist thinks it would help to externalize the experience, but I can't bring myself to tell her the whole story. Some things you just can't explain to someone whose darkest online experience is probably accidentally clicking on a pop-up ad. So I'm writing it here instead, anonymously, maybe as a warning, maybe just to convince myself it really happened. Everything started last autumn, during that weird limbo week between Christmas and New Year, when time seems to lose all meaning. I was staying at my flat in Leeds, rather than going home to my parents in Newcastle, partly because train tickets were ridiculously expensive, and partly because I needed some time alone after a rather messy breakup in early December. My flatmate had gone to his girlfriend's for the holidays, so I had the place to myself, just me, a stack of leftover Christmas chocolates, and an endless stream of mediocre content on Netflix. I was slouched on our sagging sofa one evening, laptop balanced precariously on my stomach, mindlessly scrolling through social media while some forgettable crime documentary played in the background. The radiator was making that annoying ticking sound it always did when it was heating up, and I could hear the neighbors upstairs, apparently rearranging their furniture for the 5th time that week. My phone buzzed with a message from my friend Alex. We'd known each other since 6th form and still kept in regular contact despite ending up at different universities. Alex and I had this ongoing thing where we dare each other to try increasingly bizarre internet challenges or explore strange online rabbit holes. It had started years ago with innocent stuff like spend an hour on Wikipedia following random links and see where you end up, but it gradually evolved into more obscure corners of the internet. Nothing illegal, just weird, odd forums, bizarre YouTube channels, that sort of thing. His message that night was different though. He was daring me to explore the dark web. He'd sent me a link to a tutorial on how to set it up safely, along with some starting points. Apparently, he tried it himself the previous week. I remember hesitating, my thumb hovering over the link. I knew what the dark web was, of course. That hidden part of the internet not accessible through normal browsers, often associated with illegal activities, but also used by people in countries with heavy internet censorship or journalists protecting sources. I should mention I was studying computer science, specializing in network security. So there was a part of me that was professionally curious about how these hidden networks functioned. I told myself it would be educational, a practical application of the theory we'd covered in class. That's how I justified it anyway, though in reality, it was probably more about not wanting to back down from a dare and having absolutely nothing better to do with my evening. I followed the tutorial, downloading the special browser needed to access .onion sites, setting up a VPN for an extra layer of security, all the recommended precautions. I remember the heating had kicked in properly by then, making the flat almost uncomfortably warm. I'd peeled off my Christmas jumper, an ironic one with a dinosaur wearing a Santa hat, and was just in a t-shirt, the fabric sticking slightly to my back. There was a half-empty mug of tea on the coffee table, long gone cold. Outside, it had started to rain, droplets pattering against the window in that soothing, rhythmic way that usually made me sleepy. But I wasn't sleepy. There was a nervous energy buzzing through me as I waited for the browser to connect, a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The boring documentary had ended, replaced by something equally forgettable that served as white noise in the background. The browser finally connected, and I was in. At first glance, It was anticlimactic. Just a different browser with a search engine that looked more basic than what I was used to. Alex had sent me some beginner links, mostly forums discussing privacy and technology, nothing particularly sinister. I browsed for about an hour, finding it interesting, but not especially shocking. Most of it was stuff you could find on the regular internet if you knew where to look. I was almost disappointed, having expected something more dramatic based on the dark web's reputation. That's when I made my first mistake. Instead of sticking to the links Alex had sent, I decided to follow some of the links I found on those forums, curious to see where they led. Each new site had more links, and I kept following them, going deeper and deeper into this hidden network. It was like pulling on a loose thread and watching an entire garment unravel. I noticed the tone of the sites changing subtly. The discussions moved from privacy and technology to more questionable topics. How to acquire false identification, discussions about substances and services that were clearly illegal. I should have stopped then, should have closed the browser and gone back to my mindless Netflix scrolling. But there's a strange momentum to exploration like this. Each new discovery makes you wonder what else is hiding just one more link away. I remember shifting position on the sofa, my back starting to ache from being hunched over for so long. The rain had intensified, now hammering against the windows, and the wind had picked up, making the old frames rattle. My cold tea had developed that unappealing skin on top that always made me shudder. The flat suddenly felt too quiet despite the background noise of the TV and the storm outside. It was approaching midnight when I found it. I'd been following a particularly convoluted chain of links, each site more disturbing than the last. I'd gone from marketplace sites selling illegal items to forums discussing things I won't repeat here. The link was embedded in a post on one of those forums. No description, just a string of random characters ending in .onion. I hovered over it, finger poised on the trackpad. Some part of my brain was sending warning signals, like when you're about to touch something that might be hot. I should have listened to that instinct. Instead, I clicked. The page that loaded was unlike the others. Most dark web sites I'd seen were basic, with minimal graphics and simple layouts, function over form. This one had a sleek, almost professional design. Black background, crimson text, a layout that reminded me of auction sites like eBay, but with a far more ominous aesthetic. At the top of the page was a logo, just a simple red circle, and below it the words, "The Crimson Room bidding now open." I frowned, trying to figure out what kind of auction site this was. There were no product images, just listings with numbers and brief descriptions that made little sense to me at first glance. Each listing had a timer counting down and a current bid amount. The amounts were substantial, thousands in Bitcoin. It took me several minutes of confused browsing to understand what I was looking at, and when realization dawned, it hit me like a physical blow. These weren't products being auctioned, they were people. Each listing included basic details, age, gender, location, and a description of what would happen to them depending on which package received the highest bid. My stomach clenched, a wave of nausea washing over me. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of elaborate roleplay, a sick fantasy site where nothing actually happened. I tried to convince myself of this as I scrolled through the listings, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then I noticed a section labeled Previous Events. I clicked it, though every instinct was screaming at me not to. It contained archives of past sessions, thumbnails that you could click to access recordings. My cursor hovered over one, trembling slightly. Again, that voice in my head begging me not to click. Again, my curiosity overriding it. The video that loaded was grainy but clear enough. I managed about 30 seconds before slamming my laptop shut, rushing to the bathroom, and vomiting until there was nothing left but bile. What I'd seen wasn't fake. The terror in that person's eyes, the sounds they made despite being gagged. There's a quality to genuine fear that can't be acted, can't be faked. And the clinical, almost bored manner of the masked figure carrying out the requests, it was real. All of it was real. I sat on the cold bathroom floor for what felt like hours, shaking uncontrollably. The storm outside had reached its peak, rain lashing against the window, wind howling through the gaps in the frames. Every noise made me flinch. My mind kept replaying those 30 seconds, unable to process that human beings could do such things to each other, that other human beings would pay to watch or direct it. Eventually, I managed to pull myself together enough to return to the living room. My laptop sat on the sofa where I'd left it, closed but somehow threatening, as if what I'd seen might leak out from between the keys. I needed to report this to the police, to someone who could do something about it. But what could I actually tell them? I had no specific information about where these events were taking place, who was running the site, or who the victims were. And I'd have to admit to accessing the dark web, to following link after link, until I found something so profoundly disturbing. I decided to go back, just long enough to gather some information that might be useful to authorities. This was my second mistake. I opened the laptop, steeling myself against what I might see. The browser was still connected, the site still open. I began taking screenshots, noting down any details that might help identify the location or the people involved. I was so focused on this self-appointed mission that I didn't notice it at first, the small notification that had appeared in the corner of the screen. When I finally saw it, my blood ran cold. A private message from an account named Admin. The message was simple. They had detected unusual activity from my connection, specifically the taking of screenshots. They had my IP address, despite the VPN, which had apparently failed at some point. They knew my approximate location, and they were sending someone to discuss my interest in their services. I slammed the laptop shut again, yanked out the power cord, and pulled the battery for good measure. Then I grabbed my phone and keys and ran out of the flat without even stopping for a jacket, despite the storm raging outside. I spent that night at a 24-hour cafe in the city center, jumping at every person who entered, convinced they had been sent to find me. In the harsh light of morning, huddled over my 5th cup of coffee, I tried to rationalize what had happened. It was probably just an automated message designed to scare people who stumbled across the site. They wouldn't really send someone after a random person who had accidentally found their operation. That would draw attention, create risk. It wasn't logical. This rationalization helped me function enough to return to my flat, pack a bag, and go straight to the train station. I spent the remaining holiday with my parents, making excuses about missing home. I didn't touch my laptop again until I was back at university, and when I did, I completely wiped it and reinstalled everything from scratch. I never reported what I'd seen. The fear of not being believed, of somehow being implicated, was too great. And deep down, there was a more terrifying thought. What if reporting it led them back to me? What if they had connections in law enforcement? It seemed paranoid, but after what I'd seen, my understanding of what people were capable of had fundamentally changed. For weeks afterward, I was certain I was being watched. I took different routes home from lectures, avoided being alone when possible, and slept with the chair propped against my bedroom door. I kept seeing the same car parked near our flat, a black sedan with tinted windows. Probably a coincidence, but it was enough to make me move out mid-semester, finding a new place on the other side of the city. The fear has faded somewhat with time. I no longer jump at every unexpected sound or suspect every stranger of being sent to silence me. I've almost convinced myself that the message was just an automated scare tactic. Almost. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the wind is rattling the windows, I remember what I saw. I remember that somewhere out there right now, those auctions are still happening. People are still bidding, still watching, still directing. And I know something else too. They have my information. Maybe they've forgotten about me, filed me away as an insignificant breach not worth pursuing. Or maybe they're just waiting for the right moment. I changed my number, my email addresses, even my name on social media. I've moved twice more since then, but in my darker moments, I wonder if it's enough. The internet never forgets, and neither do the people who lurk in its darkest corners. Last week, I received a plain envelope in the mail. No return address, just my name and current address. An address I've only had for 3 months. Inside was a blank sheet of paper with a small red circle drawn in the center. I'm leaving the country next week. Exchange program to Australia, as far away as I can get. I haven't told anyone where I'm going except my parents and the university administration. This will be my last post online anywhere, under any name. If you're reading this, don't make the same mistakes I did. Some curiosities aren't worth satisfying. Some dares aren't worth accepting. And some corners of the internet should remain unexplored. I think there's someone outside my window. I can see a shadow moving across the garden. It's probably just a neighbor, or maybe a fox, but I'm not taking any chances. The thing about being watched is that you can often feel it before you see it. That prickle at the back of your neck, the sense that something's not quite right. I used to think that was just paranoia, the sort of thing people made up to make their boring lives feel more dramatic. Then my flatmate Jake brought home that encrypted flash drive, and I learned exactly how it feels when strangers turn your entire existence into entertainment. It was a Tuesday evening in March, raining as usual, and I was sprawled on our old sofa in our shared flat in Bethnal Green. Jake burst through the door, soaked and grinning like he'd just discovered fire. He pulled this tiny USB stick from his jacket pocket, waving it about like it was the crown jewels. The drive contained what he claimed was research material for his dissertation on underground digital communities. According to Jake, some postgrad student had been investigating the darker corners of the internet before dropping out suddenly, left all their stuff behind, including this drive that supposedly contained access credentials to parts of the dark web most people never see. Now, I'm not completely naive about these things. I work in graphic design, spend most of my day online, and I'd heard the stories about hidden marketplaces and illegal content floating around encrypted networks. But I'd never actually ventured beyond downloading the odd film or album through BitTorrent. The dark web seemed like something for proper criminals or paranoid journalists, not ordinary people from East London. Jake was persistent though. He'd already downloaded Tor and was fumbling about with something called Tails, trying to get the whole anonymous browsing setup working on his ancient laptop. The credentials on the drive included a list of .onion addresses and what appeared to be login details for various sites. Most of it looked like standard dark web fare. Drug marketplaces, fake document services, that sort of thing. But there was one address that kept catching my eye, mainly because it was accompanied by a warning written in red text. Access at own risk. Active participants only. The address led to something called a Red Room. Jake explained these were supposedly live streams where viewers could watch real violence unfold, sometimes even paying to influence what happened. He insisted they were mostly urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to separate gullible punters from their cryptocurrency. But the way he kept glancing at that particular address suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. We spent the next hour setting up the security protocols. Multiple VPN connections, encrypted browsers, the works. Jake treated it like we were preparing for some covert military operation, rather than satisfying morbid curiosity. Looking back, maybe his paranoia wasn't entirely misplaced. The first few sites we visited were disappointingly mundane. Drug markets that looked like budget versions of Amazon, forums full of people arguing about encryption methods, and what appeared to be a surprisingly active community dedicated to reviewing different brands of tinfoil hats. The whole thing felt less like exploring the criminal underworld and more like browsing a particularly rubbish version of eBay. But then we found the Red Room. The site looked professional in a way that immediately set it apart. Clean interface, proper navigation, even what appeared to be customer service chat boxes. It was called the Viewing Room, and accessing it required both the credentials from Jake's drive and a payment of roughly £50 worth of Bitcoin. Jake had some cryptocurrency left over from a previous ill-advised investment in some dodgy altcoin, so we decided to take the plunge. What we found inside wasn't what either of us expected. The main page displayed a grid of thumbnail images, each representing a different stream. Most were dark or showed empty rooms, but 3 or 4 appeared to be active. Viewer counts ranged from a handful to several hundred. The interface allowed you to join streams as a passive observer or upgrade to what they called participant status for additional fees. Jake clicked on one of the active streams before I could stop him. The video quality was surprisingly good. We were looking at what appeared to be a small, windowless room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, occupied by a person whose face was obscured by the camera angle. They appeared to be restrained, though the specifics weren't clear. A chat box ran alongside the video, filling with messages from anonymous viewers. The messages were what made my stomach drop. Viewers were making requests, offering payments for specific actions. The amounts being discussed weren't trivial. Hundreds of pounds for relatively minor things, thousands for more serious requests. And someone was apparently fulfilling these requests because the person in the chair would occasionally move or react in ways that corresponded to the chat messages. Jake and I sat there for maybe 10 minutes, not saying anything, just watching this unfold. The casual nature of it was what disturbed me most. Viewers chatted amongst themselves like they were watching a football match, debating techniques and comparing prices. Some seemed to be regulars, referencing previous streams and making recommendations to newcomers. That's when Jake noticed something that made both of us go cold. One of the usernames in the chat was posting comments that included specific details about our location. Not just London or even East London, but references to Bethnal Green, our street, even our building. The user seemed to know we were first-time viewers and was offering to arrange a private demonstration for educational purposes. We closed the laptop immediately. The next few days passed normally enough. I went to work, Jake attended his lectures, and we didn't discuss what we'd seen. But I found myself checking the locks on our flat more frequently, and I noticed Jake had started closing his bedroom curtains during the day. The email arrived on Friday. It came to my personal Gmail account, not an address I'd ever used for anything related to the dark web. The sender was listed as viewing room services at Proton Mail, and the subject line simply read, "Thank you for your interest." The message was brief and professional. It thanked me for visiting their site and invited me to participate in an upcoming special broadcast. They mentioned that they'd identified me as someone with graphic design skills who might appreciate the artistic elements of their productions. The email included a Bitcoin address and instructions for making a deposit to secure what they called a front row seat. What made my blood freeze was the final paragraph. It mentioned that they'd noticed I lived in a ground floor flat with easy access through the kitchen window, and suggested that if I wasn't interested in viewing their content, perhaps I'd be interested in starring in it. I showed Jake the email, and his face went white. He'd received something similar, though he's focused on his film studies background, and suggested he might want to document the experience from the inside. We decided to ignore the messages and hope they'd lose interest, delete the emails, wipe Jake's laptop, pretend the whole thing had never happened. But the messages kept coming. Not just emails now, but text to my mobile number. WhatsApp messages with photos of our building taken from across the street. Someone had even slipped a printed note under our front door, written in the same professional tone as the emails, but with increasingly specific details about our daily routines. They knew when I left for work each morning, what time Jake usually returned from university, which takeaways we ordered from and how often. Someone was watching us, documenting our lives with the same casual attention to detail I'd seen in that chat room. The breaking point came when Jake found a small camera mounted on the lamppost outside our building. It wasn't a council CCTV camera or anything official, just a small device pointed directly at our windows. Jake climbed up and removed it, but we both knew that if they'd put up one camera, there were probably others. That night, we heard footsteps in the hallway outside our flat. Slow, deliberate steps that paused directly outside our door. The steps would continue for a few minutes, then stop, then start again. We could see shadows moving back and forth under the door gap. But when Jake finally worked up the courage to look through the peephole, the corridor was empty. The next morning, there was another note. This one was different, handwritten rather than printed, with a local postmark from earlier that same day. It contained details about the previous night's activities, describing exactly how we'd reacted to the footsteps, how long we'd waited before checking the door, even what we'd whispered to each other while hiding in Jake's bedroom. Someone had been listening. We went to the police that afternoon, but the response was about what you'd expect. The officer was polite but skeptical, especially when we tried to explain about the dark web and red rooms. He took down our details and said they'd increase patrols in the area, but I could tell he thought we were either making it up or had brought it on ourselves by getting involved with dodgy websites. The surveillance continued for another week. More cameras appeared and disappeared. Messages arrived with increasingly personal details, and we began to notice the same faces appearing in different locations around our neighborhood. People who seemed to turn up wherever we went, always maintaining just enough distance to avoid being obviously suspicious. Jake started talking about moving back in with his parents in Yorkshire. I was considering the same thing, though my parents lived in a tiny village in Somerset, where strangers would be noticed immediately. But before either of us could make concrete plans, the situation escalated. I came home from work on a Thursday evening to find our front door standing open. Not forced, just unlocked and ajar, as if someone had walked in and forgotten to close it properly behind them. Jake's laptop was missing from the kitchen table, along with the flash drive and all the notes we'd been collecting as evidence. but they'd left something behind. On my bed, there was a printed photograph of me sleeping. The angle suggested it had been taken from inside my bedroom, probably the night before. I was lying on my side, facing the camera, completely unaware that someone was standing in my room documenting my unconscious state. Attached to the photograph was a business card with the viewing room logo and a single line of text. "Ready for your audition." Jake and I packed our essential belongings that same evening and left London. We didn't tell anyone where we were going, paid for everything in cash, and avoided using our phones or cards for several days. I stayed with friends in Brighton for a couple of weeks before eventually finding a new flat in a different part of the city. Jake went back to Yorkshire and transferred to a different university. For a while, it seemed like we'd managed to disappear. No more messages, no more surveillance, no more unexpected visitors. I started to relax, began to think that maybe they'd moved on to easier targets. But last month, I received another email. This one came to a Gmail account I'd created specifically for flat hunting in Brighton, an account I'd never used for anything else, connected to a phone number I'd only given to potential landlords and estate agents. The message was brief and familiar. "Thank you for your interest. We've been looking forward to working with you again." Attached was a photograph of my current building, taken from street level, with my bedroom window circled in red. I'm writing this because I'm not sure what else to do. The police in Brighton were even less helpful than the ones in London, and I can't keep running forever. Someone out there has decided that I'm going to be part of their entertainment, whether I want to be or not. The thing that keeps me awake at night isn't just the surveillance or the threats. It's the memory of that chat room, full of ordinary people casually bidding on human suffering, like they were buying items at auction. Hundreds of viewers, all comfortable with the idea that someone else's pain was worth paying for. I keep wondering how many of them are still out there, still watching, still waiting for their next show to begin, and whether the person in that chair, the one we watched for those 10 minutes before we came to our senses, ever made it home to their own flat, their own life, their own false sense of security. The camera outside my current building is smaller than the last one, better hidden, but I spotted it yesterday morning on my way to work. Same angle, same direct line of sight to my windows. I haven't told my new flatmates about any of this. What would be the point? They'd either think I was paranoid or they'd want to leave, and I can't afford to find another place right now. Besides, I'm starting to think it doesn't matter where I go. These people have resources, patience, and apparently unlimited time to devote to their hobby. Sometimes I wonder if this is how it starts for everyone who ends up in those rooms. Maybe nobody volunteers. Maybe they all thought they were just curious observers, right up until the moment they realized they'd become the entertainment. The new email arrived this morning. Same professional tone, same polite language, but with a countdown timer embedded in the message. 72 hours until what they're calling my premiere performance. I'm not going to run this time. There's nowhere left to go, and I'm tired of looking over my shoulder. But I wanted to write this down, get it recorded somewhere, just in case. Maybe someone will read it and think twice before clicking on that suspicious link or plugging in that mysterious USB drive. Or maybe they'll read it and think it sounds made up, like something from a bad horror film. That's probably what I would have thought before Jake brought home that flash drive and we decided to see what all the fuss was about. The timer on my phone says 68 hours remaining. I keep checking it compulsively, watching the numbers tick down like it's New Year's Eve. The sound of metal scraping against metal still wakes me in the darkest hours of night. That distinctive screech that cuts through dreams and drags me back to those endless hours in Harlow's vehicle reclamation, where rusted car frames became makeshift prisons and twisted metal became improvised weapons in a game where I was both contestant and prey. Every unexpected reflection of light against metal, every distant industrial sound sends adrenaline coursing through my system, my body remembering what my mind tries desperately to forget. I wasn't meant to be there that night. No one was, except the night watchman, who'd accepted a substantial payment to conveniently disappear for 12 hours. My presence in that sprawling 20-acre junkyard on the outskirts of Leeds was the result of a chain of poor decisions stemming from mounting debt and dwindling options. At 28, I'd managed to lose my electrical engineering job, my flat, and nearly all my possessions to a gambling addiction that had spiraled beyond control. When my former colleague Damon mentioned easy money for minimal risk, involving some alternative opportunities, my desperation outweighed my better judgment. The initial explanation seemed straightforward enough. Damon's new employer needed someone to test security systems at various locations, identifying vulnerabilities before they could be exploited by actual criminals. £500 for a night's work, documenting weak points in a junkyard's perimeter, seemed suspiciously generous, but not implausible. I'd asked enough questions to satisfy my surface-level concerns without digging deeper into inconsistencies that might have revealed the truth. When you're 3 months behind on rent with bookmakers' collection agents sending increasingly threatening messages, critical thinking becomes a luxury you convince yourself you can't afford. Damon dropped me near the southwest corner of the junkyard around 10 p.m, with instructions to enter through a gap in the fencing he'd identified during a previous reconnaissance. The equipment he provided seemed excessive for simple security testing. A small backpack containing water, energy bars, a basic first aid kit, and peculiarly, a hunting knife. When I questioned this last item, his explanation about potentially aggressive guard dogs seemed reasonable enough in the moment, though the memory of his too casual shrug now registers as the performance it clearly was. The junkyard itself was exactly what you'd expect. A sprawling labyrinth of crushed vehicles stacked in uneven towers, industrial equipment scattered between wide aisles of compacted dirt, the perimeter secured by corrugated metal fencing topped with barbed wire. Sodium vapor lamps cast everything in a sickly orange glow, creating long shadows that shifted and danced with even the slightest movement. The air smelled of rust, oil, and the peculiar emptiness that settles over industrial spaces after the humans have departed. My assigned task was to document security cameras, test sections of fencing for weakness, and identify blind spots in the surveillance system, all while avoiding detection that would supposedly trigger alerts to the security company. Using my phone's camera, I photographed several areas as instructed, moving methodically through the yard according to the map Damon had provided. Something felt off about the entire situation, but I rationalized my unease as simple nervousness about trespassing. I remember thinking it was strange that some sections of the junkyard had significantly better lighting than others, creating stark contrasts between illuminated clearings and pitch-black corridors formed by looming walls of crushed cars. The first concrete sign that something was wrong came about an hour into the assignment. While examining a section of fencing near the eastern perimeter, I noticed what appeared to be a small camera that didn't match the style of the official security equipment. This device was newer, smaller, with a red recording light clearly visible, positioned to cover a particular section of the yard rather than the boundary. Looking more carefully at my surroundings, I spotted 3 more similar devices mounted at different heights and angles, all focused inward rather than outward. Even then, I managed to construct a plausible explanation. Perhaps the junkyard owner had installed a secondary system to monitor valuable parts or equipment within the yard itself. The alternative was too disturbing to contemplate, so I continued the assignment, though with a growing sense of unease that had me checking over my shoulder with increasing frequency. At precisely midnight, everything changed. The main lights throughout the junkyard suddenly extinguished, plunging the entire facility into darkness, broken only by the moon and a few smaller security lights that remained active. My phone, which had been working perfectly moments earlier, displayed no signal, and most disturbingly, a mechanical sound echoed through the yard, the unmistakable noise of the main gate's locking mechanism engaging, followed by similar sounds at what I assumed were other entry points. In that moment of disorientation, I heard an engine start somewhere in the darkness, not the rumbling idle of a car or truck, but the high-pitched whine of something smaller, possibly a quad bike or a motorcycle. The sound circled the perimeter of the yard, moving with deliberate slowness before changing direction and beginning to work its way through the interior pathways, methodically covering ground in what I now recognize as a search pattern. The realization hit with physical force. This wasn't security testing. I wasn't documenting vulnerabilities. I was being hunted in a controlled environment. The cameras I'd noticed weren't part of the junkyard security, but recording equipment for whatever was about to happen. The easy money Damon had promised came at a price he hadn't disclosed. My participation as prey in some twisted form of entertainment. I abandoned the plan and map, seeking immediate cover in the shadowed area between 2 stacks of crushed cars. From this vantage point, I watched as a figure on a small electric quad bike emerged into a moonlit clearing about 50 meters away. Even from that distance, the night vision goggles and hunting knife strapped to his leg were clearly visible. More disturbing was the small camera mounted to his helmet, its recording light glowing red in the darkness, a mobile broadcasting unit to complement the fixed cameras throughout the yard. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I began noticing other details I'd originally missed. Small infrared floodlights positioned strategically throughout the yard, providing illumination invisible to the naked eye but perfectly suited to night vision equipment. Additional cameras concealed within the junkyard's infrastructure, some motorized to track movement. Most chillingly, a series of spray-painted symbols on certain vehicles and equipment that I now understood were navigational markers for whoever was hunting me. The methodical way the hunter quartered the junkyard suggested this wasn't his first time participating in whatever twisted game I'd unwittingly entered. His movements displayed a familiarity with the environment and a confidence that comes only from experience. Occasionally, he would stop, kill the quad bike's engine, and remain perfectly still, listening for any sound that might betray my position. During one such pause, he removed something from his pocket that glowed faintly in the darkness, a phone or tablet displaying information I couldn't see from my position, but which clearly guided his next movements. My first instinct was to find the gap in the fence where I'd entered and escape, but the hunter's pattern of movement suggested he was intentionally patrolling the perimeter first, perhaps anticipating exactly this reaction. Instead, I moved deeper into the junkyard, using the labyrinthine layout to put distance between us while I formulated a plan. The hunting knife Damon had provided now revealed its true purpose. Not protection against guard dogs, but a means to ensure the entertainment included the possibility of resistance, making the hunt more engaging for whoever was watching. The horrifying truth solidified as I noticed more camera positions throughout the yard. This was a dark web broadcast, a real-time manhunt streamed to paying viewers who were likely placing bets or even directing aspects of the pursuit. The carefully designed lighting conditions, the communication device the hunter periodically consulted, the multiple camera angles, all created to maximize visibility and drama for an audience I couldn't see, but who were watching my every move, my terror becoming their entertainment. Over the next 4 hours, a grim pattern emerged. The hunter would systematically search a section of the junkyard, occasionally accelerating to investigate sounds or promising areas. I would remain hidden, moving only when absolutely necessary, using techniques gleaned from survival shows and crime documentaries, stepping where ground was hardest to minimize footprints, staying downwind, creating occasional diversions by throwing objects to draw attention away from my actual position. 3 times I nearly escaped, once reaching the perimeter fence before discovering it had been electrified since my entry, once finding what appeared to be an administrative building only to discover all entries welded shut, and once nearly overpowering the hunter during a moment when he dismounted the quad bike to investigate a tighter space. This last attempt resulted in a knife wound to my shoulder that still aches during cold weather, a permanent reminder of how close I came to becoming content rather than survivor. Dawn brought unexpected development. With approximately 30 minutes of darkness remaining, the hunter received some communication that clearly frustrated him, his body language shifting from patient predator to agitated subordinate. After a heated exchange with whoever was directing the operation, he mounted the quad bike and accelerated toward the main entrance, abandoning the hunt for reasons I couldn't comprehend in that moment. I remained hidden for another hour, suspecting a trap, before cautiously making my way toward the main gate. It stood partially open, not fully unlocked, but with enough space for a person to squeeze through. Outside, no vehicle waited. No Damon appeared to collect me. Just empty industrial roadway stretching toward distant motorway access. The explanation for this abrupt conclusion emerged weeks later, after I'd fled Leeds entirely for a small coastal town, where I now work cash-in-hand jobs and sleep in a bedsit with 3 separate locks on the door. A prominent businessman had been arrested in an early morning raid related to dark web activities, specifically operating streaming channels specializing in reality entertainment, involving unwitting participants. The timing aligned perfectly with the abandoned hunt, suggesting the operation had been terminated when those running it received warning of imminent police action. Damon disappeared completely. Mutual acquaintances claim he relocated abroad suddenly, though whispers suggest his departure wasn't entirely voluntary. The junkyard resumed normal operations with no evidence of its nighttime activities. The cameras removed, the special lighting dismantled, the electric fence returned to standard security configuration, without evidence beyond my testimony and injuries that could have been acquired anywhere. Police interest in my particular case remained minimal compared to the broader investigation into the businessman's network. Sometimes, during sleepless nights, I access certain security forums through anonymizing networks, searching for information about similar operations. What I've found suggests I experienced just one variation of a growing dark web entertainment category: controlled hunting scenarios using human prey, acquired through blackmail, deception, or desperation. The venues change, abandoned buildings, remote woodland, industrial facilities. But the format remains consistent. Ordinary people transformed into quarry for the entertainment of invisible audiences willing to pay substantial cryptocurrency for authentic terror. I've never watched any of these broadcasts and never will. But the knowledge that footage of my fear, my desperate hiding, my wounded escape likely remains in some dark corner of the internet, potentially still generating profit for those who orchestrated it. This knowledge contaminates every moment of safety I've tried to construct since that night. Every security camera I pass on the street, every motorcycle engine accelerating behind me, every red recording light on any device sends me instantly back to that junkyard where human terror was just another commodity, harvested and broadcast for the entertainment of those who find mainstream thrills insufficient. Most disturbing is the recognition of how easily I was procured, not through elaborate kidnapping, but simply by exploiting financial desperation and trust in a familiar face. How many others like me have been similarly acquired for these broadcasts? How many weren't as fortunate in their escapes? And how many right now are weighing similar offers of easy money without recognizing the true cost, becoming unwitting performers in the darkest form of entertainment the digital age has enabled? The sound of a notification ping sends me into a cold sweat. Sometimes I catch myself staring at influencers' vacation posts, wondering if they know what might be happening just beyond the carefully composed frame of their photos. It began with an email that felt like winning the lottery, an exclusive invitation to the Sylvan Circle Creators Retreat, a week-long networking event in a remote part of the Scottish Highlands. Only 20 content creators selected, all expenses paid, with promised connections to major brands and potential sponsorship deals worth tens of thousands of pounds. For someone like me, hovering at just under 50,000 followers and desperately trying to turn my travel content into a sustainable career, it seemed like the breakthrough I'd been chasing since dropping out of university 2 years prior. My parents had been skeptical about my career choice from the beginning, their only child abandoning a sensible marketing degree to photograph herself in scenic locations, chasing likes and brand partnerships. This retreat was my chance to prove them wrong, to show that the long hours of content creation and engagement building could translate into something legitimate. I remember my mother's concerned expression as I packed, her warnings about going somewhere so isolated with strangers. I dismissed her fears with the casual arrogance of someone who believed bad things only happened to other people. The journey to the retreat felt like progressively leaving the real world behind. First a train from Glasgow to Inverness, then a private shuttle through increasingly remote landscapes, and finally a narrow dirt track that wound through ancient pine forests to a modern compound of sleek cabins arranged around a central lodge. The contrast between the primal wilderness and the retreat's minimalist luxury created an unsettling dissonance that I initially mistook for exclusivity. Our hosts, representatives from what they called a private content investment collective, welcomed us with champagne and gift bags containing high-end tech accessories and personalized itineraries. We were an eclectic group: fashion influencers, travel content creators like myself, fitness personalities, a couple of gaming streamers, and even a minor celebrity chef. All of us shared the same hungry look behind our practiced smiles, the same desperate need to climb higher in the ruthless hierarchy of digital relevance. The first 2 days unfolded like a dream. Workshops on monetization strategies, professional photo shoots in stunning natural settings, one-on-one sessions with marketing experts who hinted at life-changing opportunities, We were encouraged to post about the retreat, though asked to keep the exact location private for exclusivity reasons. In the evenings, we gathered in the main lodge for elaborate meals and networking drinks, everyone performing their most charming, authentic selves while carefully assessing the competition. The strange elements were easy to dismiss at first. The lack of reliable mobile signal didn't seem suspicious for such a remote location, and the satellite Wi-Fi that only worked through their monitored network seemed like a reasonable limitation of the setting. The numerous security cameras were explained as protection against overzealous fans who might have tracked prominent attendees. Even the daily medical checks were framed as a luxury service, ensuring our optimal performance during the intensive program. It was during the third night that I noticed the first real warning sign. Unable to sleep, I stepped outside my cabin for some air and saw staff members escorting one of the fitness influencers, a woman named Kaya with over 2 million followers, toward the administrative building at the edge of the compound. She seemed unsteady, almost sedated, supported between two men who moved with efficient purpose rather than concern. When I mentioned seeing this at breakfast, the retreat director explained that Kaya had suffered an allergic reaction and had been taken to receive medical attention. She would be rejoining us later, he assured everyone. But Kaya never reappeared. Instead, her belongings were removed from her cabin while we were out on a guided hike, and by dinner, it was as if she had never existed. No one questioned this openly, though I caught exchanged glances between some of the others. That night, checking social media through the retreat's network, I noticed something odd. Kaya's accounts were actively posting content, apparently showing her enjoying a spontaneous trip to Barcelona. The posts seemed authentic at first glance, but looking closer, I realized they were all created using previously captured footage, subtly edited to appear current. The following morning brought a new development. A mysterious leaderboard appeared in the main lodge, ranking all participants based on an unspecified scoring system. My name hovered near the bottom of the list, while others like Jamie, a charismatic travel YouTuber, and Eliza, a fashion influencer with a distinctive aesthetic, topped the rankings. The staff encouraged us to improve our standings through engaged participation, without ever clarifying what this meant. That same day, our activities took a darker turn. The workshop shifted from marketing strategies to discussions about loyalty and sacrifice for success. We were asked to complete psychological profiles, ranking our personal ethics and boundaries in hypothetical scenarios. During meals, staff circulated with tablets showing our real-time social media analytics alongside our leaderboard positions, creating an atmosphere of intense competition and paranoia. On the fifth night, after another participant, a gaming streamer who had vocally questioned the retreat's increasingly strange activities, disappeared under similar circumstances to Kaya, I decided to investigate. Waiting until after midnight, I slipped out of my cabin and made my way to the administrative building I'd seen earlier. A window left slightly ajar allowed me to hear voices from within, clinical discussions about extraction value and audience engagement metrics that made little sense until I managed to peer inside. What I saw continues to haunt my darkest moments. A sophisticated broadcasting studio where multiple screens displayed live feeds from our cabins, our workshops, even our private bathrooms. But most horrifying was the largest monitor, showing what appeared to be a dark web streaming platform where anonymous viewers were placing bids and commenting on the contestants. With sickening clarity, I realized we weren't retreat participants. We were unwitting performers in some twisted reality elimination game where being voted off had consequences far beyond lost followers. In one corner of the room, a medical area had been established where the missing participants appeared to be held in sedated states, cameras documenting everything. According to the on-screen metrics, the highest viewing numbers and bidding activity occurred during these elimination sequences. I couldn't see exactly what happened after the sedation, but the clinical tools arranged nearby suggested something surgical, something final. I backed away in silent horror, nearly collapsing with the shock of understanding. The entire retreat was a front for a dark web channel that monetized the exploitation and eventual elimination of desperate content creators. People so hungry for fame, they'd walk willingly into isolation, surrendering their privacy and ultimately their safety for the promise of recognition. The next morning brought the announcement of another departure. Jamie, who had been top of the leaderboard just hours earlier. As a staff member explained his sudden allergic reaction with the same practiced concern they'd used before, I noticed something chilling. Tiny adjustments in everyone's scores following the announcement. Highest gains for those who seemed most visibly affected by the news. We were being rewarded for our emotional reactions, our authentic distress generating engagement from unseen viewers. That night, I rose to third on the leaderboard after genuinely breaking down during a vulnerability workshop where we discussed our deepest fears. The retreat director personally congratulated me on my breakthrough performance, the gleam in his eyes revealing the double meaning in his words. I smiled through my terror, suddenly understanding the game well enough to play it, to perform distress without raising suspicion, to appear invested while planning escape. For 2 more days, I maintained this delicate deception, gathering information and searching for weaknesses in their security. I discovered that the elimination selections weren't entirely based on the leaderboard. They targeted those who asked too many questions, who seemed suspicious, or paradoxically, those generating the highest viewer engagement. The perfect victims were the ones whose disappearances would create the most compelling content without risking exposure. My opportunity came during a staged power outage designed to film our reactions to isolation and darkness. In the confusion, I slipped away from the group, using the maintenance access I'd identified earlier to reach the perimeter fence. The journey through miles of highland wilderness that followed, barefoot after losing my shoes in a stream crossing, using stars for navigation, feels like something that happened to someone else, a survival story from a person I no longer recognize. I eventually reached a remote farmhouse where a suspicious but ultimately kind elderly couple allowed me to contact police. By the time authorities reached the retreat location 3 days later, the entire operation had vanished. Buildings emptied, equipment removed, not so much as a footprint remaining. The investigation stalled with jurisdictional complications and lack of evidence beyond my testimony, which sounded increasingly delusional even to my own ears as days passed. The most horrifying epilogue came 6 weeks later, when I discovered that all the missing influencers' accounts remained active, posting computer-generated content that mimicked their styles with uncanny accuracy. Their digital ghosts continued accumulating followers, hawking products, maintaining the illusion of aspirational lives that had already ended. No one in their audiences seemed to notice the subtle differences, the absence of true humanity behind the carefully filtered images. I deleted all my social media that day. Sometimes I check on those accounts, watching artificial intelligence perpetuate the personas of people who wanted fame badly enough to die for it, wondering if their audiences will ever realize they're following phantoms. More disturbing still is the knowledge that somewhere, the Sylvan Circle has simply relocated, rebranded, and recruited a new cast of ambitious creators desperate enough to ignore every warning sign. Each time I see another viral challenge, another dangerous trend pursued for views, another isolated retreat promoted by smiling influencers, I want to scream warnings into the void. But who would listen? In a world where attention is currency and authenticity is performance, what could be more authentic than real fear, real elimination, real consequences? The ultimate content for a viewership numbed by endless performative reality.